All right, it is time for the finals of Alpha Cup. Once again, we have me, Lost Dead Man. We have Barcast. We got LSR. We've got a lot of people today. Well, you know what? The list of people has only grown from yesterday, and I am pretty excited to see the end of this tournament, to see who comes out ahead of like the best 1v1 tournament we get in Bar. And today we'll be determining who is the best of the best and who can play on these maps and who's going to be our winner of Alpha Cup number 5. So if we go back and look once again, we have the previous winners from the previous Alpha Cups. A lot of these names you'll probably recognize from just the games yesterday, or even just seen them around in various videos. But if we look, you see there's pretty consistent, like, okay, we got our Teddies, we got our X Factors, we got our Zlows, we got a lot of like these pretty strong players, a lot of strong players that are no longer in the tournament. You know, Zlow's still there. Teddy did get defeated yesterday in that crazy final between him and Chisato. But Chisato is currently in the losers bracket, so he's got to work his way up. If we go and look at the schedule for the rest of the day, it's going to be a pretty quick day. Not too crazy looking. We have, I say pretty quick day. I'm lying. It's probably going to be a pretty long day, but we'll have to see exactly how long these games take. We got a lot of macro players. It could end up being quite intense, but yeah, I'm pretty excited. Let's before we get into any of our wonderful, you know, like predictions on who we think is gonna win, like what strong players we got. Once again, Bar is doing a wonderful charity for Gamers Are Giving, and I'm gonna go play the trailer for Gamers Are Giving, and then once again we'll come back. We'll talk about some of the players who we think is gonna win. But yeah, if you're interested in donating, !donate, and we'll see you in a minute or two.
Here at Gamers Outreach, we believe kids deserve a chance to be themselves. Video games inspire joy. They represent an opportunity for us to connect with each other through activity and story. Kids receiving medical treatment often have only a few outlets. Thankfully, gamers are here to make a difference.
I'm Sarah Coe, and my kids are, I have 3 kids who are all Seattle Children's patients. My son Luca is medically complex. You know, just to see him kind of brighten up a little bit when that cart rolled in.
Spanning from our first push into hospitals with our go-kart, our quest now encompasses our newest program, Save Point, which will help impact even more lives. Save Point offers toys and prizes to kids via high-tech vending machines in hospitals, rewarding patients as they reach treatment milestones and fostering a sense of accomplishment.
Most of us gaming specialists are lifelong gamers. My first impression of seeing these go-karts is just the huge potential this has to bring gaming to families in the hospital that didn't think that gaming was gonna be possible.
With massive support from the gaming community, we have delivered hundreds of go-karts to healthcare facilities around the world, enabling more than 5 million gaming experiences annually for kids receiving care. Not only in the US and Canada, but go-karts have been deployed worldwide.
Bigger than Seattle Children's, almost every therapeutic gaming program in the country's backbone is the Gamers Outreach cart. Many patients say it helps them feel like they're at home. Like I said, it's a cool piece of tech that you can customize in a situation where a lot of what is happening to them is not up to them.
We have shared the gift of play with over 400 hospital partners, and we're just getting started. One day, we want to look back and ask ourselves, remember when hospitals didn't have video games? We need your help to get there. Together, we can help others level up.
All right. Well,
Whiteboard's ready for challenge.
yeah, we are now back. We have some, as you can see on the screen, some pretty good games today. X Factor versus Low for our first set is going to be kind of wild. As I said, I think everybody knows these two players. Low, you know, a long time I don't pro. Is that what we're gonna say? Longtime pro Bar, longtime pro of FAF apparently as well. X Factor, as we know, did just win the last BPL and has been basically the runner-up of every single 1v1 tournament I think I've watched since I started playing. So this is going to be his chance to really show in one of the most competitive 1v1 tournaments I've ever seen. If he's going to earn that crown. Of course, after that we'll have Autopilot versus Blodir, which another one. Everybody knows these two players, or if you don't, Autopilot, once again, the runner-up of last year's BPL. Very strong player. Blodir, another one, very, very strong player who was the top, top 5 of FAF? He's very good. All these players are very good. Once we do that, of course, I believe we said the losers bracket. I'm not sure if we're watching that or the B stream is watching that. I believe Hellsound will be casting any games that we do not on his own channel, which, you know, look forward to that. But all right, Barcast. Oh, sorry, you guys got any predictions for these semifinals? The winners bracket anyway, between these players, or quarterfinals, I guess I'll say.
Go ahead, LSR.
Well, I watched Zlo. I think he has swapped to pawn meta and looked pretty alright. The way he played, didn't choke and won his opponents, but obviously X Factor is a pretty big guy to take down, and you have to be pretty on the point, or just get lucky pounce arounds. To be fair, I haven't seen much of the X Factor's game. I'm not sure actually what he's cooking, but judging from the last BPL, he was able to both play mind games and play multiple things. So I think he's pretty adaptable, and yeah, I think he's a favorite, of course.
All right. What about you, Barcast? What are you thinking?
It's gonna be close. Slow's been playing really well, and I think the new pawn meta maybe favors his playstyle just a bit. So as far as the Autopilot Blodir game goes, that's probably one of the more exciting series of the day, and I'll definitely be rooting for Autopilot. So I'd say he wins that series and advances.
I mean, Auto definitely looked pretty crazy strong yesterday in that Archsimkats game. Holy, this is a good start. He definitely looked pretty strong. I think this will be a pretty competitive game between both of these sets. It's gonna be interesting to see. But well, let's look. I believe we have some fun player intel. Holy, look at that. That is crazy looking. Oh my god, we got some crazy amount of matches with their win rates. And wait, is that actually say? Holy sh! Basically, was what I'm seeing is that these players are kind of good. I don't know if that's what we're supposed to take away from this, but that's kind of what I'm seeing. As really, these might actually be the best of the bets. So with their insane win rates. That is a 70% 1v1 win rate with Autopilot, by the way. 70%. Kind of wild. I don't even know how you do that. But
yeah, nice thing to note here, actually, our man Wraxell coming up through the lower bracket, really maybe surpassing people's expectations, but we're going to be featuring one of his games today, so really looking forward to that. Seeing this new player, kind of come up through the ranks.
Yeah. If you look at like the previous 1v1 tournaments, like Wraxell's been good, but he's not been like he's not been like a finalist, and yet here he is. All these other players like pretty consistently have been finalists, and Wraxell's kinda he's showing that he's got the right to be there. I mean, just getting here is difficult, but he's doing pretty good. So if we go and look back at our brackets, the first game we're going to watch today, and I think I might have said earlier, is X Factor versus Low. And I imagine, as they're currently discussing map picks, that we are going to be here for a moment while the players figure out exactly, which map is which and what they want to see. You have any opinions, Sparkcast, on what you think? Like what map's gonna favor who?
Considering X Factor is, I mean, of course, he's really strong at 1v1s, but he's played a lot of free-for-alls as well. Like, I think he's pretty strong in that format. So I'd say larger macro maps would favor him more. So, so Zlo, I'm thinking would be more inclined to pick some of the smaller maps, like Crystallized Plains. Looks like the first ban is actually going to be Tundra out of X Factor here. And I wouldn't be surprised to see Revim pick, or X Factor rather, pick like Piece to Hades or Archsimkats Valley. So
Yeah, I could definitely see that as he's always screamed that he's been a pretty strong macro player, right? Like I think when people think of X Factor, they're thinking macro, and that is he's definitely shown he's very strong on the majority of these maps. Oh, so Zlo, of course, respecting that, banning Feast to Hades.
yeah, it's a smart pick.
Archsimkats might be the next pick, and I think Zlo will likely pick like Heartbreak Hill or I'm not sure if Crystallized Plains. Might see Desolation this game.
You think Desolation? It's been funny.
Maybe
like,
as the final, right?
Yeah, nobody seems to want to play Desolation. Like, it seems to be one of those maps.
I think the
that's
bottom row might be the final map.
Oh, okay. It'll be interesting to see what he ended up picking. I mean, I know like Eye of Horus is like one of those old maps or older maps that I'm assuming Zlo's got a lot of experience on. It is like a kind of macro map. Like, it's got like really high value mexes. It's kind of ridiculous wind. I could definitely see that going towards either player. But the Crystallized Plains, like you said, might be a little more slow.
Zlo isn't that Zlo is the same time as all other FAF players, maybe a little bit earlier. So I don't think.
Oh, that is not what I expected.
What?
X Factor picked Onyx Cauldron for his first game.
Interesting. We might see some older cheese maybe brought back with the how'd you call it, where you make the vehicles and then you make either the air seaplanes or amphibious things.
Apparently,
back when
that's a
Sallies were
thing.
really good, that was really strong opener because they can run behind your base. But it's a decent bot map as well, I think. Yeah, so
Okay.
the Horus.
Is Zlo picking Eye of Horus? Like, that one makes more sense to me than the Onyx Cauldron. Like I just did not expect X Factor to pick that. I think you're right. He might have cooked something if he's feeling that confident about about Onyx. He's got to have something cooked.
He seemed pretty confident yesterday, calling out the game versus Teddy and Chisato on that map. Yeah, so it seems like he perhaps maybe just understands like how to open and where to put the commander, something like that. Maybe he's counting on Zlo, hasn't played that many games on it and doesn't understand the map as well. So
It's a tricky map to play because your commander needs to take go to the side or not to the side or stay in the base.
Yeah.
Last game might be Archsimkats. It's just what, like, we have two more bans, right? X Factor bans Cirolata, Zlo bans Desolation. So that just leaves what, Heartbreak Hill, Archsimkats,
And Crystallized, right?
Crystallized Plains, yeah.
now.
Which, you know, this kind of already favors Zlo, I'd say. I mean, unless like Revan's like really on point with that Onyx Cauldron game. I mean, Zlo is no pushover, really.
It's not a good sign when he
X
says.
Factor should be better on the T2, so I think he's fine with Archsimkats, right? It's one of the games where you can maybe pork one lane, scuffle on other fronts, and hopefully, like, it's one of the easier maps to get to the T2 stage.
Yeah. Yeah, Archsimkats could be a pretty fun finals if we do get there between these two guys. As we've seen some usually pretty consistently good games on that map. Oh, no, nice. X Factor's confused himself on who's picking and what. Wait, after oh god, okay, never mind. We're all confused. Never mind. This is great.
Might be mind games already.
Yeah, exactly.
Never underestimate your opponent.
Look, if they go into the game confused, that's just the first win, Like you've already got their brains all messed up.
a really good point, though, because I'd say that X Factor knows how to navigate a best of 3, maybe better than anyone. So, I mean, I wouldn't put it past them to kind of, just trying to find an advantage anywhere he can get it.
It's the 4D chess, he's just too smart.
Yeah, well, I mean, it is a little bit soft. So.
Slow banning Archsimkats.
That's a good ban for him.
It
I
is,
don't think he wants to play. I think he's really good on Heartbreak Hill. I think comfortable in Crystallized Plains as well. So what is the map that?
Yeah, I feel like. Okay, so it's Heartbreak Hill for our final map in this best of 3.
It's a good pull for Zlo, I would say.
Yeah.
If he manages to get at least one game in from the first 2 maps. He has to play good on Horus, especially if Onyx has X Factor has something special for him. So
he has to have something cooked on this map. I can't imagine that X Factor of all people is gonna pick Onyx Cauldron and not have some dirty cheese, But so my understanding,
the map is actually bigger than we thought, right? So.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. So my understanding is that the 2 wonderful casters for this game is going to be LSR and Randy, I believe, is our two casters. So I am going to, if you guys are ready, hopefully Randy's actually here, otherwise it's just going to be sad LSR. And, we do have Randy, nice, caster. Perfect. So I'm going to mute and I'm going to leave it to you guys, so good luck and have a good game.
Is Requiem joining for this one as well?
Oh, I think we're just 2, and then we swap later on, so...
Okay.
Hello, Randy.
How
so what do you think about the Onyx? I think it's a bigger map, no? It's 16 by 16. Isn't it the same size as like a tabula or something? So...
Yes, this was X Factor's pick, I believe. So, yeah, I've not seen him play this map much myself, so it's going to be interesting to see if he's got anything special cooked up for it. It's a bit unique compared to the maps with the you got the kind of northeast corner and the southwest corner. Which one do you prioritize? Do you try and just secure one? Do you try a little bit of effort for both, or just concede it?
Yeah, I find it a little bit awkward. It's not that straightforward, especially where to move with your comm, right? So sometimes if you comm walk, then you go in like the closed off area. The geo, you have to kind of pick your shots, but also seen straight unit lines coming out and just trying to control from early on.
Yeah, to me when I play this map, it feels like you have quite a few decisions to make where you decide to move, and it's never comfortable. You always feel like you're sacrificing something by making the call you do make. Zlo's gone for a 2-max build here, so he's looking to get active on the map a little bit earlier.
I think he just generally favors it. It's interesting that he plays core. I've seen him a lot of play arm, and he saw, well, pawns are so good, but now he's deciding to actually play core. I hope it's not a accidental misclick. X Factor does play Armada.
Yeah, we'll get to see Zlo's grunt micro and see how well he can kite those pawns and ticks around, and it's much harder than it used to be with the shorter range advantage, but if you're on top of your micro, you can still make it work.
Yeah. Well, opting for the Resbot first, grab that clusters. Those crystals also have additional metal in them, so usually a good idea to start early. However, the X Factor did push one Conbot a little bit first, but overall the builds are pretty similar, with Zlo starting to get the second con, while X Factor is looking to be aggressive first.
Yeah, so we've got 2 Resbots out for Zlo, using that the reclaim to power his 2-max build.
I think he will be looking to be more defensive with now double cons expanding. Already pulls whole grunt army against one tick. Needs to spread a bit better. One thing kind of gets already tickles the con bot, which isn't great.
Yeah, at first contact, they know now what they're up against.
Ooh. Close, but no cookie.
No
So far,
radar
good
yet as well, so
defense, but there's pawns and pawns just coming straight up. I do like this pawn play because I thought one of the win conditions, if you can close the choke of the enemy or just like put a pressure, let's say, around this place, your opponent feels kind of trapped and it's a little bit harder. Pawn on top of the con, I think he will lose this con for sure.
yes, definitely. I think Slow needs a radar near the front to be able to make this defense possible. It's going to be just too difficult to keep chasing stuff as it appears in your vision otherwise.
Might lose even the second con as well, or at least the mexes. The heals are definitely helping pawns, right? As the grunts don't have a clear line and they are almost leashed immediately as they climb up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this looks like a very typical X Factor style build where he's just got the one con expanding, doesn't need to worry about LTs because he's putting pressure on the other side of the map the whole time.
His ratio is pretty good. He didn't need that much energy since the wind is high, so every single metal could go into the pawns, and that's a big army value advantage. Well, 20% on the counter, but yeah, there's even a second group. Zlo still is able to maybe sneak in a little counterattack, but his base is already pretty much in a trouble right now.
Yeah, this defense to execute for Slow is going to be much more difficult than it is for X Factor to pull off on attacking sense. Will he be able to stabilize and take this to a mid game?
Yeah, but Resbot's gone. Not well. He has to Resbot first, the bots. So yeah, if he had maybe multiple Resbots, he could take advantage on the wreck. But I think this, with the metal incomes going towards the X Factor, has no reason to basically make anything else than just even more pawns. Will add a little bit of energy, and I think do exactly that. Even not considering LLTs except for further expansions.
Eighth mech's coming down for X Factor as Low still on just his initial 3. But he has managed to stabilize now. He can start to try and reclaim his corner and get the other mexes back up.
There's a bunch of X Factor spawns that are kind of hurt, but reinforcements are still there and coming, and just if you're comparing the metal size, it's almost twice as much for X Factor in that pawn group.
Yeah, and he rezzed one of the cons that went down at the front, and he's building a radar, so this should make the defense a little bit easier when that's up. All the pawns get on top of the grunt, so this could be a mistake that's hard to come back from.
Yeah.
Yeah, and now we see the GG.
Law sees that and calls the GG. Yeah, interesting choice to play Cortex against X Factor. I don't know if it's... I saw him play Armada mostly, and I thought Armada's pretty good. He was always like a tick enjoyer. He likes to micro a couple of units around, pressure his opponent, click really fast, and now he picks Cortex, so...
Yeah, it's very clinical display from X Factor. Things low, yeah, maybe just an earlier radar would have made that defense a bit more possible.
It's still rough around those small little hills to go against the pawns. I think Horus also has that same issue where you can cross these places in the middle. It's actually really, really tricky to defend, but even when the grunts were good, if the pawn can be in the grunt's face very fast.
Okay, we got X Factor now taking up the corner spawn, which is a bit unusual for this map.
Really? Yeah,
Perhaps
it is
seen him
indeed.
I have seen him play vehicles a couple of times on this map as well, so I wonder if we'll
Still a
see
little
that
bit
curveball.
interesting to play vehicles. I mean, you could technically expand fast, but I don't think the corner spawn is that bad. Obviously, having the middle, you can go from two sides, but maybe it's another way to apply the pressure from the side. I mean, if you're gonna expand with one con anyways, is there that big of a difference? I guess the rush distance would be a little bit closer, but your base might be safer. You wouldn't need.
Yeah, so one thing about this map compared to other maps in the pool is the mexes are very big, 2.9, so you'll find players seeing their metal income climb very quickly. Sometimes you see difficulties with energy having enough and metals stored climbing very high, but we've got some very good players here, so I'm expecting they'll be able to manage it nicely. But once that pressure gets building with raids all over the map, it's something we might see.
Yeah, generally I like to do on this map very fast contours, since the energy is so readily available. Not for this match though. The wind was high. You can even see X Factor getting a solar, which is unheard of on the Eye of Horus, as usually the max wind pushes average so high, and it's staying high. The wind has been rather not treating these players well.
I think it was 1.2 when he built it right at the start. This radar, I think, shows a level of preparation, because that's something that I wouldn't have expected to have that good a vision as it seems to have. Nicely tucked away in the hill, but still sees over the mountains.
Yeah, that's an interesting. Oh, I get it. Yeah, but to be fair, you should always double check these values. The way it is drawn, you might actually not see in the game. It's not always 100% correct, but from my experience, maybe it has been fixed, but there's sometimes a little nuance to this as well.
Yeah, we're seeing a more mirror matchup this time, pawns v pawns instead of the grunt pawn mixture. And LLT going up in the base of Ziello quite early on, so he wants to have that. Sorry, go on.
Oh, LLT should help him like focus on assault, but
Yeah.
As I say that, the tick goes down, but he has like pawns pretty sneaked in. I don't think X Factor is gonna see it. Yeah, he's not yet spotted him. Spots the LLT, and I like as well as commander's positioning as well, and with accompanying the wind turbines, he's able to laser it down and play a little bit more defensive, even though I think he lacks a contour to spend money effectively. But yeah, talking about the attack, the X Factor read the pawns pretty good and loses the cons law, that is.
Yeah, first con going down is pretty brutal in terms of the economy growth as well. He doesn't have another con out, so he's opted to go for res, but I wonder if he's going to try and resurrect that instead of rebuilding.
Yeah, this pawn pressure, I think X Factor is just, really good with his ratios of like spending. His build power is matched, his energy is really low, he doesn't overmake anything and just goes pure pawn. So
He clearly puts a lot of practice into being an efficient player. He just seems to have a little bit more than whoever he's against.
well, it's pawn count difference is amazing for just like being in a minute 4. I don't even know. The bar doesn't have like exactly the counters, I would say. I don't think the Centurion's precisely good, right? Or anything else than that. And for the LLT to work well, you have to be fighting underneath it. But this is such an open map where either you need to make a Hail Mary play to some mixes and place a multitude of LLTs there and not take damage elsewhere, but in general, yeah, pretty hard in a sense that match the higher unit number, especially if the enemy is able to be active with all of those units and tax your APM. It gets very hard.
I think Zlo is, yeah, he's looking to get some units out on the map now, but I think with these 3 LTs, it's not going to plan at the moment. He has been kind of contained. He is getting some units out though now. So
trying to hit the expansion of X Factor. Also, he gets the Rex in a base, so it's actually maybe not that bad. He killed most of the units, leaving a lot of Rex, and he's attacking at the bottom. And will kill a Khan and all the expansion the X Factor has made. So economy is a little bit reset, and his Khan is out building at least some mexes. Even
re-establish his Khan. Can he keep it alive now?
Yeah, good question. The Resbot wasn't sadly healing, so it was the Mex and the Khan. Zlo sadly doesn't respond and might even lose more units as he fails to either skirmish back or take a good trade as he's microing closer to the X Factor. Now it's gonna be all about the Rex.
Yeah, we've seen some very aggressive games from these two. Very little in terms of powering up and greed. Just all-out attack from both and trying to hold on and raid.
Yeah, and that corner spawn worked out good for X Factor in this hyper-aggressive game. Being able to surround someone's drawing on a map. So getting some favorable trades going at least backwards, but still lacking that army value.
Wonder if these corner spawns are going to become more meta with the kind of aggressive plays we're seeing with this new patch. See, the wind's very strong now, so Zlo has the energy to res all these Rex in his base, so this could be something that might turn the tides.
Sadly, the longer the game goes, the metal income is almost, I wouldn't say doubled, but it has almost doubled, even though it's just a couple of extra mixes. He's not been able to secure his back mixes, and there's still some opportunistic pawns running behind his base, maybe looking for the opportunity.
It's very odd to be 7.5 minutes into a game and it's 4 mechs v 2 mechs. Slow, looking to resurrect the Con again in the middle. X Factor's, he's decided not to even try and expand again. He's just kept his commander and Con at home.
He will now get his Con up,
resurrected
right? So
Con
maybe
up,
if he has an idle worker thing, he would notice eventually that it's up. But we have a big fight going for this law.
Yes,
might be
it's around
decisive one last one.
Yeah, we see both Resbots go down. It's going to be very hard for Zlo to kind of reclaim that wreck field.
Yeah, one thing is that maybe it was a good idea to maybe get a counter, at least that would allow you to get out and at least get some X's with the commander. I don't know. Could be hard, but
yeah, very quick and very dominant series from X Factor. 2 short games, 2 games where we didn't really get past spawn / grunt tech. But yeah, he's shown what his kind of mindset is in this patch. I think he believes it's a low econ aggressive kind of gameplay, and I wonder if we'll see that when he plays against maybe Chisato or Autopilot, who are quite similar to his level.
I imagine any of the people that are coming up are probably looking at that game, and they're going to be on the lookout for 40 pawns sprinting at their base in the first 5 minutes of the game, because that was just unrelenting aggression against Zlo. Absolutely brutal. I kind of didn't expect to see a game like that. I mean, I know I've seen like people have been saying this is a bit more high APM, meta. Like, this is a bit more like you could just die to 20 pawns sprinting at you, but it should be interesting. It should be interesting to see if the rest of these games look like this. But so I'm assuming next we are going for Autopilot and Blodir, but of course we need to find these two wonderful players and get them going, get them ready. Whether or not they're going to be quick, we'll see.
You know how it is with the stream delay. They're probably
Yeah.
sitting in a stream and taking everything still in.
And I bet you, if you asked anybody, nobody expected this set between like X Factor and Zlo to be like a 10-minute set. Nobody expected that. Okay, like how, like that's, it was just two quick games where X Factor just threw pawns at him. And I mean, yeah, you know what? Pawns looking pretty good. All right, so it's looking like Autopilot is the least online. So we do have one of the players online.
See, Blood is on too.
Oh, we do see Blodir. Okay,
They're
so we
both
see
here.
both.
Now we just need to get them in a lobby together.
Yeah, I'm working on that. Reached out to him, let him know to start their series.
Nice.
So yeah, from that series, we'll see Zlo drop down to the lower bracket where he'll play Chisato. So from one very high level opponent to another. But hopefully he'll get to show us more of what he's been planning. I think that game will be on Hell's Hound stream later on, is that correct?
Yes, I believe that was the planned barcast. Was you said we're gonna, like, Hells is probably gonna cast a couple sets today, or maybe we end up doing it considering how fast that was. I mean, that'll be up to you guys.
I mean, I'd rather just stick to the plan we already made because it's changed it like so many times.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
All right, let's see. So, okay, we've got a lobby. There we go. Autopilot and Blodir are in a lobby. There is hope.
I guess both of them wanted to see that game with the stream delay, taking notes, seeing what the potential next round opponent's been doing and the styles that they're playing.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I bet, I really do think like everybody playing is watching that game and like, I wonder how many people actually expected that sort of build, and like if that's been common in the 1v1. Like I haven't seen any games like that in the 1v1s I've been watching recently, in the mornings anyway. I don't know about you guys that have actually been playing them, but like that was.
Personally, since this new patch has come out, I've seen my rank on the ladder drop down quite a bit, and I think it is due to this like heavy APM intense gameplay, which an old man like me struggles to keep up with.
Look, it's I can always help you out with that, Randy. All right, I'm always happy to help. You know, get your rank back up. But yeah, no, it definitely seems to be a much higher APM, much more. Just you could blink and die kind of meta.
And speaking of OS donations, everyone should check out Gamers for Giving.
Yeah, exactly.
Might donate in the chat to donate.
Not your OS. You're donating, money. Okay, not your OS. I'll donate my OS, but. All right, so we're going into picks and bans. Picks and bans between Blodir and Otto. Let's see if they're ready for some. I don't know. I don't even know. I had an idea in my mind of what maps they'd be playing on. At this point, I can't even guess.
I think these two players, they're very experienced. They've played a lot of 1v1s on these maps in the last couple of weeks. I think they'll feel at least comfortable on all the maps. So now it just comes down to little things, I think. Maybe it'll be down to what they think the weaknesses of their opponent instead of their own strengths.
Yeah. And really, like, if you start looking at these players, especially in 1v1s, like you reach a point where there's not the weaknesses aren't that big anymore, right? Like their strengths are definitely kind of overwhelming the weaknesses. Like if I have to think about Autopilot or Blodir, like you might have a better insight on this than me, Randy, but I'm like not really thinking of either of these players having like a distinct weakness. Like they both seem strong in like the really quick like micro APM fest games. They seem strong in the macro games.
I asked Bloody earlier, and he mentioned that he gives himself a 40% win chance against autopilot. So he thinks that he has a slight
40.
disadvantage against him.
Wow.
He can't keep up with the Zoomer gameplay, he said.
That's damn.
Well,
That's kind of crazy.
They do both have ridiculous OSs, 65 and 58. So autopilot does suggest he has the advantage in that regard, but there's still 7 OS difference. Either player is capable of winning this, I think.
Yeah, for sure.
Blodir is no slouch on his own. He's also a very quick gamer, and if you've ever seen him stream, which he does occasionally, he's also very fast.
Yeah, he's got the APM for this. He just needs to be in the mindset for this APM, I think, right? Because it is taxing to play with this this amount of like insane APM requirements for like the pawn meta, but so it looks like our first, bans. Autopilot did ban Feast of Hades, which, kind of disappointing. It would have been nice to see that map, but I kind of get it. Blodir did ban Onyx Cauldron, which again is not surprising. Not a lot of people seem to enjoy that map unless you're X Factor. But yeah, and the first pick was Eye of Horus for Autopilot, and then Blodir did pick Archsimkats, which I'm pretty good for both of those maps. Blodir did ban. He banned Desolation. Okay, for his next ban. And now we're waiting on Auto to see what he bans. Got quite a lot of maps left for him to figure out.
Looking forward to Eye of Horus between these two. It'll probably be a very aggressive opening again, but I think they'll be quite evenly matched, and we might see it kind of move on to the next phases, which will be interesting.
Are you thinking like it's gonna be similar like the X Factor Open? I'm not gonna say build. I won't say it, but with the minimal expansion, hard pawn aggression, and like
I think definitely hardcore pawn aggression. We'll be seeing multiple raids, people losing expansions, trying to just hold on to stuff, and then it might be 10-15 minutes before we get out of that kind of phase of the game, which is crazy compared to other maps.
Yeah.
And then Archsimkats, I think we'll see that's a bit easier to hold on to bits of land, so we might see that game progress a bit further, maybe similar to we saw in Auto versus Teddy yesterday, where we got all the way up to tier 3 and nukes.
Oh, that nuke. Yeah, that nuke was crazy. Seeing the anti-nuke miss is always just so funny looking. You don't get to see that very often, but yeah, I think it would be surprising to watch. Expect them to die or one player to die quickly on Archsimkats.
Just want to throw out there, can introduce our next two casters for this series. It's going to be Zeteo and Requiem.
Hello. Howdy.
All right.
Hey guys.
Horus Arch, Cirolata. Okay, so they banned Crystallized Plane and Tundra as the last two bans, and then Cirolata as our game 3, if we get there. And it looks like these guys are ready to go. So I'm once again gonna swap back over to Bar, move and mute my mic, and you know what, Requiem, Zeteo, all you guys.
All right, sounds good. So, Zito, who's your money on for this one? I don't really get to see these two guys play too often. I'm not an EU guy, so unfortunately I miss a lot of games. So it's hard to say. What do you think?
Autopilot's been doing tremendous recently, but both of these two players are currently number 2 and number 3 in the leaderboard, so they are
that's crazy.
Basically equal when it comes to skill. Autopilot being just a little bit better, so it'll be interesting to see who comes out the victor.
Yeah, I've certainly heard of Autopilot's success lately, and I haven't seen Blodir as much, unfortunately. But yeah, I'm really curious to see how these guys open and if they decide to lay down that early aggression like we saw in the last games.
Yeah, with Autopilot being in the middle here, playing as blue, and Armada going for the double mechs in the center. And then Blodir going the same position as Arm and going at double mechs wind into bot lab.
Yep, certainly going to see a lot of bots on this map with those hills there. With bots being able to traverse it and vehicles cannot. But yeah, I think these middle positions are a little bit challenging because they're so open, and bots can run around those, the hills there and just attack from multiple directions. So I'm curious, how that's going to play out.
It does give you plenty of options for attack, though. One slight problem with the issue of X Factor in the last game's position, where he was in the corner, was that he is somewhat limited to, expansion. If the game went on for a lot longer and he wasn't completely containing his opponent, he would have such a long way to go to the opposite corner, like triple mex point, whereas the middle player had a lot better of a position, and both these players choosing to go for the exact same start. Even with the same units coming out straight away, Blodir's got 4 ticks coming out, and then, apparently 1,100 pawns, which is clearly not going to be that many pawns.
Right. Yeah, I'm curious to see how many ticks each of these players make in this position, because ticks of course are a lot faster than pawns, and so you can get around to those weird angles and attack or defend or whatever you need to do. But you do bring up a really good point. The X Factor's start position last game, definitely safer to begin with, but yeah, it's a little bit harder to get out to those expansions and grab those mexes.
Blodir here going for a very interesting positioned radar. Up in the hills off to the left. It's going to be hard to find for Autopilot to be able to kill it, but at the same time, there is a huge blind spot directly south with how the radar is positioned, being completely blocked by the hills.
Yeah, and the radar of Autopilot, not going to be able to see as much on that side, and so yeah, this Khan's getting a little bit pressured here by that tick, but yeah, Pawn's there to clean it up. But yeah, lots of expanding this game from Blodir. Already on 3 cons, pretty different compared to, X Factor's 1 con expanding.
Both players being a lot more passive, even with Autopilot building LLTs for his mech's defense along the bottom side, and Blodir actually following suit at the exact same time. Both players actually almost equal in terms of time in expansion at the moment.
Yeah, they're certainly both playing more of a standard game. We'll see how it ramps up here. But yeah, it looks like it's going to be a longer game. Yeah, small contingencies of pawns on every which side coming towards Blodir. Even a ticket in the back going after a Khan. But there are plenty of units to defend it for now. Yeah, nice little engagement, taking a tick there and then running back, seeing that there's just too much defense. He doesn't want to lose those guys on that territory. Those wrecks would just go directly to Blodir. But yeah, the Khan here on the right-hand side.
Yeah, he just managed to get the Khan as well as a metal extractor and escaping with his life as well. That's a good move there. But there is, on the right-hand side, Autopilot sending in a bunch of pawns at the top to kind of scout and pull forces away, with another set of 3 pawns managing to try and get into the base here. All of Blodir's forces are actually... There, though. Yeah, but
he
all
passes
of them are
the mechs.
Facing there. Yeah, and getting a engineer in the middle here.
Yeah, each Khan pickoff is huge. Because it takes so much longer to retake that mechs then. But Autopilot with quite a few units in a hot pursuit of those 3 pawns. Also, plenty of units from Autopilot's, going after on the left hand, or the right hand side there. Just kind of looking around. So yeah, both players just pressuring on every side.
Blodir seems to be getting a bit ahead though when it comes to expansion and metal income. You can currently see him. He's fluctuating a bit because he's got a res bot out, but still ahead by 13% when it comes to economy at the moment. It's not a lot, but the right-hand corner of Autopilot was completely wiped out. So it's
yeah, he just picked up that Khan again. He's going to be building those mexes once again once he gets the turret up. So he might be able to catch up a little bit here. But yeah, so far Blodir doing an excellent job at defense.
Another thing of note is that Blodir already on 2 construction turrets in his base to pump out those pawns quicker, and Autopilot is just on his own con power and commander power pumping out units.
Yeah, he's going to need another cons turret soon. His middle's starting to rise a bit. But now they're recapping those mexes at the bottom right. Yeah, certainly a lot of good expanding from Blodir. In a bit of a better position. And yeah, I mean, even on energy, the 2 players are tied. So, you know, army value does favor Blodir, though. You know,
Yeah,
there's
that's
been plenty of wrecks to pick up, right? So
Exactly, yeah. Autopilot's been the most aggressive of the 2 players at the moment, but Autopilot's aggression has generally been met with, well, all of his units dying, whereas Blodir's aggression has been not as much, but has definitely had most of his units survive. So all of the reclaim is just completely there for Blodir to pick up. And if he's left alone long enough, it will definitely start to stack up.
yeah, definitely some strong plays here from Blodir. Like, you know, free damage is always better than sitting there and running in and sacrificing your units and leaving wrecks behind. But yeah, lots of wrecks still on the northern side by Blodir, so he's going to be able to pick up here. But Autopilot has picked up his metal income, so I mean, he's not in a bad shape either.
No, but there is a large force of pawns moving directly through the middle of the map, and Blodir doesn't really have any units nearby to kind of defend against that.
Yeah, he doesn't have a radar on that side anymore. So yeah, this con's going to be taken out. That makes 2 cons recently picked off there. And yeah, so now he sees it. He has some pawns in pursuit. Resbot in trouble, but yeah, it's going to get away in time. Second contingency of pawns coming up on the left here. Going to possibly take out that constructor. So yeah, just kind of a lot of losses of constructors for Blodir at this point. And then Autopilots. Oh, the middle attack here. Balled up units versus, you know, units surrounding them. Yeah, I guess it's his turn to get the Rex on his side.
Yeah, some missed micro of units there by Blodir, leaving his units just kind of stationary as Autopilot was basically going in a group versus 1 fight against Blodir there, getting a lot of units killed.
Yeah, Autopilot now is stacking up quite a bit of metal. He is adding on more concerts, so he's going to be able to pump out a lot more units soon. Meanwhile, Blodir is still just chilling with the two nanos there, and Commander. Oh,
Yeah,
gets another
another-
con. Sheesh. Yeah, that's a lot of cons left. I mean, a lot of cons dead. He really needs to pay a little bit more attention to keep them alive. He is building a radar on that left-hand side, so that'll certainly help out. But no middle radar yet.
What's your opinion on Centurions? Why are neither player really building Centurions to counter this mass amount of pawns?
You'd think Centurions are a good idea, but I think you know, players are favoring just having the versatility of the fast pawn, being able to catch leaks and stuff. You know, whereas it's kind of open enough that units can just run around the Centurions. You know, so as good as they are against pawns, they just can't be in the right position because the pawns will just, you know, ignore it.
Autopilot amassing quite a force now. When it comes to army value, though, it's still fairly close. Autopilot losing a con on the far right-hand side here, which was his expansion con over there.
Yeah, they'll certainly help. He needs to do more of that. Now, I guess he's going to get the one on the left, too.
He does manage to get the metal extractor on the bottom left as well. But Autopilot has pushed a quite substantial force in the middle, and he's going to move them over this hill just to the right.
Yeah, it looks like Blodir is parrying that attack quite well. Plenty of pawns there. But yeah, at this point, it's just there's going to be pawns everywhere. So, trying to keep track of them all, it gets pretty challenging.
Blodir does manage to push in on the bottom left-hand corner, taking out 2 more metal extractors. He does lose most of his entire pawn force down there, but it's
yeah, it's certainly a lot of Rex. I mean, actually, there's a lot of Rex just all over the map at this point. It's certainly a lot of Resbots would be useful here.
Oh yeah, very
Blodir's
sneaky
forces.
pawn. Right around the back, managing to get a metal extractor.
Yeah, and just like putting those units at the bottom left there. Well, okay, I guess it didn't work. Autopilot was too smart.
Yeah, Blodir attempting to push for on the right-hand side, doing its best, but Autopilot managing to take out a huge amount of expansion along the top, and he's now got a pretty straight shot at the base, but instead kind of just holding off. Meanwhile, in the bottom left, Blodir trying to do the exact same thing back to Autopilot, but just not enough pawns there to really make do with it. Being 1.4k metal now in that bottom left-hand corner, it's a lot of metal to leave just sat there right outside of his base.
Yeah, Blodir's certainly done quite a bit of damage, but so is Autopilot. I think at this point it's just about who can crank out more stuff. We do see a vehicle switch out of Blodir, whereas Autopilot has added on a second bot lab here. So just lots of pawns versus pawn plus Blitz probably. Blitz being a pretty reasonable addition here since they have so much more hit points. They can certainly take some more damage from the pawns. So we'll see how that plays out. But yeah, another attack here at the top with Autopilots. But yeah, like I said before, just lots of Rex everywhere. I think both players doing their best to pick it up. Blodir adding on a lot more Resbots to start doing that a lot more. Yeah, Army Value still favors Autopilot, but we'll see, if that's the blitzes really help out here or not.
It's interesting to see that neither player has chosen air for a bombing run here to take up the opponent's wind. Wind is very high, and basically bots are obviously quite energy intensive when it comes to production. If you manage to completely take out your opponent's energy production, that would be pretty much game. But another thing of note here is Blodir actually has massively overproduced energy storage. Both players have. It used to be kind of the idea to build one energy storage, and that would be pretty much it for your game. But both players actually investing in about 5 energy storages.
Yeah, that's actually a pretty recent change in just like the meta, I suppose. You see, the more storages you have, the less wind that you need, because you don't have to compensate as much for like the changing winds. You don't have to like overbuild wind turbines. So yeah, it just gives more reason to go bombers in a way, right?
Exactly. A lot of reclaim now in this top right hand corner. 1.5 of almost 2k metal in that top right hand corner now.
Yeah, there's been so much battling going on with these pawns, and they're all leaving Rex because pawns are doing the fighting, and they don't do like big over damage, I guess.
One thing that is interesting though is Blodir is clearly expecting bombers to be coming his way, because there are anti-air units and anti-air turrets being mixed into the builds now. He is expecting that bombing run any second. But no plans at all from Autopilot. And Autopilot sucking up the bot lab and going straight into Stouts now. And Blodir also completely eating his bot lab. So no more Resbots from either player here. So any Resbot kill is basically it.
Yeah, that's certainly a big deal as like the rec fields grow. And yeah, I think it is a good time to switch into those medium tanks. But yeah, that also means that you can't run around the hills as much. So you're kind of relying on your remaining forces to be able to do that. But that makes a little bit more sense considering, the map's getting a lot more choked up here. It's a little bit harder to do those runarounds.
But it's still getting some value in this top left-hand corner, getting 1 metal extractor at least. Doesn't look like he's going to get any more than that. Oh, does manage to get the second one. Yeah, from his dying breath. Now on the right-hand side, it looks a bit dangerous here. There's 66 units for autopilot and only
they're sitting
47
there.
for Blodir.
They're just sitting there. Oh, okay. Phew. I was afraid he's going to lose a lot more than that. But yeah, there's certainly large groups of units from both players here.
Very
What have we
ballsy
got?
move here from Blodir as a
Oh.
Tech 2 transition occurs. He's hoping that he's got time now and autopilot won't push.
Yeah, well, I think with both players just having so many units on the field, like, you know, you've got to feel pretty safe with that, right? You know, especially since he has tower support. I think he's going to be able to parry this on the right, but he's not paying attention. He could have jumped on that a little bit sooner. He loses the towers for basically free.
And losing potentially more as a force moves in the middle here.
Oh,
Jaguar is there ready to defend.
Yeah, this gets a little tricky because when you go T2, you don't have as many units coming out. You have stronger units, but it's harder to be everywhere with them. I mean, I guess this map is pretty narrow, so like there isn't too many lanes you need to like worry about. They're pretty close together. So maybe it is a really good transition here.
The Bull's doing tremendous against the Stouts as well. But this force on the left is going to be very hard to defend. There's not really many units left. He should be able to defend the right-hand side, but Bombers now out from autopilot. Currently 7 of them, and they are churning out.
He's really cranking them out. He's turned off his vehicle lab to produce them even faster. I guess feeling pretty good about his ground forces for now. But yeah, this map is pretty small, so those bombers are not gonna they're not gonna be seen until it's too late, I don't think. But at the same time, the Jaguars do have anti-air, so I mean they are gonna take, you know, bits of damage as they fly over where the Jaguars are popping out. But yeah, I think there's gonna be a lot of damage here on those winds.
Yeah, this could be all of Blodir's energy production going up. Huge bombing wave.
Yeah, that was a massive amount of damage, and there's still a lot of winds that you can get to. Not enough anti-air to deal with it. Flak Truck's trying to get there, but yeah, the winds are a little bit further away. Yeah, meanwhile, there's still plenty of fighting in the middle with the ground forces as well. I'm kind of curious to see what the res count, or resbot count, looks like. It looks like we got about 8 for Blodir, and then we got about 7 for, or 6 or 7 for autopilot here. But that certainly factors in at this point.
2 Jaguars valiantly trying to hold off the middle, but Blodir looking to consolidate his forces in the middle as well, it seems, cutting off that blue force in the middle. He is leaving that left-hand side, though, completely exposed, and Blodir now with a huge energy stall. We can see his metal excess climbing rapidly, currently accessing 876 metal, and he desperately needs to use
the timing of the bomber play was pretty excellent here, because, like, you know, with T2 you need so much more energy to be able to pop out units. Losing that energy is such a big deal.
Autopilot himself now actually transitioning over to Tech 2.
Yeah, I think he's in a good position to parry the T2 from Blodir.
There's a very sneaky force of pawns making its way around on the right-hand side. There's not really any defense there at all, so this force on the right-hand side is going to get about 4 or 5 metal extractors at least.
Yeah, I think this goes back to what I was saying with, like, you just don't have a lot of units once you transition into T2. And so it's really hard to have stuff on the left as well as the right. So yeah, these are going to get in, even going to go after that con there. But the bull is, you know, the bull's in hot pursuit. I think it's going to be able to clean this up pretty easily now that it's over there.
Blodir investing in the Geo in the top left as well may help fix his energy quite quick. Also, we see Autopilot being extremely cheeky with a few air cons here, just trying to get all the reclaim in the top right.
Yeah, unfortunately, they run into those Jags.
Now, surprisingly, on the left-hand side, with Autopilot's got a force of 40 tanks there, there is nowhere near enough units on Blodir's side. It's just purely the fact that he's got a couple of Jags there and a Bull that's forcing Autopilot back, slowly but surely.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's maybe a little stronger than you might think, because bulls have that AoE damage. So like if they're clustered like that, the bulls can do a lot of damage. But it is only one bull, so yeah, I mean, I think it's pretty close. Actually, he's splitting units off, going towards the center there, retreating with the rest. Second bull comes up here, or yeah, second bull comes up here. And I think as he retreats, he might get better engagements just from, I guess it's, yeah, he's getting some good engagements. It looks like Autopilot decides not to pursue it too hard. He's actually taking a lot of extra damage, just kind of running around in that position.
Yeah, Blodir does lose one bull, but that second bull kind of saved the engagement. A lot of Rex now being left on that side. When it comes to economy-wise, though, both players fairly even. Blodir a little bit behind, was a little bit behind, but is now pretty close to being even. Metal produced, Autopilot is technically ahead by about 5%.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Autopilot adding on more and more bulls. Actually, I mean, I guess both players are basically just doing the bull thing. I do wonder if they're going to do anything like Starlights or Ambassadors or anything like that, or if it's just going to be Bulls and Jaguars all the way down.
I'm probably
I think
gonna,
the map is... Go ahead.
Unless a player goes to Tech 3, I doubt we'll see Starlights. Starlights?
Yeah, I mean...
Pulsals, rather.
Yeah, I mean, they're just so not maneuverable. It's kind of rough if you get overwhelmed at a position, you just lose them for free.
And the energy cost to fire is extremely high, but we do see Autopilot going for air transports. What hijinks does he have planned here? Oh, he's just using its move. Okay.
Yeah, that's not that fancy. But I mean, I wonder if there's ever a play where you get the heavy transport a bull into their base or something like that, you know?
Oh, now we interestingly see Autopilot gaining ground on the left-hand side, but then losing ground on the right-hand side at the same time.
Yeah, I feel like Autopilot's in a pretty good position here, but he's being very careful with his T2 units, doesn't want to just waste them. Actually, both players being rather careful, just kind of, you know, pulling up, doing a bit of damage, pulling back before they overextend. All really smart moves. I do see a lot of people just like end up sacrificing those units, trying to get as much damage and value as they can at the moment. But I think with these T2 units, you know, pulling back, saving them for later, building up a bigger force and rolling in, you know, can be really strong moves.
But with E currently stalled, it's really difficult for players to do much, as well on top of the fact we see Autopilot trying to build the advanced Geo in the bottom right. It's bad timing for that wind still, but wind's picking up again, and we can see Autopilot's energy just zooming right up. And Blodir didn't experience as much problems because he does have 10 energy storage right now. He's still struggling with energy though, so there's only so much you can do.
Yeah, with the wind so very variable, it's really hard to have enough storage for it. But yeah, the Geo will certainly help once that's finished. Yeah, both players now just, you know, trading blows. You know, but Autopilot's actually getting up to the top right here. Doing some damage to these T2 mexes, that's pretty huge. Pretty sizable amount of the income.
First big income hit we've seen in a little while here, and the only breakthrough for, wow, at least 5 minutes. Such a vast comparison to the last game, which was over in like 9-minute matches, and we're 25 minutes in so far, and both players are looking fairly strong.
Yeah, both players playing a rather safe game in a way.
Interestingly enough, no Tech 2 defenses going down from either player here.
Yeah, I think T2 defenses would certainly help out a lot here. They're just so strong, right? Like even against something like Bulls.
Yeah, I would definitely slow it down, but I'm guessing both players kind of would prefer to have more Bulls than to put something in a static position.
Right. Yeah, it is a substantial cost.
The force on the right-hand side now getting cleaned up, and a bot lab built here by Blodir, pushing out more res bots. 7.29k metal in that right-hand side is a lot of metal to have, and at the same time, Blodir pushes in with a small force of bulls, and it's about to get sandwiched by a huge group of autopilot's units.
Yeah, there's certainly a lot of bull-on-bull action here. Yeah, even more bulls coming down the right-hand side for Blodir. Oh, decides not to. Just kind of, I guess, feigning pressure. Some pawns coming to help clear that out.
He was trying to micro his bull so that the metal extractor got in the way, but unfortunately not able to get any value from that bull, economy-wise.
Yeah. What do you think of all the fighters being produced now?
Both players are just cautious of another bombing run.
Yeah.
With this much energy on the map, it's quite difficult. We're also seeing a lot of players go for gunship snipes recently.
Yeah, that's a good point.
The Banshees, with a small force of them, maybe about 15, 20 of them, can take down a commander really quick.
Yeah, they definitely can. I mean, I don't think we'll see something like that on this map because it's so narrow. And there seems to be plenty of anti-air out, but I guess you never really know. Lots of scouting here from Autopilot. Just wants to see like what his opponent's actually up to. Instead of, just guessing. He sees some fighters, so I don't know. Maybe he thinks there's maybe going to be a bombing.
Wouldn't surprise me if we see some form of cheese from Autopilot, like a nuke. Wouldn't surprise me. But we do actually see a Starlight coming out from Autopilot here.
Okay.
If he can keep it defended, it will make short work of the bulls. But the problem is, it's got to make sure that it stays defended and doesn't get shot, because they are extremely fragile.
Yes. Blodir doing the same thing, adding on some Starlights now. Thinking about like, okay, there's enough bulls on the field that I can protect it.
Tech 2 pop-up defenses also going up in the middle now as well. It's going to make it a bit harder for Blodir to push in. And on the right-hand side, we just see how quickly these T2 defenses make Blodir turn around, making extremely short work of those bulls. Oh, but big force coming through the middle here.
Yeah, lots of ticks. Those ticks actually jumping on the Starlight.
Yeah, adding flanking damage to basically anything around here, as the bulls provide most of the damage.
Yep. Even having a couple of cons to reclaim the Rex there.
We have an extremely ballsy play over here, as we have Resbots putting metal into a ball whilst the airplane tries to reclaim it. So it's basically just a sheer donation of metal.
Oh, that's funny. Yeah, those bulls can't attack upwards, so why not?
Yeah, I lost Pulsar in the middle and a huge amount of metal now. 8k metal right outside of Blodir's base. And this is the thing, all of these fights are happening on Blodir's side, and Blodir's just getting more and more metal. And although saying that, when it looks at metal produced, we can see that Autopilot is ahead by a sizable chunk. 25% advantage.
He's had that, like, a bigger chunk of the map for a little bit longer, but yeah, sending those units in, having them getting taken out, and all those Rex piling up certainly gives a lot of metal back to Blodir.
Both players don't really seem like they really want to fully commit to anything.
Yeah, I mean, I think both players just kind of like looking for free damage, trying not to overextend, and trying to build up, some of those Starlights there.
At the moment, the most important thing for Blodir is trying to hold this middle and getting all of that reclaim. The more reclaim he can get here, could literally turn the tide. Army value, though, right now, 50% and growing towards Blodir. Autopilot just stopped building Tech 2 tanks for such a long time and building the defenses, and now Blodir is coming in to punish him.
Yeah, I think he needed to stay by the defenses if he's going to do that, because, you know, if you're putting that much value into your defenses and you venture forward, your army's going forward is not going to be as big as theirs, right?
Yeah, but cloakable pop-up artillery, the Rattlesnake, is doing tremendous work at just putting fire on those balls as they try to run past. Now, pretty much every lane has at least 4 pop-up turrets, just covering any avenue to attack Blodir. And Blodir, right now, actually overflowing metal. 2k worth of metal currently overflowed by Blodir.
Oof. That's quite a bit. Yeah, I wonder what Autopilot's choice, or what his plan's going to be once these, you know, now that the defenses are up. Is he going to do like a T3 transition or something like that?
Yeah, I was about to say, it wouldn't surprise me if we're about to see Tech 3 come out from Blodir here. Marauders wouldn't cut it, though. They'd get destroyed very quickly by the pitfalls.
For sure. Yeah.
So the question would be, would he go for long range, or would he just go, or try and go straight into Titans? Because Rattlesnakes wouldn't do anything either. That is true. Marauders could go around the flanks, which are pretty undefended, especially on that left-hand side.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a good choice. Yeah, I think you're right. I think, you know, for the most part, things like Razorbacks, you know, things like, you know, Marauders could do that, but like other than that, wouldn't be as useful like for straight up fighting. So yeah, I think, you know, is it going to be Vanguard? Is it going to be, you know, something like a Titan? I think would be kind of out of the question because they're so expensive, but I don't know, if you're in a good position and you're able to do it, it could be really useful.
I mean, all the units that Blodir has resurrected is slowly getting pushed down towards Autopilot's base. He is losing a lot of them, though, and is not really
these Rattlesnakes are
getting
certainly doing a lot of work. Just the crossfire, you know, and then the units meeting him in the middle there. I think that's making it really tricky.
The recent change to the auto trajectory mode is just making these artillery a lot more useful now.
Mm-hmm. Oh, but the Starlights get on top of that plasma. Yeah, there's a nice little ball of Starlights.
Oh, atomic bombers coming out from Blodir. Looks like he might be planning to go for a comm snipe.
Where's the comm? Okay, the comm is at base, just like helping produce stuff.
But not only that, we can see that a lot of Autopilot's fighters have been destroyed. Now, there is 3 flags circled there that will do a pretty good job at defending, but it all depends on what side you're attacking from. Not only that, but we see Autopilot rushing out a pulsar now as Blodir gets closer and closer to the base.
Yeah, this is getting pretty dicey for Autopilot here.
Both players now with Tech 2 Air, as Autopilot also has gunships coming out now. 14 of them, in fact, and an anti-nuke already prepped and ready to go. Indeed. Wow, that's a lot of fusions. Autopilot invested in a huge amount of fusions here. 8 currently. But here come the atomic bombers going for the fusions.
Yep, there they go. There goes a chunk of the base.
Alive.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting seeing the difference between fusions and winds on this map. I mean, wind is so good on this map. I'm kind of surprised we see so many fusions.
Huge amount of damage, and now for the finale, going for the advanced Geo.
There it goes.
Huge chunk of wind, no, not wind, sorry, huge chunk of energy that Autopilot has now lost. And Blodir's forces getting closer and closer to the base. Autopilot's comm, pretty risky position, but he can't really move. And now Blodir's
pretty
still
stuck in there,
isn't
isn't he?
Back. Yeah, when it comes to army value, we can see Blodir 100% advantage. Autopilot invested so much into static defenses and is now left with, well, basically just starlights and ticks.
Yeah, I mean, I think the difference between fusions and wind play in here a lot too. Just like the heavy cost of the fusions, and then just to lose them like that. I mean, that cost is gone now. You know, I think the army value has grown significantly for Blodir because of that.
Yeah, Blodir spread out his wind across the entire map. So even if he loses a part of it, it doesn't really affect him too much.
Yeah. Yeah, and this is getting a little bit dicey for Autopilot since he doesn't have the energy to use those starlights as easily.
He does still have 2
much.
fusions, so it's not the end of the world, but he does definitely need more energy. He is also rebuilding his Tech 2 Air Lab.
But yeah, he's gonna have so much metal here in a minute. Really desperately needs some more energy. I mean, I guess it's like, what do you do at that point, you know? Like, it takes so long to build that up.
Yeah, we can actually see drastically that metal excess was 2k in the red from Blodir, but now we're up at 3k and it's ticking up second by second. And advanced fusions being built by Blodir. He really thinks he's got time right now to be able to build those.
I mean, is he wrong? I think he's in a pretty good position to do that.
Surprised he's not just preferring to go for the win here, though, giving Autopilot the time to rebuild.
Yeah, well, certainly I think from our angle, it's very easy to say, like, oh, you should just win, right? But I think, you know, maybe he's just playing it safe, making sure that he's just like, you know, continuing to expand and, you know, has enough economy to secure a win.
He is
building
building
I think that's
up...
just play style.
Blodir is building up a small force of strat bombers here, currently with 3, with some scout planes ready to go. It looks like he might be probably going for the build power, I would say, right now. He could go for the fusions as well, but a build power hit would be quite big to Autopilot right now if he did lose all his build power.
Yeah, definitely. Autopilot has done a good job spreading out his build power, though. So, I mean, he certainly can still do a lot of damage with those bombers, though. We'll see how it goes.
They're currently set to target the starlights in the middle.
Oh, interesting. I mean, it's not like they can run away, right?
Does seem like a bit of a waste, though. I mean, there is plenty of air defense now.
Yeah, I wonder if he's just like thinking, oh, there is going to be plenty of anti-air at the base, so I might as well not even try for that. Just get a little something.
He could have tried to use them on this left-hand side, though. There's no air defense at all on this side, on the right, but Blodir finally managing to break through the defenses on the right-hand side, and will definitely get some Tech 2 metal extractors now, and this is the first metal extractor hit on Autopilot in a while. Blodir doing a tremendous job. And all of the forces of Autopilot desperately rushing to cut this off, and Blodir sees it and starts falling back. Those tanks are not going to manage to make it out, though.
Yeah, I think he was a little too deep to be able to fall back like that.
Although saying that, it looks like at least one of them is going to get out.
Yeah, one of them maybe. But yeah, I would say Blodir's in a commanding lead at this point. You know, definitely has lots of fighters out in case of something like that. He has anti-nuke. He doesn't have to worry about that. Has plenty of ground forces for stuff as well. You know, and the APHIS is going to be getting done pretty soon here. Well, I say that, it's like 60% done. So yeah, I'm curious to see what Autopilot's, you know, what is he going to do to get back in this game?
I think he just needs to hold on. His metal produced is still higher, so technically he has more stuff laying around. Energy produced is now no longer in his favor, ever since the fusions were bombed. Huge force now finally coming down the left-hand side. There's air there to support this push. And are we finally going to see...
just to like absorb some fire as well.
Yeah, we're finally going to see a breakthrough on the left. Most of Autopilot's forces are on the right-hand side, but no, it looks like instead pushing back with the air.
Yeah, I think he's seeing that there's just so much anti-air from the grounds that he can't, you know, fight with his fighters with. Chooses instead to be a little bit more careful about it.
Actually, something that might work out really well in Blodir's favor is a LRPC right next to his pulsar right in the middle. That would have free range.
Actually, yeah, I like that. I like that a lot.
It would hit everything inside of Autopilot's base, and it would also be very heavily defended.
Yeah, and it's not even that, like, at this point, it's not really that big of an investment either.
He's also got the Tech 2 constructors already in the middle. He's building pulsars everywhere. And it's only just a little bit more expensive metal-wise to build one of those rather than a pulsar, but it's cheaper energy, so...
Right, yeah, totally. Yeah, I do like his playstyle, though. He is, like, just slowly advancing on the right. You know, just very methodical. Like, knows when to back out, knows when to attack. You know, this is looking really, really strong for Blodir.
Yeah, army value now up to 7. It's just rising slowly but surely.
Yeah. Like, such a careful game.
Great use of ticks here
trying to come in. Yeah.
Yeah, to try and take some of the shots for the Starlights. Also, we see Autopilot try and make some room here. This is one of the things that's key to do in a 1v1 is if you're losing, you know, try and turn the tide, try and, like, take action somewhere else to force your opponent to react. Unfortunately, not really able to do much, but...
Yeah, I think Blodir a little bit too smart for that. Already has some units on the side, just in case.
Good Jaguar push in the bottom right-hand corner, though, managing to get a metal extractor. There's a large amount of energy converters there, 18, that are going to pop in like a second. There we go. Lovely explosion. And another metal extractor there, getting killed.
Yeah, they... Wait, do they... No, okay, so they can't traverse that at all. Okay, I was just like double checking. But yeah, these Starlights, there's certainly a lot of them. He could potentially push these in a little quicker. But I think he's seeing that Pulsar sitting there, like he might be rethinking it, maybe trying to look for a different angle of attack instead of just throwing units away, potentially.
He also needs to be careful because they are all very grouped up, and the Starlights are extremely volatile. You don't want one to blow up and it then just kills your entire army.
What would you think of an EMP launcher from Autopilot?
It's hard to say. I don't think it would do much. Yeah, there is a sizable force of units amassing in the middle here. A bunch of lightning tanks, Jaguars, and there we go. We do actually see it. The tech-free transition from Blodir. What is he going to build in it? That's the question. He has the time.
Yeah, he certainly has the time. I would, like, seeing his playstyle, I would expect him to do something like a Vanguard. What is your prediction?
Yeah. More likely the Vanguard, yeah. I was going to say 4s would work very well with his sorts of playstyle as well, but they're just so expensive. He'd probably
something
rather
to
go
just
for the
absorb some damage as those Starlights push forward. I think that's a good call too.
Not only that, the 4 with the EMP launchers will be able to just EMP both of the pulsars as it pushes up, and then they're just void. Yeah, as Brywork says, he's built the factory. What's he building from it? Nothing.
He's still thinking. It's a tough decision.
What would work quite well right now would have been, if he still had his Tech 2 vehicle lab, would have been, as you mentioned it earlier on, an ambassador. He had an ambassador just right here in the middle. It would be able to take all of this defense out slowly but surely on the left-hand side. There'd probably be nothing that Autopilot could do about it.
Yeah, see, like I'm a big fan of, like, if you see a bunch of defenses, like, yeah, the game is basic, you know, like early game, for example, is like basically like fast units, run them at your opponent, right? Like just do all this stuff with those. But what if you just had a couple rocket bots mixed in to get like better value against static defenses? I think it would be pretty strong. And in the same way here, ambassadors to take out the, you know, the pork there. I think would be really strong.
Autopilot losing more and more starlights as time goes on, but the very first Vanguard has made its way out with all of its 6 legs stomping away. And actually going
that's 2 more legs than before.
Yeah, going down to the left-hand side here, actually going to attack that location instead, which is kind of surprising. Don't know why.
Well, I suppose he's going to use it like the Ambassador, right? Like just assault that position.
Yeah, he could have pushed it in the middle though and actually started applying pressure from the middle instead. But I guess he's got units there. He wants to take out the Tech 2 economy that Autopilot has on the left-hand side.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is a safer play in a way because Autopilot being a little bit further behind doesn't really have the forces to do both, the left and the right. So I think it's just trying to split his attention and make it hard for him to defend both sides. So opening that up will allow him to just like create another front that Autopilot just can't deal with.
Also going into 46 minutes of the first game of these guys. We've got at least one more to go after this.
Yes. Quite the difference here between that fight with X Factor. Both these players, you know, just being very cautious, very methodical about their plays. But yeah, 2 Vanguards up here attacking those static defenses. They don't actually have that much damage, so it is going to be a minute before they actually take this out.
Lich Bombers on the right-hand side taking out a huge amount of Starlights. Pretty much the entire Starlight force, with the exception of one, completely gone on the right-hand side, and there goes all of that pressure that Blodir had.
Yeah, I mean, I think he still has enough to like pressure a little bit, but he can't really attack, right? He can just like kind of sit there and prevent expansion.
Yeah, he's rebuilt his Tech 2 lab now, and a Titan has arrived, marching its way down the center of the map.
It's certainly going to add some pressure down the center as well. So yeah, it's just like all 3 lanes going to have you know, pressure on it in a moment here.
And these Vanguards are making short work of the defenses on the left. And something you actually never see, Autopilot has closed the pulsars on the left-hand side, putting them into hunker down mode. You basically never see players do this, but it does actually increase their armor value, just like Solars do. And you can see how little damage that pulsar is taking.
Yeah, it's going to take a lot longer for those Vanguards to attack it, or to destroy it. Big push here from on the left-hand side here. Meanwhile, Autopilot is going for his own T3, and I think this is a rough timing for him. He really needs units to deal with this at the moment.
Yeah, the breakthrough is
also going for...
left.
Yeah, these are going to be getting towards the base pretty soon here, and I don't think Razorbacks are really the play here. But unfortunately, I think it's probably one of the better things that he could do at this moment because, you know, things like Thors are just going to take too long to come out, right?
Yeah, and with the sight of the Titan,
calls it.
Yeah, Autopilot calls the GG. A 49-minute long game as round 1.
Round 1
goes to Blodir.
Now that was a nice match, though. Just seeing like the contrast between this and the last one is pretty stark.
Yeah, it's interesting to see. You can see when you go on that energy produced mark, you can see the moment where the fusions were destroyed as there's just a dip, huge dip in the energy produced of Autopilot. Very, very harsh for him.
Yeah. Yeah, rough game for him, but I think he's, you know, he's not out yet. He could pull it back. You know, maybe he adjusts to some of those mistakes. Maybe he gets a little more anti-air or something like that.
And now we move to Archsimkats Valley.
Yes.
This map I've actually seen the commentator from the last round, Mr. Randy, choose some very interesting starts on this map. So we'll see if Blodir or Autopilot try to match the start that he's been doing recently and apply a lot of early pressure. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah, I actually haven't seen a lot of 1v1s on this map. I usually see it as like 3s or 4s. So yeah, this will be interesting for sure.
Yeah, both of these two maps generally seen as team game maps, 3v3 maps. So 1v1s on these larger maps do tend to go a bit later. I say that, but obviously X Factor was on the same map and did it in 9 minutes. So yeah. Yeah. I mean, I think our last map, Eye of Horus, was you know, it is usually a 3s map, but I feel like it's pretty narrow and like, I don't know, the distance to your opponent's not that far, but at the same time, it's like narrow enough that it can get porked up like that. This map, however, pretty big by comparison. Only has the three lanes really. I mean, there are some ways through the water. We'll see if that comes into play, but yeah, I think I'd imagine a lot of airplays here eventually. Yeah. And not to forget, whoever loses this game will go on to face Wraxell in the losers bracket. So yeah, they're not out. Even if they lose this, they still go into the losers bracket with a chance of still getting into the final. So who knows? Blodir we can see both these players again. Okay, yeah, I think it was a long match, so yeah. A little bit of a break would be good, probably, for them.
Yeah, you'd think for a game one, you don't really expect it to go almost 50 minutes, right? That was.
Yeah, well, I certainly didn't expect it on Eye of Horus either.
Yeah, that pawn phase was actually insane. That was ridiculous. So much stuff happening at once. Fun to watch, but probably a little tiring to play, I imagine. Maybe Blodir calling the start vote, and here we go. All right, good luck. Enjoy.
So even though Auto had such a huge metal advantage throughout that game, not really able to pull off a win, and Blodir just persevered. Will he be able to change the course of battle this time round? Who knows? Now, Blodir going for a very ordinary start here on the top left hill.
Yeah, that's the typical start, right?
Yes. Now, I have seen players recently start in to counter Blodir's position. Start here on the map in the top right-hand corner.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, I suppose it's just like keeps you a lot safer. There's like really only one way into your base or whatever, compared to the hill there.
But also the distance to cover is a lot shorter, so you can move across and then basically lock your opponent's base off completely, and they are stuck up on that hill. Now you have to be extremely aggressive to do that, so it wouldn't surprise me if X Factor plays this map. That is a tactic that he will use. But it does look like Autopilot mirrored the start position and also started in the island on the bottom right-hand side.
Yeah. So, like, this is a map where the tree reclaim's pretty good, right? Like, they're pretty big trees.
Yeah, start off here, just the trees just directly outside of his base on the lower side of the hill is 13,000 worth of energy. And just in the little low ground behind, we're talking another 7,000 energy. So it's not surprising that we'd see both players start with bot labs here to get those res bots out early.
Yeah. Now, a bit of a difference in opener here too, because the solar opener, solar from autopilots, wind is only at 2 right now, so it probably feels pretty bad to build winds on this map because the max is 19, but you got to do what you got to do.
Yeah, Blodir being a bit hopeful there, building 3 winds to start off with. The wind just didn't pick up. It is now starting to, finally, and Blodir will start gaining enough energy to build correctly.
Yeah, but that does give autopilots a little bit... he's a little bit further ahead from opening those solars. Gonna have his first con out probably a little quicker.
Yeah, Blodir also going Resbot to start here with. And when looking at build queues, we have Resbot, Con, then Ticks from Blodir, and we have Cons, 2 of them, and then Ticks from Autopilot, then into a Resbot. So different priorities from both players. Autopilot prioritizing expansion, whereas Blodir prioritizing kind of energy income, meaning that he can put his commander's build power fully into this. Blodir actually putting all of that reclaimed E into a very, very early construction turret here.
Okay, yeah, I like that. At the same time, though, since his expansion is going to be a little bit slower, I think it's going to be hard to fully utilize it, but maybe, I guess he just pushes out his commander a little sooner that way.
Yeah, we can actually see that straight away. The con turret's finished, Blodir's commander now making his way down south. Whereas Autopilot's commander using his build power to just pump out the factory. And we actually see so far Autopilot with 3 cons out and about, whilst Blodir is still on 1.
Yeah, that's a pretty stark difference here. I think Autopilot's economy is going to explode a bit here because of that. I mean, the Resbot's nice, but the wind was doing so well for a while that I feel like he didn't really need it.
Even though he got all of that reclaim, his energy is very fluctuating in the middle here. Basically just matching what he's able to get. And finally, the Ticks have made their way to the base. Blodir has to cancel construction of a metal extractor in order for the commander to save the metal extractor from extinction.
Yeah, so we got some Blodir Ticks crossing the map as well, going for going for the expansion at the bottom of Autopilot. There's nothing here to defend at the moment, but some pawns are in pursuit.
Maybe I'd even get a construction bot here in the bottom corner as they just spin round and round and are able to get one. Great value as they're also going to be able to get 3 metal extractors as well.
Oof.
Maybe not 3.
No, self-D goes off. Kills all 3 Ticks. Nice moves from Autopilots here.
And for those of you that are watching that are not aware, some buildings and even units have special extra damage dealt when they self-destruct. Metal extractors, LLTs, and the like. So if you're able to micro that time in tremendously well, you can often deal with a lot of raiding units that way.
Yeah, Mexes especially, because they only have a 1-second timer on them, you know, compared to an LLT that has a 5-second timer. But yeah, lots of pawns here from Autopilot.
Both players, though, extremely struggling on energy at the moment as the wind has dipped down to 3. But
having to build some more solar.
Yeah, Autopilot, though, has all of his Trico at the back of his base ready to go. And hasn't only just started touching it, rather. Whereas Blodir, obviously, eaten all that already. He doesn't really have much trees left to eat.
Yeah, I really like that, actually, just to, like, save it for later. Save it till you need it. Bit of engagement here in the center right. But yeah, those Rex are certainly going to go to Autopilot.
I get the feeling we may be in for another long game.
Yeah. I mean, I think a big part of that is just the map is so like open and wide.
Oh, this Tick managing to skirt Blodir's micro here. Stayed alive in enemy territory for ages, but finally gets taken out.
Yep. Meanwhile, some pawns on the other side of the map for Blodir. Gonna take out that radar. Small blow, but, you know.
It also takes out the trees.
Oh, yeah, good point.
Although not a major deal, will be enough to kind of, you know, reduce some of the energy. Also, these Ticks getting a metal extractor each.
Oh, both of them. Yeah.
Autopilot may have extended quicker, but he's not able to secure those mexes and consistently losing them. Whereas Blodir able to defend pretty much every single metal extractor he's had, with the exception of he's lost 1 right next to his commander. Also, these pawns managing to make it through as well. And there's going to be another 3 metal extractors lost for autopilot in this early game.
Yeah, it looks to me like Blodir's method is a little bit more methodical, a little bit more defensive, putting up more LLTs, and autopilot trying to do a bit of a loose and fast expansion there, and losing a couple of mexes for it.
Currently, we see a lovely queue of 1,074 pawns queued up by Blodir here. Clearly planning to be on pawns for a very long time.
Yeah, that's certainly way too many units. But yeah, I mean, I guess you just hold like shift to control, and then you like queue up 10 or 100 at a time.
Ironically, they actually both have the same build queue. Autopilot just cancelled his, but they did have the exact same build queue.
Crazy.
Now this is
maybe that's the OP strats.
Yeah, this is a sizable chunk of pawns though, moving down the bottom, and if Blodir isn't paying attention, it's 12 pawns here. If microed correctly, would be able to take out the commander.
Yeah, that's definitely a threat for a commander, especially if they're like well spread out and hitting from multiple angles. It can go down real quick against pawns, or with pawns. I don't think he quite knows that it's there though. Oh, but he's going there that way anyways.
We may be able to see a potential danger point here for Blodir. It's not enough pawns really to write home about, but LLT going up will be enough to stave him off.
Especially with the split, the pawn split to go opposite or not opposite, but different directions. Yeah, it looks like Blodir is going to find a con on the right-hand side here. Nice little pick.
Yeah, Blodir has a bit of a problem now, though. He's fallen behind when it comes to army value, and he is starting to get outnumbered in pretty much every direction.
Yeah, I guess the fast expanding from autopilot's really paying off now. He didn't quite lose enough to offset that, I guess.
Blodir's commander there with a tremendous D-gun, managing to get like 6 pawns of a single D-gun. Leaving just the one guy left to roam around and hope to find some value. Autopilot does manage to get a con just outside of Blodir's base, with all units heading the wrong direction. These guys are now free to roam up and just get some damage.
Yeah, there is a lot of pawns on the right-hand side there. See, it's a mass of 17 pawns. 14 are stationed there to defend, but he's going to need a few more. But I suppose like even if all those pawns go down, the Rex are going to be more on Blodir's side.
There is a small force of pawns that managed to get a couple of metal extractors. Oh, and those pawn armies just moved right past each other. Tremendous.
They totally missed each other. Yeah, I mean, I think this is a little bit better for autopilot. He's going to be able to get pretty... Well, I say that, but there are plenty of pawns to defend, whereas I don't see a lot of pawns on autopilot's side to defend.
It's not only that. Blodir has amassed quite a few LLT defenses in positions that autopilot not quite the same. We actually see Blodir splitting off.
Go ahead.
Blodir splitting off some forces, managing to catch out another con on the right-hand side, as well as making his way through the back, getting more and more metal extractors that are completely undefended.
Yeah, I like little splits like this, just to be able to, like, you send a main force in, but then you split them off to, like, hit all the different mexes. It's, like, super APM intensive, but if you can do it, killing off all those different mexes is so good. And then you gotta chase them down in every which direction.
Yeah, both at the bottom and the top, a simultaneous attack, and middle, actually, is autopilot attacks in every location at the same time. The bottom force is completely wiped out, but the middle force which now has vehicles in it, blitzes, does manage to make it through.
We see an air transition as well from autopilot going into Banshees here. Now Banshees, I mean, it's a pretty wide open map, so I mean, the mexes are pretty spread out, so Banshees can pick off these pawns pretty easily. But yeah, I mean, I don't know if he has enough ground forces though. You know what I mean?
But Blodir's commander is extremely exposed and on his own at the moment. It does look he's probably using the gunships to just kind of pick off metal extractors.
Yeah. Yeah, especially if Blodir's expanding to that pocket. You know, it's pretty hard to get units or, you know, anything down there to defend it.
Surprisingly, those gunships are going directly towards the commander. Not that they realize that he's there.
Right. Yep, just gonna go after those mexes. He's got one on defense though, picking off a couple pawns at the bottom center. Yeah, there's a pretty sizable force. He ends up splitting it. You know, Blodir is defending with part of them and the other half moving forward now down the center. And with this air transition, like, I don't know if autopilot's really going to have an answer for this.
Well, fighters are already out from Blodir. That's shot down all of the gunships that were attacking. He did reclaim his bot lab to do it, though.
Oh, interesting. Maybe he's going to go for a bomber play once he has a few fighters out. Well, I guess the army moving towards autopilot's base is going to get pretty well cleaned up here, but they are rejoining with the rest of the group here. But yeah, I think they're going to not be able to stand to all these blitzes. But yeah, this is definitely another good idea to have some like air cons roaming around, because like the mexes are so spread out that air cons can like really save you, because they can get over to all the different mexes quite quickly.
Yeah, you do need to group them up because their build power is not great, but
right.
He is able to reclaim territory that he lost from the raids extremely quickly. And we can see these blitzes making tremendous short work against the pawns.
Yeah, but he does have some Banshees coming in here now, and blitzes, of course, can't attack airs, so these are going to be completely uncontested for now. Yeah, both players kind of just like trading blows overall. I mean, army values are like dead even at the moment. Metal value goes a little bit towards Blodir, but you know, otherwise it's pretty even.
It's not a lot to write home about though, the metal difference at the moment. When it comes to metal produced, there's basically less than 1,000 metal between the two players at this point.
Right. So yeah, pretty even game here so far.
Say when it comes to aggression though, Blodir's aggression has definitely been a lot more successful. Actually managing to inflict damage. Him staying with pawns against the blitzes may end up being his downfall. But we see he's actually transitioned to vehicles himself, as well as a bot lab here for resbots.
Yeah, he's doing that transition. I think will certainly help him deal with those blitzes a lot better. But yeah, I think you're right. He has had like a little bit better engagements, doing some damage here and there. But I think autopilot's been expanding a little bit faster. So like the little bits of damage get offset, but then you know more get taken out, and you know it is a little bit favored in terms of income for Blodir. But yeah, we'll just have to see.
No gunships yet from autopilot or bombers, just more fighters, and that's it. In the top right-hand corner, there's a literal 2 pawns was managed to take out a construction vehicle there that will delay the expansion a little bit longer.
But yeah, I mean, he did produce a couple of Banshees to deal with those blitzes that were advancing, but I think they were taken out by the air units.
I think the biggest difference is going to be here is the sheer quantity of res bots. Blodir has res bots, and he's able to res all of the stuff across the map, whereas Autopilot is just kind of
Autopilot just
all the
scouted.
wrecks.
That's true, but so Autopilot just scouted. He sees that there's a T2 lab that is finished. So I think he's going to turn on the aggression here to try to force Blodir back a little bit, and then maybe get T2 for himself.
Yeah, but the aggression dies very quickly on this top side as...
but the
Actually,
aggression on the
that's-
bottom side.
Yeah, the
There's some
aggression on the bottom
blitzes
side.
roaming around.
Nothing really to defend against that right now. By the time it gets up to the commander's side, there will be forces there to defend, but... We actually see Autopilot pumping out a huge amount of stouts here with the intention to push along the top, whereas all of the Jaguars of Blodir, are actually just heading south.
Yeah, he has to take care of that big army that Autopilot's pushed, and so yeah, I think that's a good opportunity to send those stouts up to the north, where those units aren't. But he does have to deal with all these pawns that have been resurrected. Actually decides to turn around with those stouts, just sending the faster units forward. And actually, he's able to clean up a lot of those res bots. So the big blunder or problem here for Blodir, losing those res bots like that.
Also in the middle, a small push, managing to get 2 extra cons for the cost of just a couple of blitzes. That's nothing really. The question is,
so that advantage that...
Yep.
I was just gonna say, well,
you go.
Okay, so I was gonna say, oh yeah, the T2 timing I think has pushed him back a little bit at this point because he's lost a lot of territory, and it's just really hard to control so much territory with those more expensive units. And this has allowed Autopilot to kind of claw his way back into just having more of a metal advantage, but at the same time, upgrading those T2 mexes are certainly helping Blodir as well.
Yeah, I was kind of surprised that Blodir didn't apply more pressure with his force on the bottom side. There's only a few LLTs there. He could have probably pushed through quite a bit, but instead choosing to concentrate on this fight along the middle.
Yeah, I think this really just goes back to his style of just like chilling out, not pushing the issue, not overtaxing his APM, instead just like focusing on the pure strategy of like, okay, I don't want to throw away my units here. Why don't we just chill for a minute and focus elsewhere?
Yeah, another big thing of note is also there's 1.2k metal on the top side that Blodir's already eating, as well as the 1.2k metal just behind his central army that he's also got access to, and now he's just gotten complete control of another 1.2k in the middle. So that's a lot of metal for Autopilot to just leave uncontested. But he has just finished his own Tech 2 factory and has gone straight into the advanced Geo.
Yeah, I think this is a pretty big difference between the two players too, is just the amount of res bots out. I mean, Blodir lost a gigantic chunk of res bots at the top, but he still has plenty roaming around the map, whereas Autopilot only has a single res bot left. And so like gobbling up that metal, like pretty big deal at this point.
Another interesting thing is that Blodir just has chosen not to build his Geo whatsoever. I say that, and he literally is going to build it now.
And the safe Geo also.
Yeah, it makes sense. A non-safe Geo in that position will basically destroy half the base if he's not careful. But big mistake here from Blodir as his forces get completely surrounded and a lot of flanking damage being done there, and that army is just completely destroyed. And
yeah, that's a nice big wreck field right there for him.
Yeah, 2.6k metal, they're ready to be eaten, and the aircraft are already gobbling all of that up.
Yep. Another good reason to have that aircraft. Yeah, the pacing of the game's going to slow down a little bit here as our players just kind of gear up for T2 stuffs.
Blodir's struggling with energy though right now. That Prude that he's building obviously eating a lot of his energy. And he didn't really have enough energy going into it. He probably could stop fighter production, but I guess he doesn't want to risk being outscaled. Now there is a nice attack from just a couple of Jaguars moving along the top, slowly just whittling away a couple of metal extractors. Not only that, but they have AA, so they're also taking out
taking out the fighters. Yeah, I mean, that might open up the doors for some kind of airplay from Blodir.
Yeah, single hero pawn in the top right as well, killing a construction vehicle and the metal extractor as well.
Scouting going up for Blodir. Sees how the where the cons are for expansion.
Yeah, but when we look at the stats right now, look at metal produced. For Blodir, 76k, and for Autopilot, 64. A huge 10k, over 10k metal difference between the two players right now. And that's really difficult
it's certainly
to deal with.
Changed over the time. Because Autopilot certainly doesn't have the real estate that he used to. Lost a lot of it, just during all the different various engagements. But yeah, I would say Blodir here is in a really good position again.
Yeah, and actually we also see Blodir with a tremendous amount more energy storage than his opponent Autopilot.
Oh wow,
11 energy storages for Blodir, but Autopilot with only 5.
He's got 5. I mean, he has the advanced geo, so I think that's certainly going to smooth out some of that wind. I suppose he doesn't quite need as much stored away. The Jags coming in here, not doing much. Little, just easily picked off by the Pitbull and the Bull sitting here.
Yeah, the Bull's doing a good job at the bottom, though. They're just staying out of the range of the Stouts, just slowly whittling them down. Blodir playing very much the patient game.
Yes.
The question is, how would Blodir's playstyle work against someone like X Factor that just kind of all-ins you?
Well, I mean, I suppose if you defend everything really, really well, you can be in a good position. But, that's going to be really tough against someone like X Factor. So that is a good question.
Yeah. Now, a Tech 2 Air Factory just finished building by Blodir here. He isn't queuing up any sort of aggressive units just yet, but he definitely already has air superiority with amount of fighters and just map control in general.
Yeah, even continuing on with the fighter production with the T2 lab. I guess I think from his perspective, he's probably just being extra safe about it. Like, probably knowing that he's ahead and probably just checking off boxes like, okay, what can my opponent do that can turn the tides? So I guess just like making sure he's good on anti-air.
Yeah, the Bulls do take a bit of a beating here, not retreating to their teammates. Although I think there's still enough Bulls to deal with all of Autopilot's ones.
Yeah, it seems a bit of a misstep for Autopilot here.
Yeah, even with Blodir's lack of micro there, he was still able to do everything to just survive that. Tech 2 defense going up. Pitbull already built.
Oof. Yeah, the Pitbull's there, but yeah, there's really not much defending the the advanced constructor and these consoles. If Blodir only moved forward a little bit.
Well, he doesn't need to, as Bulls pull up just behind, drastically trying to build medium mines, but ends up taking out his own constructor.
That's unfortunate.
And there goes the Prude.
Okay, here comes that attack a little bit further south, joining up with those forces from the north by those mines. And yeah, this is a bit rough because I mean that's a lot of money in those consoles and that T2 constructor. Meanwhile, at the north, there's also an attack. Mostly just Jags and Ticks. But Oh, I'm sorry, Bulls on the advance with Jags and Ticks defending. Looks like that's going to be parried away.
That Prude is still somehow alive.
Well, that's what they're there for, right?
And Blodir going to tier 3 again with Marauders this time. Already 3 of them out. And this is the perfect map for Marauders. There is so much terrain to cover. Autopilot's
well, not to mention,
struggle.
like, there's also the pawns that they can just like go through pretty quickly. I mean, all the units can go through there, but yeah, they can do it a little bit faster, have a little bit more access there as well.
Yeah, the question is, where is he going to send them? I'm expecting him to go straight down the middle with them.
Oh, interesting. I suppose I'm not much of a run Marauders down the center kind of guy. I'm more of a run them along the sides where it's a little bit more difficult to get all your forces to deal with them, but there is quite a bit of opening there.
Yeah, that's the only area where there's not really any large group of forces. There's, you know, a decent size of bulls at the top, definitely a decent size down the bottom. So pushing them through the middle where there's only just starting to be some ticks and bulls now might be the right call.
Yeah, I think for this exact situation, like that would be the right thing to do. Oh, looks like he's going towards the bottom though.
Blodir taking a bit of a fight along the top, not really getting too much value from that and deciding to pull back a bit. Now the issue is here is there is a lot of reclaim being gotten along the bottom with 2k metal, 3k metal-ish around there, and plenty of bulls, Rex, to be nommed up or resurrected by autopilot, which will give him a bit of an advantage. Not enough though versus the 12 Marauders that are on their way in.
Yeah, that's certainly gonna hurt in a minute.
Autopilot's commander though is in a very good position to degun these. He's on that right side of his base already.
It looks like he's deciding to, well, I guess maybe just not reacting quite yet with it. Lots of ticks here. Marauders with some, you know, they have anti-air as well, so some of these fighters are going down. Ticks coming in, getting a lot of good flanking damage.
Yeah, the Marauders going up into a hill though.
Yeah. Bit of a safety play against those ticks so that there's, you know, no flanking damage being done with those bulls.
At the same time, there's a small push of bulls through the middle. He's now decided to turn them round. And this is a slight problem with the Marauders, that they're extremely squishy for Tech 3. And don't really stand up very well.
They're pretty close to a bull actually in terms of like hit points and stuff. But look at these res bots like coming in here, just stealing the metal here real quick. I guess the side's against it with all those bulls though.
Yeah, Razorbacks though coming down the middle. Blodir realizing that the Marauders weren't really cutting it. And the Razorbacks will make very short work of the ticks. And finally, this Prude will get killed.
After a while.
Yeah. Oh, wait. Still hasn't killed it. It's still got 6% health.
Yeah, well, that's why you get a Prude, right? So tanky.
I really hope he sends just a single tick to go deal with it. No, he sent a bull. Okay, that's fine.
Yeah. Oh, but look at this. Roughnecks coming up here at the bottom. And if he wants, this can like easily take care of those Starlights. But he's got his anti-air's a little bit further behind. So I think a lot of these are going to go down. Oh, but they're only T1 fighters. So yeah, they don't quite go down.
Yeah, quite risky fighting on top of landmines, and I have no idea what caused that explosion.
Me neither. What was that? Or was it just like an aircraft like falling out of the sky? Was it just like converters that blew up? I'm not sure.
It was converters. Yeah, this Razorback gonna get completely destroyed though. Just not enough to break through.
Yeah,
And
well, these
Blodir
Starlights
falls
certainly
back.
helping out a lot.
Oh, yeah.
The gunships have moved to the north, though. I guess just taking care of all this stuff now that the fighters are gone.
Yeah. Blodir with complete air dominance again. Able to just slowly tick away at all the expansion of autopilot. Pretty much risk-free now.
Yeah, quite the play from Blodir, just biding his time, you know, making sure he has plenty of defense, having plenty of things across all the different lanes to, you know, to defend with. But then also like slowly building on fighters, adding on enough that if he overwhelms his opponent in air, he has all these other choices that he can do too.
I mean, at this point, I don't see how autopilot could win with what he has available to him. But
yeah, he's got that tiny little corner left.
Yeah, fair play to him for not just surrendering straight away and trying to play it out.
Yeah.
That does definitely take some courage to not give in straight away when you're, you're definitely on the losing side.
Yeah, well, I like to tell people that, like, yeah, you can give up and just, like, you know, do another match, and that's fine. But at the same time, you're kind of losing out on learning this part, learning to crawl back from, like, a bad position. You know, and I've seen some really good players, like, you know, they look like they're down and out, but then they just, like, win the game somehow. It's, like, crazy. Certainly a really good skill to have, though.
Indeed, and Blodir just amassing a huge army of Razorbacks. Currently on the map, there are 13 Razorbacks. All of the numbers in the spectator HUD in the top right-hand corner are red.
And not just red, but pretty far red.
Yeah, 260% metal a second, almost 200% energy a second. It's just such a huge number difference.
Yeah, 200% is quite a lot. Well, we'll maybe get to see if these mines blow up friendly units or not as this pushes forward. I guess he decides not to retreat, just pushes forward with the bulls. And yeah, there's just so many. Autopilot might be GGing here in a moment. We'll probably wait to see the mines go off, though, right?
He's trying for the D-gun. His commander is cloaked, pushed out. This is a lot of metal invested in these Razorbacks, and if they... he does
look at that. He just pulls back. He says, okay, I just did some damage. Let's pull back a little bit, repair up, not lose the units. Like, pretty smart stuff right there.
Autopilot calling the GG there. And well played, Blodir.
Yeah, very well played. I like that. Like you can tell he's like really thinking about all these different angles and just so methodical about it all.
And that's it. Blodir goes through. Autopilot moves into the losers bracket.
Yeah, let's see. Who is he playing down there?
Wraxell.
Wraxell. Yeah, so I guess what? Up next we got Zlo versus UD.
Yeah,
and then we'll have the other losers bracket.
Like, I knew it could go either way between those guys, but Blodir looked pretty strong. Like, that was, like, he was pretty, like, the first game was much closer, but that second game, like, he just seemed like he totally dominated auto. Did not expect that. But that was
I didn't really either.
Yeah.
Didn't he thought he would be he believed himself. He thought he might win, but he wasn't sure of himself.
Well,
he didn't pull it off.
I mean, I think Blodir is definitely, he's proving that I think he's got what it takes to win. If he can find a way to deal with maybe like X Factor's a little more insane aggression, I think he's showing he's got a shot.
It's by X Factor writing in the chat that he would prefer to play against Blodir compared to Autopilot.
Yeah, he's thrown the gauntlet down, yeah. We'll have to see exactly, what that looks like, and if that bites him in the ass, we'll have to see. So, it's looking like, I'm assuming, Barcast might have to confirm, are we going to watch the Wraxell and Autopilot game, or are we going to watch the Chisato's Low game? Is there any...
I suppose we're going to watch the Wraxell
Autopilot. That'd be kind of nice. I don't think we got to see Wraxell almost at all yesterday. I think we were watching a lot of other games. It'll be interesting to see, how he performs in Dotto. And I guess
so far the only player who has taken the map off X Factor.
That's true. That is true. And we should clarify that Otto is not out. Otto has moved down to the losers bracket, so he does still have a chance to bring this back and climb his way back up to fight whoever wins between X Factor and Blodir. And I guess we're just gonna see if we can find Wraxell and get this game going. But that was that was a pretty, that first game was just crazy to watch. Like there's just so many pawns everywhere just sprinting around the map. I feel like in the qualifiers we're seeing a little bit more. Okay, some of these maps are like a little more core vehicle heavy, or no, I don't know about a heavy, but we would see it every now and again. But now it's just these maps that we've seen today are just a pure pawn on pawn action. But
yeah, I was following the first game, and it looked like Autopilot had a pretty decent advantage. I'm not really quite sure when he fell behind or like what happened, other than the like atomic bombers.
Yeah, the liches, right? Yeah,
the liches. Yeah, so it's a bit unfortunate though. I thought he was in a pretty good position in that game. So
I think I liked that game. Blodir, like he didn't go into any expensive like energy generation for the majority of the game, not until way later. Like he was almost entirely wind based. Like towards the end, his entire side of the map was just a wind farm, and he was
into Aethys.
He was getting a lot of energy from that. Whereas Otto had like what 6 or 7 fusions, and the moment the liches showed up, well, I mean, he lost them all. But yeah, the tier 2 air swap. If you notice, like I know there's several times in that game where we noticed that Blodir had like scouts in Otto's base, showing that there really wasn't a lot of air, and he capitalized on that pretty well with the liches, I think. So yeah, it will be interesting to see what if we see anything like that.
Turns out 25 wind speed is good for
it's pretty good.
wind turbines. Yeah,
it's pretty good. Yeah, because Otto did have a pretty large metal lead, I think, for a good chunk of that game too, right?
Right.
And it just seemed like the moment those fusions died, and I guess he invested a lot more into defense too than Blodir did. Like there's like pop-ups everywhere, there's pulsars everywhere, there's rattlesnakes everywhere. Like where's Blodir?
He was somehow up on metal produced the entire game, but somehow also down on army value.
Yeah. I mean, it's just turrets don't move, you know.
Yeah, I think in the T2 phase, maybe he fed a little bit too much of the bulls, being a little aggressive. I mean, that's the only thing I can really think of.
Yeah, it was really back and forth. Really, for most of the game, I feel like I could have gone either way. And I think the liches were probably, like you said, the big defining moment where it was just kind of like, it's going to be hard to bring that one back.
Very cinematic. Well done on Blodir, giving us a good shot.
Yeah, for sure. In fact, those liches almost, like, they didn't even make it in almost. Like, I think the first 2 got in at like 10% HP over the flags or something. It was very close.
Yeah, he got tickled by the mobile flag behind the hill.
I wonder if we're gonna see any of like the more vehicle favored maps and see maybe a little more core vehicle, or if it's just gonna be these pawn spammy maps.
We had a very quick first series and a very long and drawn out epic second series. Let's see how the third one is going to pan out.
I mean, I kind of expected most of these to be decently long. Like, if you look at the players that are left, these are all, like, pretty decent macro players. Like, they're not high APM, like, micro players, but, like, you think most of these guys are pretty macro-oriented. I honestly would have expected them to be pretty long games. So that first series was a big shock.
I mean, everybody knows that X Factor can also go into, like, these drawn-out macro games. But he has been favoring like very aggressive openings, like as he played against Slow in the first series, right? So what will he choose to use against Blodir in the upcoming series?
Yeah. I'm looking forward to it, because now people have seen it too, right? So what if they've seen X Factor's opened with these highly aggressive builds, and maybe he, they decide to counter that build, but he's not doing it. He's doing a safer macro open, and it's like, it'll be interesting. Alright,
excited to see.
It looks like we found our Wraxell, and going into maps, picks, and bans.
Well, I found my Brightworks. Very good.
Yes, hello.
Yeah.
Mike was muted.
Yeah, welcome. Welcome. You get to watch a pretty good set. I just want to confirm, I'm pretty sure the B stream, like Hells, is we're going to be watching the Chisato versus oh my god, I just looked at it and blanked. Okay, I gotta go back. The Chisato and Zlo, that's right, Chisato and Zlo. I'm assuming. And Barcast just left, so maybe go check, okay? Maybe go check, boys. There's a good chance that Hells will be streaming that.
Apparently,
Yeah, that'll be a good match too. Honestly,
sure.
between
That
this
and,
one and the Wraxell, or I mean the Zlo and Chisato one, it's kind of hard to pick actually.
Yeah, I mean, I think the only benefit of watching this one is we really did not get to see a lot of Wraxell yesterday, right?
It's true. It's true. Yeah, the matches were pretty quick and kind of ended up. Yeah, we didn't get a. I feel like we saw maybe 80% power.
Yeah,
85% power.
and
Didn't get a chance to see all the way.
like we said towards the start, right? Like Wraxell's kind of the new player in this group, right? He's not new to Bar, but he's new to like. We haven't seen Wraxell in the finals of a lot of these 1v1 tournaments. So him showing up,
Well, he's
here
got a hard
is-
path ahead of him.
Yeah,
If he wants to claw back into this, it's going to be tough because not only does he have to beat Autopilot here, he also has to go on to either fight Zlo or Chisato.
Oof.
And then after that, fighting either Blodir or X Factor. Like there's a lot of work cut out here for Wraxell. I don't want to doubt the guy, but I'm excited to see. An underdog story is always awesome to see.
So, if we look at the picks and bans, first ban from Autopilot is Archsimkats, which is immediately followed up with the Wraxell banning Onyx Cauldron, which then we got a Autopilot pick on Cirolata, which I don't think we've seen today, and Wraxell picking Eye of Horus. We've seen that a couple times, once or twice. Autopilot immediately then following with a ban of Feast of Hades, and Wraxell with a ban on Heartbreak. Dang. All right, what do we got left? Crystallized Plane and Tundra? No, Desolation and Desolation. So, Autopilot
like Crystallized Plains, yeah, is a map which is maybe you can see a lot more vehicle play on it as it's quite flat.
Yeah. I'm excited to see it in the Archsimkats. Archsimkats.
Yeah, welcome. Yep.
That's a fun one.
The only
That's a
reason I
fun
can
one.
say Archsimkats is because Chisato literally coached me on it during OS2. He literally coached me how to say it because he knows the man. All right, that's the only reason I can say that.
It is. It's one of the tougher ones to say, but it's definitely one of the more fun ones to watch. I don't know. I'm a big fan of the kind of macro maps.
Oh, I agree, 100%. They're very fun to watch.
Watching all the pawns get moved around. Yeah, as you know, like it looks like these guys have 3 different hands, like 3 extra hands on top of their already 2 hands to like move all these armies, and I don't know, extra eyes or something. They're
for sure.
They're robots. I've made this comparison before, but it feels like sometimes watching the pros play feels like the same as watching an AI play, where they've got like repair and reclaim and resurrect and movement and attack commands like all queued out throughout the entire map. You ever just hit Control A and select everything when you're watching an AI play? It looks very similar to the pros play.
So it's looking
Can
like...
only recommend, if you ever have not ever switched off Legacy Key and learned grid keys.
Narn, you'll never convince people, man. Good luck, man. But it did look like Crystallized Plains was the last ban from Wraxell, so Tundra will be our final game. So we have Cirolata, Eye of Horus, and a Tundra if we go to game 3. But yes,
I'm excited.
If you people do want to become like these high APM gamers, grid keys does help quite a lot, quite a lot. But on that, I am gonna mute and leave it to our 2 casters, Narnuk and Brightworks, and let you guys enjoy this game.
Excited to watch him play. I really want to see how and Wraxell approaches the game, as he has apparently been quite had a good showing so far. Oh my! Beating X-Factor on that.
It seems pretty. Bar feels like one of those situations where like the people who know the game and have played the game the longest tend to stay on top. So I think it makes it even more exciting when new talent shows their face, in any sort of competitive scene. Kind of like LDM said, it's Wraxell not new to the game per se, but new to the upper echelons of the tournament scene, and I think that's pretty exciting to see.
Yeah, it's always fun to watch these players who do well, then like stick to it and do better, and then do even better the time after this one. So he's been playing for a while apparently, but now he's like a top dog.
Yeah. Some interesting spawns here today. We load into Cirolata, the subtropical island suitable for 4-way FFA, according to the author Moose. Autopilot spawning on the geothermal plateau on the southeastern side here. Interesting. This is...
I feel like... Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, I feel like this is actually a slightly more greedy spawn than the other one. You have a little bit less metal extractors, but that early geo... I wonder if there's some sort of play that Autopilot's thinking of, trying to use that geo.
I would assume that he wants to be closer to the enemy, as it's a more aggressive spawn. Usually you would expect people to spawn on the high ground, as it's easier to defend on Wraxell side, and you can expand in 2 directions into the Vex clusters. While Autopilot, I think he will go for some sort of aggressive pawn play. And also Wraxell, I think, even more aggressive, as he has decided to go for a 2 max opener, skipping his third max.
Buy the dip. Autopilot complaining about the wind while building more wind. Pretty funny.
Wraxell did indeed not buy the dip.
Yeah, he sure didn't. Went for that solar panel. The dip keeps dipping. It can feel real bad, but you know, that hope that the wind speed will return can pay off in big ways in the future. And I think it's exactly, well, I want to say it's what we see here, but actually those solar panels kind of still even things out in the end. So big metal expenditure too, but there's plenty of metal on this map, so I don't think Wraxell's really sweating it.
Oh, Wraxell wants to be the one going for a really aggressive play. He waited until he had spent all of his metal and just now is grabbing his third max. And just has no more cons in the queue, while Autopilot has 2 more cons in his queue and has 2 cons out. So Wraxell is looking to put on some pressure, but yeah, now has found the spawn of Autopilot.
Interesting. So we've essentially put ourselves in the most aggressive, shortest rush distance match between 2 of the most aggressive players that we've seen in the tournament so far. This probably shouldn't have been surprising, but I'm thrilled to see that these 2 are getting at each other's throats so quickly here. Might be in for another 10-minute series. Who knows?
That would be... Well, Autopilot looks like he wants to drag it out if possible, while Wraxell is, applying the pressure.
That's true. I wonder if Autopilot didn't expect Wraxell to spawn over there. I guess it's kind of just a gamble which side they're going to spawn on, but yeah, Autopilot must be feeling a little bit... It's just odd to me that them spawning so close together, Autopilot wouldn't change his build order to go for a more aggressive build rather than, you know, sort of a greedier one. But I guess that's just the style that Autopilot prefers, is kind of that slow, steady expansion, like forcing expansions out rather than, you know, taking opportunistic expansions by just pumping as many of those constructors as possible.
He has declared that he is feeling safe to expand on at least 2 paths, and he can defend those paths. While Wraxell has sniped the mechs, not killed the con, which is like the big prize which you want to kill.
Yep.
Well, so far is staying dedicated. Oh no, now expanding on his own with a con.
It seems like, you know, a confident move from Autopilot, but also not an unfounded one. He's got the pawns in both locations, and there are some pretty choke points on this map too that make it a little bit easier to defend. Like there's all these ramps that make it a little bit easier to kind of gauge where the enemy is actually going to push in from on any side. And then, of course, the metal extractors being clustered together in sort of little groupings on this map make it a little bit easier also to plan those expansions to defend them.
Yeah. Well, so far Autopilot's opening has worked out for him, as he's eked out a small advantage, being slightly ahead on almost every metric now, but now there's 5 pawns in the backline, and it's starting to get ugly now.
I like that. I like that move right there with those pawns. Actually bypass the base here because the defenses were available, and instead pushing into the southern side to kill these mexes down here. I think
Wraxell found the damage he was looking for.
Yeah, I would say so. Definitely he sniped the mechs on the northern side as well there, and is getting a pretty fabulous trade. Yeah.
Oh, now we got both north and south. Now Autopilot's a bit of trouble.
That is huge. Yeah, Autopilot's economy is suddenly going to collapse. There's a little bit of more metal in the bank, which means he can continue producing those defensive pawns. But that is dangerous to have that many open attack paths available for Wraxell. one hero constructor moving on the southern side there, trying to build tucked away metal extractors to save the day.
Run away, little con. Your autopilot hope, last hope. Well,
Yeah.
not last hope. He's got a couple more hopes, but it's his primary hope as of now.
I'd say it's what's holding him in there, because if those mexes go down too, then he's back down to 3 mechs, and that's almost double the economy there for Wraxell, which, you know, it doesn't take long for twice the economy to outproduce your total metal spending, and then at that point they can just be recklessly efficient with whatever units they want to give you, and it doesn't really matter. They'll find the value no matter what.
Well,
units get
the
in the base.
biggest opportunity that Autopilot has is a lot of Rex on his side of the map. If he can squeeze out the res bots and not get him killed, as he unfortunately had lost one, he
Yep.
might be able to get a defensive army going and retake his mexes.
Those the res bots really are the biggest comeback mechanic in this game. But I just don't know where he sees the res bots
GG, he
coming
calls
from.
it.
GG.
See, no
Wow.
chance. Oh, yeah, that was a quick series. More
Very
the
quick.
X Factor style, yeah.
Wow. I mean, neck and neck too, and at the end of the game, Wraxell behind him the overall medal as well, but just the aggression across the map, it shut it down so fast that there was no time, like you said, to build those res spots. He had a few, or I think he had 1 or maybe 2 of them out, but both of them ended up getting sniped before they really could make their value. All right.
Yeah, currently you really have to be careful in 1v1 with how many cons you start to expand. As going like 2 cons can almost be even considered greedy, surprisingly.
Yeah.
As just having the discipline to just keep your commander pumping pawns like 5 to 10 minutes. It makes a surprisingly large difference to just have a couple windmills, the minimum you need to spend your metal, and just pump pawns non-stop. And suddenly the game can snowball out of control.
Yeah, it lends you very early on a lot of that map control, and that's ultimately what you need to contest those wreckages. And as soon as you have the wreck fields, I mean, whether you reclaim them or if you reclaim them, essentially you're just trying to get that metal off the field for the enemy to use. But if you have the time to resurrect them, then I mean, obviously that compounds the snowballing effect further, right? Your army trades out relatively efficiently. You end up with your enemy's army added onto your own as well, minus maybe 30% or so. It's super easy to get an advantage that way, but only for playing bots. That's why I think it's super powerful that Armada commanders are in style right now.
Yeah, it seems Wraxell is smelling blood in the water with this little Fight Knight commander hat even.
It's got a goblin sitting on his
going
head.
for a 1 max opener, super aggressive.
My goodness,
While
yeah.
Autopilot going for the most standard double max opener. Let's see what's going to come out of it.
This is very confident here from Wraxell.
Well, it's easier to attack than defend in a way. So
That's true.
If you have your units on your side, your units on his side of the map, it's a lot easier to expand as it won't put pressure on you.
Yeah.
So
and
yeah.
Wraxell's got to be feeling good about that last game too. You know that goes into it, that mental game where you're like, okay, I can do this. I'm fast enough.
He's feeling confident right now. Going for the same 5-pawn to take on repeat Q.
Oh, that's interesting. Must be the like perfectly ideal composition in Wraxell's mind.
Yeah, it's nice to see like him finding his style that he likes to play with, and this is clearly like his preference on how to handle this matchup.
Continuing to buy the dip as the wind speed falls here. Still doubling down, producing more wind turbines, but it is a nasty east all of a sudden.
The players being dead equal on incomes, both wind and metal and build power even. Yeah, I guess one.
Yeah, that's true. A near perfect mirror.
Now,
Ticks
we're
already
actually getting the
headed across.
radar, viewing those ticks running in. The Autopilot doesn't have a radar yet, which is makes a large difference in 1v1 to know where you need to put your unit.
Mm-hmm.
Is now Autopilot might lose a mech here. Ooh, did not.
Ooh, does save it. It's a good save. That's an important save.
Yeah, and now realizes his own need for a radar.
Better late than never. The defense was sketchy, but it did work out in the end here.
Yeah, and now Wraxell did know to have units in position, but ticks are so slippery. They are so hard to catch, even with ticks of your own.
Yeah, it's a gigantic APM micro. Just trying to remember, like, okay, a tick ran off to the left, I have to put a unit over there. A tick ran off to the right, I have to put a unit over there. And then, of course, they're fast enough, too, that they can oftentimes just wrap around and be in a different spot where you didn't expect them either. Wraxell going
What I
for
find-
safe expansions, LLTs.
What I find fascinating about these high-level players is like the length of the queues that the units are given. If you look at Autopilot expanding Khan, he is supposed to take about like 6-7 mexes and build like 8 to 10 like LLTs on the path, right? Like he's got a job to do for the next 15 minutes.
Yeah, I think that's just like one of the things that I feel like a lot of the pros, anybody who wants to get good at Beyond All Reason, is like thinking about how you can minimize the APM cost to yourself across like for various things, and that's probably one of the ones is just queuing things 10 minutes into the future. Big wind turbine farm or a bunch of metal extractors, LLTs, all sorts of stuff. Is this tick gonna kill the con? Is that really what we're
that
seeing
would be
right
very
now?
unfortunate. Ooh, the tick responds. He can
No
run
way.
around the Khan and he can't save it.
Oh my
yeah, it
goodness,
goes
he gets
down.
the snipe.
Ooh. Yeah, he's
Well-
busy dealing damage on the other side of the map, but that's really bad damage to himself.
Yeah, that sucks. That was his one expansion path here, not going for the double expand like we had saw in the last game for Autopilot. Autopilot also choosing a more reserved expansion though. Focusing a lot more on that unit production, maybe learning from the last game.
Yeah, only going for like one of the wings and not going for both of them.
And that's fair. I mean,
Feels a lot the same.
that kind of means you defend on one side and you expand on the other, and that's only 2 things to manage. Whereas, you know, the faces of your front lines that you have to defend becomes exponentially more complicated as you push in multiple directions here. But man, Pawn's running
Feel
straight
like-
into the base.
Ooh,
Oh
how
my.
many wins can they get? Autopilot
Ooh.
not suffering a lot of damage, but does lose a couple mixes.
That was
I
a
think
that
he's
was a
weathered
lucky
the early
snipe
game
from the
storm
con.
for the most part, but he's been able to deny the expansion of Wraxell twice now with denied killing the Respot on the Khan.
Oh yeah.
So Wraxell is feeling a little pressed for resources now.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And I wonder if, in my mind, there's kind of 2 ways to go about, and that wind speed is killing him too. In my mind, there's
brutal.
kind of 2 ways to go about this. It's either you play an exceptionally greedy style where you just start overproducing constructors and you try and get expanding in multiple directions, and you just have to defend all that with either by being aggressive on the other side of the map or just by having enough defensive forces at home. And then maybe you can pull yourself back by overproducing economy and getting back into the game that way.
A really beautiful run in. Wraxell runs in, kills mexes, kills wins, gets a Khan while having equal pawn count. Gets the radar. The Autopilot also caught out a little bit.
Yeah, the shape of these engagements is so beautiful. Watching that concave hit those lines of pawns and just whittle them down, 5 versus 1 10 times, and it's pretty easy after that to figure out, who's going to win that trade. Counterattack's the most important part here.
Only now has Wraxell decided to remake the Khan and think about re-expanding. 'Cause it's so tough.
The choice between the Resbot and the Constructor is so tough, because both of those are going to have a lot of value later into the game, obviously, but the Khan is just a little bit easier to protect. It's a little slower too, so you don't have to worry about it, running to its death. But man, I love the attention right here from Autopilot.
Did it again.
Oh, he snipes it
Denied
again!
expansion again.
Oh
Wraxell
no!
trapped in his base. No, can't leave, but he's also dealing so much damage to Autopilot.
Yeah, the
The
saving
big
grace
battle
here.
happening, the big battle happening on Autopilot side of the map, but surgical precision from Autopilot, sniping what he needs to keep himself in the game.
Yeah, if it weren't for those snipes on those Constructors here, this would have been a GG situation. But, I mean, obviously the game would have looked quite a bit different here with the metal income that would have been coming in from all that, but it will be a Resbot. Hoping to resurrect this Constructor that's a little bit closer to base, probably trying to or planning to resurrect the Constructor over here as well.
Yeah, well, the good thing is if Wraxell, he can get 2 Khans expanding if he resurrects both of them. Also, Autopilot sneaking out a Khan on his side of the map, trying to get more X's.
Oh yeah, he does have that one. He's going to build a radar up on the mountain too. I like that play. This map is so difficult to cover with radar because of all the little hills and mountains and whatnot. If you just put it in the flatland on the bottom, there's a lot of easy ways to miss incoming attacks just by seeing just by those radar blips disappearing and whatnot.
Finally, both
Right.
players taking a little break in the aggression to get some X's out finally.
Yep. I guess both of them feeling that pressure and just hoping to stepped us into a slightly more chaotic game. Interestingly, not going for the... Oh, never mind, actually. Another Resbot was produced, so we did resurrect for Wraxell the Constructor on the northern side, as well as the now units, the wreckages that have been left around the base over here, but significantly more wreckages here for our Blue Commander Autopilot.
Yeah, he's gonna be really happy to start working on resurrecting all those units.
Yeah, and that wind speed is almost maxed out at this point, too, so it's going to be pretty easy to afford all that now.
Both players will be overflowing, accessing energy even right now. No way to spend it with wind this powerful.
Yeah, we haven't seen
But
very
also,
much e-storage spam like we usually have.
I feel it's just too early in the game. Both players want to go for it, but you cannot afford it, as a couple pawns missing in an engagement can make a huge difference.
Yeah. And it is, they do cost quite a bit of metal. I think it's like 210 or something like that. Oh no, it's 170. Actually less expensive than I thought. Still though, I mean, that's 5 pawns, or no, 4 pawns, something like that. They're a bit more expensive nowadays.
Yep. Also, Wraxell losing a huge engagement in the middle, leaving a lot of wrecks behind.
Yeah, that army got
decisive
completely
victory
surrounded.
for Autopilot there. Now, 3 engagements happening at once. Everybody looking to deny the expansions once again. Looks like the pawns of Autopilot will get cleaned up. And the Khan will live, so Wraxell for once will be able to expand.
Just barely. I mean, that is a decent-sized army still harassing that northern side. There is the LLT, though, and I think that makes a big difference here.
Yeah, you can see the amount of halos on the units keep growing constantly as the zombie armies.
It's a zombie army.
Run.
Yeah, it's as a bot player myself, just like I've always enjoyed playing with bots more than vehicles, just from like, I don't know, just as personal preference, I guess. It's really cool to get to see these 1v1 tournaments where resbots and infantry wars are so prominent, and I think the map pool really helps that a lot as well. Like, you know, we're not playing a comic catcher or something with these big flat open areas that need to be contested. It really comes down to who can run through the hills and do a little more damage to 1 or 2 extra mexes here and there.
I love the little mechanized infantry running around and
yeah,
fixing up your enemy dead units to send them back against them. It feels very cool.
It's definitely stylistic.
Yeah, small skirmishes all over the map. I wonder, is Wraxell still on his 5-2Q? Yeah, he's still on
Looks
repeat
like
with 5 pawns and 2 takes on repeat for until the end of days. But
Actually
the ticks
pretty
keep
low in
running in
energy.
and keep running damage. Oh yeah. Now is the time we would slowly want to... Nope, going for the panic solos. As time has come.
Yeah. I think, yeah, oh yeah, there they are. The issue with those solars, I mean, obviously, is that they're so expensive. It's a really expensive way of dumping metal, but you gotta
Wraxell's
do
Khan
anything
is
to get
blocking the
production.
path, so his commander can't put down the solar. Ooh. Oh, I realized, but he has a bit more energy now.
Build turret. It's odd to go from an E-stall into a
Immediately
build turret.
E-stalls. Unfortunate timing.
We are now overflowing metal.
Wraxell
Wow,
calls it, does
actually
not feel
calls it.
confident. The E-stall just killing him, apparently.
Yeah,
That was very
my
unlucky.
goodness.
Look at the mighty wind farm of Autopilot as he feels safe and tucked away in the center, like perfect in a circle around the commander. All the winds are built. But
Yeah,
tying up
built
this
a
is one
cocoon.
one.
It really, I mean, the crazy thing is that it wasn't that many extra wins. Like, he had maybe, what does it look like here? Maybe 8 or so extra wind turbines, but it was enough that he could expand while also producing units, which I don't think Wraxell could. And it meant, you know, 3 or 4 times the pawns were able to sneak into the base. They were able to kill the constructors from expanding, and those might have been one option for building wind turbines and saving the energy economy, but it just, you know, he ran out of options. I think he felt that. I think he understood that. Looked like an early GG, but really was going downhill pretty quickly there.
Yeah, his expansion was worse. He was behind on army and on like he had very little energy. He knew what autopilot had. He was in his base very recently, so he decided to make the call.
Yeah, despite a lot of run-bys that damaged big parts of the base, like solar panels and mexes and whatnot, the wind turbines, I feel like they stayed relatively unkilled pretty much the entire time for autopilot. I'm trying to think, but I don't remember any significant run-bys that did a ton of damage to the wind turbines.
They were they were stacked quite close to one another, but you only need like 3 pawns to shoot at them for a couple seconds to like almost chain all of them. But
Yeah.
it didn't happen as he was very much on top of it. As it's like the center of your production, you really shouldn't get overwhelmed there. So it's a somewhat of a high risk, high reward strategy, stacking all of your energy like that. I feel like we saw in the club play against Cesaro on this very same map, up for a similar style, and there a couple pawn run and did kill like all of the wins very quickly.
Yeah, they're so explosive, and with such little HP, it really doesn't take much to set them off. One of those difficult things to learn when you're learning Beyond Our Reason. Spread your wind turbines out a little bit. Save yourself.
I wonder if we're going to see Wraxell go once more for the 1 or 2 max opener, or if he's going to play a little different on the final game. Hype
train.
The players are also feeling it. Let's go.
It
The tournament
definitely looks like it.
on the line. Let's go. Sorry.
Oh, I was just saying, it definitely looks like he's going for that aggressive start here. A little bit more tempered as he does 2 max into wind turbines, but still a little greedier.
The autopilot wants to walk for 3 maxes and then get his lab, as it's more standard.
And I did the math on this one time using, I think it was 2.1 metal extractors, and it's something like an extra 100 metal or something you have by the time that your laboratory comes up and running, which doesn't seem like a lot, but that's like an extra constructor basically.
It's very interesting to see how it's a lot of metal, especially in the very early game.
Yeah.
But how like going for a lab or like going for an earlier lab can somehow offset the cost and just having more units across the map early, right?
Yeah, it also varies based on the actual map itself, right? Because if that rush distance is so gigantic, like Archsimkats Valley, or Archsimkats Valley, that map is so gigantic that by the time that even ticks get across the map, you're already well into like pawn production with multiple constructors expanding. Like you can be really, really greedy just because that map is so gigantic. You know, at least for 1v1 standards.
If I remember correctly, there might be even some math where skipping the very early mix with your commander and getting a Khan out that starts expanding sooner on its own, where you will actually outproduce your opponent in metal, like at some point in the future. As just having a Khan expanding sooner will also is an investment that can pay for itself.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, the earlier you get that, the earlier you get those the constructors dumping build power into the economy rather than just your commander, it does add up. I don't. It gets really nuanced all of a sudden. Like it gets very complicated, impossible to calculate. But
when you want your power spike to be, and when is the power spike of your opponent most likely? How do you calculate that?
And it's definitely, I mean, as we're seeing here, autopilot going for mass tick production before getting into any of those pawns here, whereas pawns are already headed across the map.
Blessed 5-2Q from Wraxell doing its work once more.
He's found the holy ratio. I mean, this is just, I guess, perfect, optimal Armada play. Sorry, gamers, but this is what perfect Armada looks like.
Peak performance, tick some pawns all day long, baby.
Yeah, peak Armada performance is 5 pawns, 2 ticks, with 1 constructor in the early game. It makes a lot of sense. You need ticks to kill ticks is the thing. In the early game, there's just nothing else that's fast enough to kill them. If your pawns aren't in position and you need to chase them down, you have one option. But you also need those pawns.
If you on the defensive end, you kind of need something to be in place before the units get there, as you cannot chase.
Right.
But you kind of know what your weaknesses are. You know where your guns are. You know where your mexes are. So if you just place a pawn there, it should be able to intercept. But it gets quickly out of hand to have like a pawn or 2 ticks on every mech and come like expanding con.
Yeah.
So you need to know and feel how to handle the situation.
Yeah, well, and you also need those units elsewhere on the map in order to fight the enemy's army or defend against the enemy's army or just do aggression. Like you have to have it. Ooh, missed a pawn sneaking into the backline.
Getting in the killing a mech and getting so many wins to chain. That is a lot of damage. Well done.
That was
Wraxell.
beautiful. What was that? 5 or 6 wind turbines going down along with the mechs. Not bad.
Yeah.
Solar panels will be nice because they're nice and steady, and they're already up and running right here for autopilot. But certainly having that extra wind production would have been very nice. He does have the res bot reclaiming the trees. That is also important to note.
This map is quite good trees, quite good reclaim.
Yeah, what did he call it in the last cast? Trico?
It's beautiful.
I love that.
Nice.
It's exactly what it is.
The tree economy is an full display.
Yeah, who would have thought, millions of years in the future, whenever Beyond Our Reason takes place, we would still be powering our robots with wood-fired engines.
The wood power going strong, efficient burning ratio.
Throw some lumber into the burner, turn it into energy for more
engine. You know when
robots.
units start. You know how units start to get like smoke when they're low HP. It's because you get to the boiler.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, they punctured the, they've ruptured the water storage, starting to leak their steam. That'd be a fun reskin of Beyond Our Reason.
Yeah, one day we can have steampunk skins for everything.
I'd waste 20 bucks on that.
Yeah. In the meanwhile, Wraxell has found decent damage. He's killed all the mechs that are expanding. He is dealing damage, but autopilot is handling for the most part.
Yeah, the kill on that resbot is nice. That shuts down about they're nerfed trees in this map, so I think it's 50 energy per second, which is obviously quite good.
Wraxell going for the very same run-in, but this time not finding the same damage. But getting a mech there, a con there, a resbot there, as you said, slowing down autopilot a bit. But
he does still have this one con expanding.
The Surgeon striked again, killing the one unit he needed to.
Yeah. Yeah, I wonder if... I just think there's more ways to stabilize on this map using the trees. I mean, you can reclaim them with anything with build power, right? So even if you have to, sending a con over to eat up the trees, just so you can save the energy production. Right now, basically perfectly balanced. Autopilot is kind of spending exactly as much energy as he's producing, so it doesn't really have a reason to do anything except expand and defend.
You can see on the middle map, the red menace being spread out everywhere. He has like small unit sticks everywhere. It's a nightmare to defend. His autopilot's like APM must be pushed to its limits, just running around everywhere.
Yeah, trying to clean all that up is nearly impossible. And Wraxell's doing a great job for it.
Oh, that's the same pawn. He's back. Let's go.
No.
Here before.
The return of the king. The pawn that could. Oh my goodness, another
wins,
4 or 5 wins. That's beautiful.
Slowly adding up. He's pulling ahead.
That's gotta be it's such a big mental hit to autopilot too, because at some point you look at that and you start thinking, okay, maybe I put an LLT down, maybe I start, producing different units or something. Again, no LLT or units to defend.
The constant pressure is slowly like whittling autopilot down. He's always running to where his units are. He has enough units to defend, but they're never at the right place at the right time.
Yeah, he needs to, I don't know, pull these out of the unit groups or something and just leave them sitting on top of the mexes, because the way that they're moving around right now.
It feels like a resignation, like making LLTs feel so bad as well.
Yeah, either way, you're wasting a bunch of metal.
Find something, to slow down the game as he's being pulled apart a little bit.
The question is, how many times does your expansion have to die before it becomes cost effective to just waste the metal on an LLT? Like, I think at this point, this con going down, it's been enough times we can put an LLT down and it's just...
Yeah, the bad part about it is if you lose the expansion once, you feel like you're behind, so this can go around. You need to be greedier. You feel like you need to be greedy and skip the LLT to catch up to your opponent, which makes you even more vulnerable. So it's you need discipline to then go and expand slow again, which is hard to.
It's very hard to justify.
Yeah, in your head to like, oh no, I'm already behind. Can I build an LT here? Yes or no? But Autopilot is holding it together. He's on the enemy side of the map, attacking from 2 angles, defending himself. Wraxell does get the mix again. But yeah, defending on both flanks of Wraxell himself. Many wrecks now there.
Here's the LLTs from Wraxell doing the work. They keep those mexes from going down. Our LLTs, the best unit in the game.
They might be. Some players might disagree. We don't listen to those players.
Yeah, we kill their mexes.
Yes.
Okay. This is become a little bit closer here. I mean, honestly, just looking at the spectator graphs up on the top right-hand side, it's basically neck and neck. Slight advantage for Wraxell, but a lot of wreckages on the field,
we have stabilized as Autopilot for once will leave his little energy corner his commander has built for himself, his little hole of power.
Yeah, his wind turbine grave.
Having rebuilt the same position for the 3rd time now.
Well, I'm glad he didn't lock himself in there, because that's always an awkward moment too when your commander can't get out and then suddenly you have to, start reclaiming or something like that, and then that becomes
I like
an issue.
the little exit that Wraxell also had left by himself, so he can eventually in the future start expanding to the left-hand side.
It looks like the time is now. Wraxell's putting down his first E-storage. Okay. We've hit tier 2, tier 1.
we've moved past the very initial pawn stage. It only took us 10 minutes.
Yeah, 10
minutes
of pure infantry warfare.
Really tough warfare of like keeping your attention at all times. The surgeon strikes again for the 3rd time, once more, killing the one unit he needed to.
I don't know how he must just be thinking about the timing or something, or maybe he's just lucky. I don't know how he keeps managing to find those single constructors, wandering just a second too far from their company of reinforcements, but it hurts
Wraxell
so bad.
Must be a little frustrated. I wish he would have a radar on the hill. I think you can put one there, I'm not sure. Just as a way to see the units coming.
Yeah, he's got a giant blind spot. All of this right here, he can't see with the radar in his base. So that does mean that any units, and pawns can traverse most of these mountains, by the way. They can sneak up on this base super, super easily just using that blind spot from the radar. Definitely an issue.
Yeah, the game slowed down a little, and Autopilot is stabilizing quite well.
Yeah, he's got some radar in key positions. He can now start to predict these movements rather than just reacting to them.
Very importantly, Autopilot has a con in the middle, taking those rich mexes, which are worth a lot more metal.
Oh yeah, you're right.
And once more, denying another con of Wraxell.
Yeah, 3.6 metal per second is huge. It's, basically 2 of those other mexes.
And having that staging point is really advantageous.
Look at these pawns, they're gonna go back in again. They were never actually properly killed, he just ran right past them, and of course there was no radar over here to detect it. Don't tell me they're actually gonna be able to kill this constructor again.
Oh no. Oh no. Well, there's a huge run-in on the right-hand side.
You see, no!
Somehow.
Oh, he loses it!
Oh, Autopilot just has a knack for finding those cons. Somehow he knows. He can smell them.
He's gonna get the second con. Oh, does he find the res bots? He does see the res bots. Oh, that's awful.
Well, the game has wildly swung back into Autopilot's favor now after a really stellar, aggressive early game. Autopilot held strong, he held his nerves together. He rebuilt his mechs and his wind 4 times, but it's alright, he's now in the lead.
Wow. What a turnaround. I could have swore that Autopilot was losing this badly, and all of a sudden it's Wraxell.
Wraxell calls it. GG spells out.
My goodness. Well, alright.
Keeping the team alive.
Wraxell had a good showing this tournament, but unfortunately the new face won't make it any further. It's going to be Autopilot who moves along. Oh man, the graphs tell an interesting story, because it was definitely Wraxell who was ahead for the very start of the game, that very aggressive start of the game, but the being a little bit more greedy, Autopilot eventually got into the lead and kind of kept it the entire game.
I think that after Autopilot saw the very first game how Wraxell is playing, he adjusted accordingly, and all the games like following, he knew kind of his play style, and like he felt the 5-2 in his heart, so he knew how to respond as well. It was very tough, but he did pull it off. Defending with units, like tracking down all the ticks, rebuilding the wins, he held it together quite well. Well played.
That was a quick series.
It was.
That was impressive.
Sadly, we did not get to cast the epic tier 3 unit mashing that Blodir does.
Yeah, the 49-minute long 20 Razorbacks, 4 Aphis, T3 epic showdown. I always love when T1 or when 1v1s go to T3. Something special about T3 units and 1v1s.
You run the entire gauntlet. It's so interesting how, especially with that like, extended tier 1 skirmish phase where like an LLT is like ping, like, oh, I can't touch this LLT, this will kill everything I have. And they just like grows so much in power in the units you have and the units they have.
Yeah, it's one of those weird things is that like the difference between T1 and T2 is not like 2, it's not twice as powerful, it's like 4 times as powerful. And then T3 is like 8 times as powerful. You know, it's like an exponential growth more than a linear one.
It really is.
It's kind of interesting because
you can just look at the metal cost of the units and like how much more investment they need. The tier 2 con is 10 times as expensive as the tier 1 con, right?
Right. And it's, I mean, you get 4x the metal out of T2 metal extractors. You get, you know, you start to get those way more efficient T2 energy producers as well. But at the end of the day, it seems like it comes down to how many res bots you have.
Now, who might be our next series?
Yeah, let me check here. It looks like
it should be X Factor and Blodir next.
Ooh,
okay.
Exciting.
Yeah, and Zephyr, if you can, it did apparently Chisato did beat Zlo, so that will be it will be Autopilot versus Chisato and the losers, which I believe that is going to be on Hell's stream. So we have X Factor versus Blodir, which is definitely pretty crazy.
Yeah, it's going to be a good one. Shall we introduce our next line of casters here as well?
Yeah, go ahead.
We will be passing on the torch.
Looks like up next is going to be Zal and Thyrexi taking over for handling that.
Take it away, guys.
Riveting
Enjoy.
next match.
Appreciate it. Great casting, guys. That was a hell of a series too. I was like seething with anxiety there for Autopilot right on game 3. It was pretty intense there right at the end. So
yeah, I can't believe how well he managed to hold on for so long.
Yeah, I mean, that was like Wraxell seemed like he was going for the really, really intense early aggression at the expense of like any sort of macro, and if it paid off, it paid off. If he didn't kill Auto in the first 2 minutes, it immediately fell apart, right? And you know,
I feel like he could have had a really good shot if he would have kept his own cons alive, but sadly he got caught off guard a couple times, and that's enough to snowball.
Yeah,
that's almost all the damage you do on the enemy side will not get nullified, but you're losing your own cons.
That poor like Khan on Tundra dying to 3 grunts just sneaking around those mountains on repeat. It was just so unfortunate. But yeah, right. Like our next casters, we have Zao and Thyrexi, I believe. Correct? Like it should be pretty good.
Looking forward to casting the next set. I think we've got Blodir and X Factor coming up. That's definitely one of the most hyped matchups, I think, of the day. So
yeah, for sure. I mean, like 2 very good players, and they both have shown pretty interesting games today. I mean, Blodir like a little more macro-oriented games, I think. But well, past the pawn phase, whereas X Factor's got that really aggressive open almost every game we've seen today. Should be fun to watch.
Yeah, it's gonna be really cool to see those styles like clash against each other.
Yeah. I mean, I know you probably played a decent amount of this there, so you've played a lot of pawn on pawn. I imagine you're enjoying this meta, maybe. A little closer to the high APM stuff you might enjoy.
Yeah, I mean it's pretty fun. It's fun when like you can like raid, but also it's not so fun when like 2 ticks come and like kill all your mexes. So it's ups and downs.
Yeah, you blink and 10 pawns have just killed your entire base, and that's how it goes, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, Grunt's not as good as at just instantly nuking your base as pawns are, but looks like they're changing to another lobby. Yeah, we're just trying to get these guys in the game, and we'll swap over to map picks once we actually get them in here. And it actually looks like we have, if we can just get our 2 casters in here. I don't know, looks like they are getting ready for picks and bans. I honestly I came into this kind of thinking like, okay, like these guys will have certain maps they'd like to play, and after the first set with X Factor, like first picking Onyx Cauldron, I just have to accept I have no idea what maps they like. What maps might be strong?
I feel like these guys, they've played so many games on pretty much all of these maps, so honestly, I'm not sure if they're even picking maps based on what they think the enemy does or doesn't like. Might just be a flavor of the day kind of thing, but for me, I feel like Blodir is definitely much more of a kind of macro, kind of scaling kind of gameplay. So maybe some of the bigger maps are gonna be more appealing to him. We're starting to see the first bans coming in. So X Factor has banned Heartbreak. Blodir has banned Onyx as their first bans.
Yeah, Blodir saw that build and decided he didn't want that, huh? Like,
yeah.
Did not want any part of that. Ooh, Crystal. We have not seen Crystallized Plains yet today, or Feast of Hades for that matter, as Blodir then does pick that. And of course, a Desolation ban, as that is not all that surprising. I don't think anybody, I actually don't even know if that's been played in the tournament. It probably has, and maybe in the qualifiers, but...
Desolation's like a really, really weird map. There's so many different like starting positions and different strategies you can pull off there. I think this was one of the maps that Mitvit created, and I think when he was talking about making it, he basically wanted every single spawn to kind of be a viable 1v1 start. And you've got what, like 2 mech starts, 3 mechs, 4 mechs in the back.
Yeah.
And there's these kind of hills placed to block your radar vision. It's interesting in that aspect, but it's very, very hard to play.
Yeah, so it looks like they followed it up with a, what is it, a ban on Eye of Horus, and then a ban of Tundra, which leaves us with what, Archsimkats and Heartbreak, I believe? Wait, no, did they already ban No, they already banned Cirolata.
Yeah.
Ban on Cyril is pretty interesting.
Ciril's the last ban. Alright, looks like we're moving forward with Crystallized, Feast of Hades, and Archsimkats. So kind of two larger maps, kind of more macro, and then Crystallized is definitely a much smaller, maybe aggressive potential there when the bases are much closer together.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I don't even know. Man, I just don't even know who to favor on the and any of these maps really. Like, they're both good players on any of them. I don't know if there's, yeah, like you said, I don't know if there's a bad map for any of them. And especially knowing X Factor's, he's a bit of a chef, he cooks these builds on these maps.
Yeah, X Factor might have something cooked for Crystallized Plains, maybe something to do with like the reclaim. He really likes to abuse like reclaim strats, so yeah, we'll have to see.
Yeah. And like this is not that big of a map, so if he and does end up going for that little earlier aggression, like I'm assuming Blodir is probably going to expect it, right? He's seen it a couple times now.
I feel like there's a limit to how much you can cook, if that makes sense. So
Yeah.
Blodir might know kind of roughly what timings he can expect some kind of unit aggression. Obviously, you can kind of change it up based on what start you're doing, but to some degree, I feel like Blodir should be experienced enough to kind of maybe adapt to whatever does show up. But at the same time, it doesn't take very much to lose a game when the bases are so close together. You can lose all your wins, for example, with one pawn sneaking in through the back. So it really comes down to execution. Let's see how they kind of handle it, and if there is a strategy cooked, or if they kind of end up playing what looks to be more normal, say.
Yeah, well, I guess you guys are gonna see. I'm gonna mute and hand it off. So hopefully we get another good game.
So we haven't started yet, but it looks like both players have started with the Armada commanders. They haven't swapped off yet, so I think pawns are going to be very strong early game. I'm not too sure if vehicle starts are very viable here, especially since there is a bit of reclaim in those crystals, so you do want to get those. But I could see something vehicle-based, maybe being something of an interesting thing to think about. Blodir's already queued up his bot lab. That looks like he's going for the, I guess, standard current meta pawn spam, and yep, X Factor's going to do the same.
Yeah, both players going
maybe not.
bots. Maybe we could see bombers. Like the mix is going to be in that center. Oh no, he placed the bot lab. I guess he was gonna.
Yeah, I think X Factor's kind of thinking about looking at the wind and seeing if that air start was viable there, because he placed his bot lab then unqueued it, but then wind has been stuck at 4 or 5 for the last for the first minute of the game. So I think he kind of decided, yeah, I've got to kind of play normal here. Can't really go for that kind of play when wind isn't doing too hot.
Yeah, and making that extra solar actually put X Factor behind. Like Blodir already has a res bot in production. And then X Factor just started his lab, so
yeah, I do feel that the solar should be a sound decision. Like, it does build faster. Blodir's kind of got an energy stall going on. He can't really boost out that Reser just yet. So X Factor actually has his Reser out before Blodir, as Blodir's kind of here stuck building wind. But the wind is shooting up now, so we might be able to boost out a lot of units. Or kind of see some kind of aggression going on. Let's kind of see what they go for. Looks like Blodir is going for an early constructor, and I don't see X Factor queuing up any yet. So I think we're going to see a very aggressive early game. Maybe not really an all-in, but definitely X Factor is looking for some blood here. If he can find this one constructor that Blodir is sending out, that will kind of solidify his start here. He's trying to harass this res bot, but he doesn't quite get it.
Yeah, Blodir opened pretty greedily. He made 2 res bots in the constructor and then units. X Factor's now spamming pawns. It's gonna be super hard to defend now.
Right, yeah, that army valued advantage here it's getting really big. So I think it's kind of like what you were saying. X Factor knows his numbers. He knows how much reclaim he's getting from these crystals. He's got quite a sizable army right now, but it does have to travel across the map. So
yeah.
X Factor's already scouted this first constructor from Blodir, so I think he's going to try and expand towards that direction. But we also see these other couple pawns going the other way, where I think he also knows there's a res bot reclaiming crystals there. X Factor's res bot on the corner here. Does Blodir see it with his tick? Because that could be a free pick. But it looks like the ticks run past.
Yeah, I think it barely missed it.
Yeah. Unlucky. And Tick's coming up behind X Factor's base now, so it's turning off this one solar. And X Factor's kind of gonna have to divert his attention a little bit. He hasn't been able to pressure that first initial constructor from Blodir quite yet. Which does mean he could fall behind, as now basically Blodir has twice as much metal income from extractors at least. I'm not sure how many the crystals remain to be reclaimed, but basically the longer it takes X Factor to figure out how to pressure that, the worth this aggressive start ends up being, as those mexes, they pay off quite fast.
Yeah, there wasn't really much damage, and now there's an LLT on that double expansion, so it's gonna be pretty hard to like get much more damage. Yeah, like he hasn't even like gotten like a res bot like fairly early, so yeah, it's gonna be way harder to get that damage now.
Yeah, I'm really liking Blodir's position here. I think having that early constructor out really does help a little bit. He does lose the constructor now though to some pawns. X Factor does finally get that, so he doesn't get that expansion, but he has kind of locked Blodir down into the base, and Blodir now has to get a new constructor out somehow.
Yeah.
So X Factor might be able to get a much more greedier expansion off going now that he has kind of Blodir locked down within his base.
He can't lose many more units on Blodir's side though, because that just turns into resurrection. Like once like Blodir like stabilizes his economy, he can just res all the units and do a really strong counter push.
Right, yeah, that's exactly why I'm thinking like I would like to be Blodir in this situation. I think position's definitely strong. But X Factor is gonna now get out a second constructor expanding, so if he's able to get a lot of kind of greedy expansions out, he should be able to make that early game investment pay off.
Yeah. I would really like to see Blodir resurrect that constructor that died.
Yeah, me too. I think he's preoccupied with kind of making sure that he has the army to match X Factor here for the time being. Even if he resurrects that constructor, he can't quite expand to that corner yet because I think he knows that there is this group of pawns that's kind of camping out in that direction.
Yeah.
X Factor's kind of pulling ahead on APM, it feels, because he's getting a couple kind of high value raids. Now he's going in and getting rid of this initial expansion that Blodir had. Now it's looking really good for X Factor here because he's now got his kind of naked expansions going on. He's going to be able to catch up on that metal difference, if any, at this point. And it's kind of up to Blodir to lock down his side of the map quicker, get those expansions back up and running, and then he needs to start getting all the resurrections and getting his army value back on the map. So
yeah, definitely.
yeah, I don't know, you might be a better expert of this, but it feels like in this kind of situation where you get locked down to like nearby areas of your base, it becomes really hard to defend just because of all the different directions and angles the enemy can kind of be coming from. I'm not too sure what the best way to defend against this is. It feels like you just have to kind of gain that momentum early on, and kind of be doing something similar on their side of the map, in order to kind of prevent this from happening in the first place. Blodir does have 2 pawns on the other side of the map though. This could do a lot of damage, but it looks like they aren't moving at the moment.
Yeah, they could like totally go in and like kill the expansion or kill some wins. Yeah, like I think the best way for Blodir to defend is just to keep on taking good trades, maybe build some LLT. He's doing a calm walk right now, which I think is pretty good because the calm can like quickly build LLT. It's really hard for X Factor to actually like kill that commander. And yeah, like if X Factor keeps on losing units on Blodir's side, then yeah, they can turn into res. But we see the pawns coming in. Are they gonna get that wind? They kill some wind. They killed a converter. They haven't killed all the winds, but yeah, I don't know. It's looking super dicey.
I feel like just because there's so many wrecks on this side of the field, Blodir's still in the game very much so.
Yeah.
I do like the commander walk. He's already invested in getting a lot more build power in his base, and now he can kind of use his commander to break this pressure that's coming in from all these pawns. He knows he can safely get these expansions now,
Yeah,
without needing to invest too much army in that direction.
It's looking like Blodir's actually able to move out now. He has like the army value is like on his side now. It's looking good for Blodir. X Factor still has an economy lead though. He has a little bit of
These pawns coming in though.
Oh,
The ones behind X Factor's base looks like he's gone in. See what damage he can do. He's trying to get that mech, but he can't quite sneak in the gap.
Yeah.
And the mech survives on 12% HP, but he does get a bit of wind damage there, kind of similar to the raid X Factor just did as well.
I like
Looks
how
like they both kind of know that's a great direction to attack in.
Yeah, like the solars are placed quite well, like in the middle of the winds, to kind of prevent like a wind chaining from happening.
And we kind of see the Blodir counterattack. I think he's gonna get these two extractors at least.
Yeah.
He's kind of got this slight res. Not necessarily an advantage, but he's got this army value coming in that allows him to push out and start harassing himself. So.
Yeah. But there's a bit e-stalled. It might have to do with making the Geo and also like resing all the units. They're still not.
His energy is still pretty balanced though, because he's not necessarily like metal. Like his metal bar isn't going up all that much.
Yeah.
That Geo is pretty interesting at this point. I feel like I would rather get a few more wins before going for that, but I guess he has a constructor in place. He knows it's just one constructor. It probably doesn't cost all that much, and then that means he won't have to, I guess, worry about getting too much energy stored before he goes for that production. If he does want to do more build power on it, it will take a while to come up. Like, I guess he is still energy stalling. Wind is very, very high. Blodir's kind of gonna look at moving up into the center of the map with his commander now, and X Factor's still in his base.
Yeah, like I feel like
Factor's actually getting his energy storage up, which is I like that a lot.
Yeah. Yeah, on this map, commander walking seems to be pretty good. Like at some point, there's just not many spaces to like raid, so like being able to like quickly like kind of expand and make defenses quickly can be really, really nice.
Yeah, even now, like pawns kind of they do very well against light laser towers, but the map is small and the expansions are kind of concentrated in these smaller groups of mech arrangements. So the LOTs still do make a lot of sense, and once you do have them, your expansions become relatively safer.
Yeah.
And you don't need to necessarily have your commander boosting the army out all the time, I feel. Well, at least Blodir's doing that, but we're gonna see, I guess, if the X Factor boosting his lab with his commander is going to be something that helps him. On face value on the map, with all the res that's coming in, looks like Blodir's got quite a comfortable army going on here now.
Yeah.
I don't think he's as worried about same kind of pawns everywhere around your base thing that he had earlier in the game. He's kind of getting a line going. He knows that there won't be too many serious leaks at this point. But Blodir swapped the vehicles now, so I think that's his strategy to get more metal spent, because we did see his metal bar go up when he reclaimed that first bot lab. And his energy isn't... he doesn't have as much energy stored as X Factor.
Yeah, that Gio's gonna finish soon, so he's gonna have a nice spike in energy. The vehicle
Yeah.
transition is pretty interesting. I'd like to see how that like pays off. Oh, he's making Janus. That's pretty interesting. Yeah,
Yeah,
sure.
don't see Janice that often
Yeah,
in 1v1s, I feel, but
yeah, definitely not on 1v1. Um, very interesting to see, considering this only pawns. I guess the AoE can be pretty good though. Yeah, X Factor is still spamming pawns right now. Yeah, I'm very curious to see how these this tech transition like works out for Blodir.
this push on the side from X Factor coming in could be dangerous because Blodir has army, but it's kind of spread out a little bit. X Factor can take some good engagements there. I think eventually when the Janus hit the front line, it'll be a lot more difficult for X Factor to kind of do the same kind of skirmishing he's doing with the pawns right now.
Yeah.
He is going in deep with this here. I think he's recognized that he's outmaneuvered that side red army. He does get one expanding constructor here, so Blodir's not going to be getting those side mexes. But yeah, he's pulling back now. I think just going for a bit of army fight here. And
Yeah, and
trying to do a
as
bit
well
of
as
a
teams.
fence.
And now we actually see X Factor storing metal right now. Maybe he's like BP stalled. He might need to like switch into vehicles or make a second vault lab or just make more nanos. But yeah, and we see at the same time Blodir is making some medium tanks. Blodir has like almost twice the economy now. Oh, we see an air lab. He has
Yeah,
twice
so I think it's like
food?
what you said. I think X Factor recognizes he has all this metal. He needs to figure out how to spend somehow.
Yeah.
And Banshees should be decently fine, but it looks like he's going to start by queuing fighters. So I think he's worried that Blodir feels that Blodir might be a little bit ahead in this situation. He doesn't want to quite lose to like one bomber coming in, bombing all the wins. That could be a lose condition there, right? But
Yeah.
it also gives him access to stuff like Banshee, stuff like bombing as well, where he might be able to hit back. But I think this is the end result of all of those early game wrecks kind of being clustered around Blodir's base, and X Factor wasn't quite able to like destroy that much energy production in the base. Kind of just leaving all those wrecks ended up giving Blodir quite a sizable res army. Like you see this army here, the big red
Yeah.
army. It's pretty. They've all got the halos on top of them. All those pawns. It's a massive army of X Factor's own units coming back at him.
Yeah, exactly. He was able to use that to get regain map control and just take the map and win with the economy lead. It seems like X Factor is gonna go for Banshee. It makes sense because Blodir, that's like one of the risks of calm walking. You're very vulnerable to Banshees. Blodir seems to have like recognized that. Maybe he saw it on the radar or just predicted it. He has a few anti-air turrets. I don't think that's gonna be enough to defend though. He's picking some fighters as well though, so we'll have to see.
I think Blodir just knows at this point, with this massive wreck field that happened on that side of the map, he knows at this point, like, the game should be won.
Yeah.
He's seen enough of these. He knows that in this position where you've got pretty much an infinite resource of wrecks, not only does he have so many wrecks, but they're in a safe enough position that he's actually able to res them. He doesn't need to reclaim them. So he has massive army value just coming out of that, and he's reclaimed his vehicle lab just to kind of all in on this air here. That's very good play by Blodir. He knows that this is one of the potential ways that he can still lose the game even in this strong state.
Yeah,
and he's decided to kind of cover these areas, and I think X Factor's calling GG here. It's just the wreck field, the army value difference, and the Banshee play is kind of getting shut down by these fighters.
Yeah,
so that was an interesting game one. We kind of did see difference between kind of the first I don't want to say greedy since it was just one constructor, but greedy compared to the all-in commander just boosting the lab off the 5 mechs and the reclaim. And I feel like if X Factor was able to kind of get that first initial expansion by getting the constructor, getting the mechs there, I think he would have had a really solid chance at basically winning just straight up in the early game.
Yeah, that was a
But
very solid defense. Like he could have died at any point. Like if the Rezzers died, if the Constructor died, if a pawn got in, like killed the win. Yeah, it could have been super dicey. So, yeah, really good hold from Blodir.
right, I think Blodir kind of really showing that he knows what he's doing. He's able to kind of defend against people who do have an army advantage against him, just using the fact that his lab is closer to his own base, right? So
Yeah.
he's going to be able to boost out more units in the time that X Factor has to walk over. And he's going to be able to play it very efficiently with the res to get the army back as the game progresses. And really, the key is that he was able to defend his base. Even though he was surrounded by on all sides, he wasn't really losing his wins all that much. He wasn't losing his 5 max extractor, and I think he did have sufficient spacing behind his base so that when X Factor did kind of run in, he only really lost like 2 or 3 wins, right? So it's all these kind of little things that do add up, and
yeah,
X Factor wasn't able to, on the other hand, make little plays that added up enough in his favor in order to keep Blodir from progressing past the very early game.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see what they do on this map. Vehicles gonna be pretty good on this map. We haven't seen much armed vehicles in this tournament, I think.
I feel like pawns feel so much stronger in the early game where you don't have as much metal. A lot of these maps have a reasonable amount of wind, so you can kind of get pawns out, especially since pawns cost so much more metal now than they did before, right?
Yeah.
You don't feel as bad kind of when trying to sort your early game economy out. You can just spend your metal on army, and your enemy's gonna have to do something similar, since having that mobile army is so strong. It looks like, yeah, we're just gonna see kind of a mirror arm bots versus arm bots from the same kind of starting positions, is what they're going for.
It's kind of interesting to see. X Factor opens with the res bot, while Blodir goes for the Constructor. I guess X Factor wants to take those crystals. Yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see how these openings play out.
I think in this case, Blodir kind of went with a 4 solar start. So
Yeah.
he's gotten, relative to the amount of build power the commander can put out on wins, he does have a good amount of speed there to start with. He's actually going for a nano here, boosting out a little bit, spending that energy with his commander, and now that he doesn't have more resources to spend on that nano, he's gonna start walking with his commander. That's very interesting. I think it looks like X Factor is gonna stick with boosting the lab with his commander, and instead sending two T1 constructors out to get those expansions. So it's a very different starts here. Kind
Yeah.
of seeing the investing in the build power in the base early, compared to just sending all the mobile BP that you have outwards.
Yeah, it's gonna be very interesting to see how this plays out. We'll probably see a ton of units coming out since X Factor is gonna have all that BP in the base. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see how Blodir holds.
I like this construction turret from Blodir, actually. He's using
Yeah.
it to reclaim those crystals, so that might actually be why he skipped the initial resbot. Looks
Oh,
like
yeah.
this is actually something that he is done in the past and kind of planned ahead of time. We do see ticks coming in from X Factor, and Blodir
Yeah.
has this kind of very naked expansion here, so I don't think he's going to keep all these mexes here. At least 1 or 2 of them have to die here, maybe even all 3.
Yeah, there are no fleas to defend here, just pawns. Now he has fleas in production, but yeah, he's already lost those mexes.
Yeah, the ticks are very strong early impression. That's exactly what you do need to do at this level of the game, I feel. You've got people who are more comfortable doing naked expansion, but in order to actually go and punish this naked expansion without the LT, you do need to have something to just run in and stuff. And we see Blodir is doing something similar on the other side. He's got his own tick and harassing some of that back expansion that X Factor has.
Yeah,
but there's a pawn in Blodir's base right now, and it kills two mexes there. That's a huge blow here.
Yeah, and we see.
I feel like it's looking very similar to the last game where X Factor is, he's boosting the lab with his commander. He knows kind of what he can get away with in terms of expansions while still having enough to boost his army out. And Blodir's kind of on the back foot for the early game again, because he did go a lot greedier with the expansions and with the nano turret as well. And another pawn behind the base. If X Factor gets this construction turret, that's not looking very good. But it survives on 5%. That's a huge success for Blodir, if you can call it one.
Yeah.
But X Factor's not gonna let that happen so easily. He's surrounded the base here. He's starting to kill solars. He's killing this res bot that Blodir had for rezzing those mexes, and now the construction turret goes down, so it looks really, really bad for Blodir here. He doesn't have a single constructor or turret or even a res bot to res anything on his base right now. So.
And like behind this, it's not all in like last game. There's like 2 constructors expanding. He has comfortably like taken like a lot of mexes, while Blodir has like no build power in the base and like he's struggling to defend. So yeah, it's looking really, really bad for Blodir.
Honestly, I'm not too sure if Blodir can recover from this position. I feel like if I were him, I might just walk the commander back. It's a long way, but it feels like it's going to be difficult to kind of spend your resources at all, and you might as well get back to your base while you can, because X Factor is obviously going to keep the pressure going. And yeah, Blodir's just going to call it here. I think that kind of what I would have expected. It's so hard to get out of that position where you invest your early game resources on greeting that construction turret out, and it ends up dying. You know, it's such a big investment at that stage of the game, and you really need to be able to keep it alive.
Yeah, that was.
But that's how I did like that build. I think reclaiming the energy, because construction turrets cost so much energy early on, and that usually tends to be the bottleneck, right?
Yeah.
And he ends up reclaiming that energy right back with the construction turret.
Yeah, it's a really sick play.
Get his stockpile up.
So game 3 on Archsimkats, gonna be a very interesting map.
So I think this one's more similar to Feast of Hades, right? So we just saw 2 games, and if anything, the games ended up kind of reverse of what I might have expected, and that kind of goes to show that, you know, both of these players they're comfortable on both of the on all of the maps. So
yeah,
kind of the small map Blodir ended up winning, and then the larger map X Factor was able to very comfortably take the aggressive lead there. So I think this map looks to be, it should play out slightly more similar to Feast of Hades, I think, just because it's more larger, there's a bit more distance between the bases. But I feel like at the same time, the base might be a little more defensible, right? Because you see both players have started on the kind of elevated corners here. There's only so many choke points to get into the base here. That you can't just turtle in your base, right? So you do need to get outside as well. But I think the early game might be a little more kind of safer feeling for Blodir here, so he might feel like he has an edge here.
Yeah,
there are rocks on the side though, so X Factor might have some kind of build cooked up for early game aggression here as well, but we will have to see.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Blodir going for arm bots.
And X Factor also places that bot lab as well, so we're seeing some more pawn action again. Curious if Blodir is going to do something similar like last game, where he starts expanding with the commander very early on. Maybe he won't do it this game, given how last game did play out, but now we see the opposite actually.
Yeah,
so we've got Blodir with the Resbot start. He's going for the trees in the back first, and then he'll reclaim those rocks. X Factor is just going straight into constructors. So I think X Factor might feel, you know, the wind's at 19 right now. It's totally maxed out. You can just build more wins with his commander, and they'll pay off quite fast compared to if wind was really low. And now he's basically greeted out two. Oh, he's going for a third constructor before any units. I like that a lot. I think this kind of greed is always fun to see people making these kind of plays, and then you get to see if the enemy is able to kind of take advantage of that.
And it might be
Blodir's
like
going to do something
game
similar again, though. He's got the construction turret.
Yeah. Like playing this greedy style after playing super aggressive these two games is pretty nice because it's kind of interesting mind games.
Yeah. X-Factor still got the one constructor on his base, so he's not necessarily doing expanding in 3 directions this early on. I think he might have done the math. He knows that he wants this constructor here so that he can continue boosting out army and spend his metal.
Yeah.
He does need a bit more energy. He's gonna get that with the commander though. And Blodir is walking out with the commander, so and it's kind of like what I mentioned earlier. I think Blodir is kind of taking advantage of this. There's only so many chokes to get in here, right? So he's got units on 2 of the chokes at the moment, and his commander might be able to close off the last choke in just a moment. So Blodir knows that he's got a bit of time that's kind of more comfortable. He can do what he needs. Well, X-Factor he's pushing out of the base with his army, so it's crossing the map. He doesn't necessarily have the chokes covered. And there's one pick from Blodir that's going to come and snipe a max. Let's see if he can get 2. But I think at this point, Blodir kind of just scouting around, seeing what X-Factor's got planned. And X-Factor does get rid of the tick with Mech Stealthy, which is always fun to see.
Yeah, Blodir is gonna definitely have a better time defending. There's not too many units on the map right now. So yeah, it's gonna be pretty interesting to see.
X-Factor's commander is idle right now. Can't get out of base with it because he's got winds on all sides and he's not boosting lab either. Maybe that was intentional. He doesn't have all that much metal stockpiled up anyway, so maybe he's just
I wasn't like the
metal pool. Yeah, it looks like he's kind of committed to staying in his base, boosting the lab. I'm not sure if that little gap is enough for the commander to walk out. I don't think it is. So, so he's really going to rely on this aggression again to kind of lock Blodir down into his base while he gets a more or less not naked but like greedier expansion going on for sure. And we see multiple. He's got 4 expanding constructors queued up to grab mexes around his base now, and that's he's going to be able to expand quite a bit faster than Blodir can, and that's kind of enabled by the fact that he's got the army across the map. And if anything, it's kind of similar to what Blodir's got, except the chokes that X-Factor is defending are across the map, so he knows that he's relatively safe. There's not too much that's going to be able to come in the time being. So
yeah. Another fleet sneaks in. It might kill another max.
Will he get
it? Barely. Yeah,
2% on that max.
Yeah.
That's pretty close.
But yeah, X-Factor has like 3 constructors expanding on the ground, where Blodir only has his commander. He has 2 constructors expanding on the ground as well, though. So we'll have to see.
I do think the commander expansion is going to pay off.
Yeah.
I feel like a map like this, it, for me at least, when I play 1v1, maybe it's just a pure skill issue, but it's so hard to perfectly defend these expansions in the correct timings. Because, you know, when you send out 1 constructor, maybe 2, right? It still takes a while for them to build light laser towers and all that, and they can't defend themselves. You need to get the army there. That said, it looks like it's just a skill issue, though, because X-Factor is doing those expansions perfectly fine, especially with the amount of aggression he's putting out. And he hasn't taken as many fights as before, so I remember in the first game we watched, X-Factor kind of left all these little wrecks around Blodir's base for him to res as the game went on, right? And he's kind of not engaging too much. He's just taking advantage of this momentum where he knows Blodir's not really going to push too far out of base because he's got the units there that could walk in at any moment. I think not kind of feeding that much army is going to be a good thing for X Factor here. It's
Yeah, there's not gonna
Blodir
be
doesn't
many
have that
res.
ability to suddenly pull out, double the army in no time just because of all the res Rex. The Blodir actually has more metal produced currently. I believe presumably due to some of the early game rocks as well as the commander expansion might be a little bit faster, but it's very close. I think it might actually just be purely the rocks difference at this point in time.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a lot of pawn gaming. Obviously, it's 1v1 until you're able to close off more of the map. You need these faster units, and it feels like, at least in these games, pawns are pretty much the standard at the moment. I know in the past tournaments we've seen, for example, like Grunt meta and obviously Incisors have been very, very strong throughout. It'll be interesting to see when these players decide to transition off pawns. I know that Blodir in the first game, he kind of got off pawns relatively quickly compared to X Factor. X Factor was kind of going with the pawns for pretty much all game, while Blodir eventually got into more diverse units like Janus, Stout. So I have a feeling that Blodir might be the first person to kind of transition off pawns in this case.
Yeah.
Especially with that commander expanding. I think he feels like he can place LOTs down more comfortably. So maybe that might be a part of why he chooses to transition earlier.
Yeah, going for air could be pretty good on this map. Like making a few Banshee and just killing every single mechs. Like this map is way, way, way bigger, so it's way easier for those Banshee to like kind of raid everywhere and like kill the mechs really quickly. Like even though there's like not a commander to snipe, you can just like kind of do a lot of raiding. We could maybe see vehicles as well. But yeah, for now we just see a ton of pawns. Okay, we see actually X Factor going for the air lab, queuing up some Banshees. So yeah, he might actually be going for those like Banshee raids.
Yeah, he does have the Banshee queued, but Blodir, it's basically the same lab timing. It's like,
Yeah.
I don't know, are these guys seeing the same thing I'm seeing in game? They've got full view of everyone's bases. They know their timings. I feel like it's once you've played these maps so long, and or maybe you've just played 1v1 in general enough, you kind of know like, oh, game's already gone on almost 10 minutes. Maybe I've got to get some air out. Or maybe, they're kind of all thinking the same way. They've got this kind of pawn line stalemate going on. LOTs are coming up across the map. No one really wants to push because pushing might end up just being feed.
Yeah.
And then Banshees, like you said, they're some of the easiest ways to get some actual raiding going on and progressing the game here. It looks like Blodir's gonna reveal his Banshees first. So X Factor's he's been stockpiling his Banshees, and he's also got a few fighters out. So I don't think Blodir's Banshees are actually gonna do anything here. I think X Factor's already got the fighters prepared. It kind of looks like when X Factor made the Banshee play. But yeah, these Banshees are gonna go down. They don't have the time to even kill one X Factor here, so that's not too good for that Banshee play. But he's gonna get one scout, and it's not gonna get too far. But it actually dodged one of the fighter shots, so it gets decently far. I don't think Blodir has a full view on X Factor's base quite yet, but he does kind of see the state of expansions, and it looks kind of similar. Blodir has one Banshee that does kind of sneak through, but it's kind of on fight command, shooting an LOT, so he's not going to get a mix with that one either. So much going on. So I'm not too sure what's going on here. So Blodir's made a vehicle lab, made a vehicle constructor, and immediately reclaimed the vehicle lab. So he's actually going for a T2 transition right now, while X Factor has the Stouts on repeat. So I think we're still kind of seeing the dynamic here, where Blodir, he definitely feels like a much more macro-oriented player. He wants to kind of progress through the techs, through the different unit types he can, and maybe outplay the enemy by having better unit composition, right?
Yeah.
Well, X Factor, he's going for the aggression here, right? So he's got the Stouts. They're going to be able to start farming the pawns that are on Blodir's side of the map here. But I think since he's on the same side of the map as the commander, I feel like that T1 push might not necessarily as far as he would like. And at this point, X Factor, he scouted the T2 lab, I think, so he's reclaimed his vehicle lab. And I
T2
think he
air.
knows he needs to make a he knows he wants to make a play. He has invested all this metal in stouts, 1800 metal, at maybe now since Blodir's T2 doesn't seem like all that great of a play. I respect that T2 airplay though. I think this is one of the labs that people have really kind of slept on for tournaments and rushing. Because it's the standard is you go some kind of ground lab, right? And more often than not, you see something like vehicle labs, since the units are so powerful, and bot lab has kind of seen a substantial nerf recently with spy bots being nerfed. So they bot lab can't really match the same kind of power and speed that vehicles are able to put out. But air, there's so many options with air, and especially defensively. Like, you don't really feel that bad playing T2 air against, a T2 army pushing up on you. At least in my opinion, if you have the energy, especially.
Yeah, and this map has like a ton of energy. Maybe he gets the advanced geo. Yeah, with the T2 air, you can like defend pretty easily. Having that air advantage with T2 fighters, like way before Blodir even thinks about T2 fighters, is very, very powerful. X Factor could like go for Enrique to kill a commander, or even just kill like armies, or maybe in a Geo in Blodir's base. Yeah, we see Enrique queued. Maybe X Factor is aware of Blodir's commander on the side. He might go and try and snipe it. Let's see. Like he tried to put the army.
It feels like the game might just end right here. I think when X Factor kind of flew all those fighters above Blodir's base, he got a full scouting of what's going on. He knows that Blodir is about to, go full greed mode on getting these T2 mexes up. And, it's he's got the commander on the front line. It only takes, one, maybe two if you somehow the first one, but it only really takes one bombing run to end the game here. Blodir's sending a flak truck out. It's kind of going towards the middle of the map, though. I don't think he's sending it directly to the commander, but he is gonna start walking the commander back. I think he knows that this is one of those potential ways he can lose the game. But the atomic bomber is produced now, so X Factor's got it. He's going for a second one. He actually has 2 more queued after the one that's already built, so he might be going for 3. I don't know what his target is going to be at this point, but this is why I really like T2 air. I think you have so much potential for game-ending plays, and it puts a lot more pressure out on the enemy than it might seem like at first. Just because they are so fast, you've got so much map to cover, and it's not necessarily easy to stop these committed T2 air attacks.
It seems like he's about to.
If this was. Oh yeah, here we go. I think so. He's going to where he last saw the commander. So I think he was going for that commander snipe, as we know of. But it's not there right now. But I think he's just the game's over now, right? He's got radar planes. He's going to be able to see that dot on the ground. And he sees it, and it's targeted, and yeah, game's over. Yeah, GG.
GG.
That was very interesting. It's kind of that like aggression into kind of baiting Blodir into kind of taking it easy and upgrading his mexes, and then you just end the game right there. It's why play this drawn out game when you can immediately end the game right there and take your win and move on to I guess grand finals for X Factor now, right? So it's that was a very impressive play. I love to see it because I felt like when I was signing up for casting these 1v1s, I was worried there's going to be a lot of like single unit mono spam, which we still saw a lot of, but I'm kind of seeing these strategies hop into these 1v1s. That's how these guys are playing at a different level of 1v1 than let's say I am, right? When I go into 1v1, unit mono spam is what I'm doing because I don't know how to progress past that early game any better, right? But these guys, they're getting into T2, they're seeing some of the more unique and interesting strategies that can come out of the game, and that's always super cool to see.
It's really nice seeing these T2 games, and like seeing all the cool strategies come out.
But
Yeah,
that's
I mean,
a super cool set.
that was definitely a way to end it, right? Like, we didn't quite get the auto versus Blodir, like just they're mashing starlights and bowls into each other for 30 minutes. Like X Factor, I think he called that pretty well. Of that Lich snipe, and you could kind of tell that. I mean, Blodir kind of just assumed he was just macroing up behind it, but yeah, he just predicted that well, and with that, I mean, I think we're just waiting for the Chisato and autopilot set, and I mean, I guess it's up to Patak, our barcast is about 30 minutes in. Should we go watch the end of that one? It's gonna be like
yeah, go for it.
All right,
not?
nice.
Of course.
All right, we'll leave Therixy and Zhao. You know, if you guys get a little extra, if you want to catch up to this one, that's up to you. You guys get to watch. I mean, these are two pretty good players.
Yeah, so it turns out expanding with your commander is not without risks, because I'm sure X Factor saw those games with Blodir. He did the same expansion on this map like multiple times, right? So kind of knew exactly where to look.
Yeah, I've noticed, like, kind of like what Zhao was saying, not a lot of people tend to do the tier 2 air. I know Randy's like one of them that is a big fan of like the tier 2 air. Like transition instead of going any of the ground labs, but yeah, not a lot of people are doing it.
I've also seen Alta 4 doing that, but interesting enough, he does it with Cortex even. So
I've seen a few dragons from
Cortex is interesting.
That, yeah.
I feel like the T2 air makes so much more sense when you're armed, since you have stuff like the abductors to stun incoming units. You've got a kind of a tankier gunship. You've got the atomic bomber, obviously. I feel like Cortex has more limited air options, but it's all similar. You're kind of putting this massive air pressure on enemies that are more often than not going to be prepared for that kind of air gameplay.
Great.
Hey guys, so this is game 1, and we've got Archsimkats Valley, then Crystallized Plains, and Cirolata as the last map.
This is game 1, and it's a core arm on this map, which is not something we have seen, I feel like, all day, right? Like, we've seen arm just in its entirety. Not every match is just arm v arm, but like we got some Banisher on ball action mid here. But you know,
Therixy, an advanced exploiter in mid. Never seen that.
Yeah. We don't get to see that very often, but I mean, again, I'm assuming Zhao, Therixy, you guys are gonna load into this and keep casting, or
yeah,
maybe
I'm loading in. I have a slower machine, so I'm watching your screen at the moment, but looks like
Take it away.
Yudia's Armada and Autopilot Cortex. That Banisher Tiger Ball is pretty scary. Maybe Autopilot's been watching the 8v8s lately, but we see quite a lot of that. In 8v8s now, the meta's kind of shifted with the recent balance changes. And it looks like Yudi's kind of on the back foot, at least with the map control here.
So for a little context,
really
I've been watching this game, and basically Yudi or Chisato at some point was reduced to like third of the economy of Autopilot, and somehow he's still hanging on.
Okay, that's even more interesting then. That's he's just holding on as long as he can and seeing if he can find a win condition then. Yeah, these bulls walking into the banishers here, that's not a situation I'd like to be in, especially with the impulse that those banishers have. When they get hit, they kind of stop in their tracks a little bit. Makes it much harder to close the gap there. So I feel like in a position like that, with Armada vehicles, best thing you can kind of do is try and get Starlights out in a defensive position. Obviously, you can't really taste the Tiger Banisher ball across the map with ease, but at the very least, Starlights can outrange the Banishers, and you know, both Starlights and Banishers are relatively squishy compared to you know, Tigers and Bulls, right? But they can do some defensive wonders. Yeah, this big tiger army is gonna go up this cliff here, and I think Yanami knows he's got to use his commander here. And oh, there's actually a lit defense here, and it's kind of what we mentioned last game with the air against these T2 armies. You have a lot of defensive power here, and you one tap these tanks. Looks like he's gonna get at least 2 bombs off here. There's another lich coming in, but that one doesn't fire, so it's he's still at an army disadvantage.
Yeah.
Autopilot was too busy looking at the fighters there. I think Yudi's gonna push up mid here, get a bit of value here with the bulls. He was able to close the gap for just a moment, but he can't chase too far in, especially since Autopilot's got this bulwark in the middle of the map. And Orc is such a good unit. Like, I feel like a lot of people kind of overlook bulwarks because they have less range than the Pulsar. But to me, you know, like spending 3,000 metal on basically tower that counters almost every single mobile unit is really, really powerful to have. Completely makes it impossible for the enemy to push into that.
See Autopilot scaling into Aphis in the back of his base.
Yeah, it's just such a big kind of map control difference here, and now these tanks are actually coming in now that the atomic bombers aren't there to stop it anymore. Yanami isn't cloaked though, so I think Autopilot sees the commander there, and he's gonna have to dodge a few shots to get the cloak off. And yep, now he's cloaked, and Autopilot knows, okay, well, he's got to go, and the unit's back. But these T2 gunships in mid there's only one right now, but a few more are coming in. Kind of pressuring these ambassadors and starlights back. And it's not looking too good for Yanami right now. Kind of like an overwhelming. There's too much stuff to kind of counter at this point. And I feel like Cortex just does such a good job of that. You know, we're seeing so much arm in these tournaments, but Cortex just, you've got these units that just have stats, right? You know, Tiger as where it's cuss. You're just putting stats on the field, and especially when you have so much more map than the enemy, you know, stats is all you really need. You just run in with your stats and do your thing, and then gunships. I really like this play. When you have an enemy that kind of is dedicated to countering a specific unit composition, you swap to something that they can't counter, such as air, or different unit options. And you know, now we're seeing this massive. I think that must have been what, like 20-30k metal worth of balls that Yanami had. Now they kind of just all melt through this relatively small gunship investment, and yeah, looks like they're gonna call it for that first game.
It's really cool seeing the factional differences, like, you know, putting stats in the field versus like ARM having these super efficient like units like Starlight, and things like that.
It's cool to see Cortex getting some more love. Not that it hasn't gotten enough love. I feel like Cortex vehicles are still very, very strong in the current meta. At least in one of my games, because I was playing in the tournament yesterday. You know, 20 incisors and behind my base when I have like 6 pawns. So maybe I did something wrong there, but it can still be very impressive when done correctly. Really, once you get past that early game stage, it feels like Cortex might just be a better option as you go into T2. That I feel like the T2 vehicle lab for Cortex is so powerful. You have very quick units like Tiger, and I guess Banisher is relatively mobile compared to some of the options that Armada has. And these quick units that apply pressure all across the map, it can be difficult to stop if you don't have the correct defenses in play.
Yeah. At the same time, ARM has the for 1v1, like the vehicle lab has like things like the Jaguar, which can be really, really good for the transition, or bulls which are also good for the transition. So yeah, it's really, really cool seeing like these differences in units. Like, you know, Tigers are in the T2 transition for like in 1v1. Tigers are kind of harder to tech into because you like need like a critical mass of them before they can really start kind of killing things. But yeah, like Tigers are like faster, they have more HP. They're able to kind of actually like raid more in the T2 stage as it goes on.
Yeah, and I didn't see how Autopilot got that bulwark up in mid since we kind of joined late, but that's just another super efficient kind of way to defend, and you kind of make it so much more difficult to for the enemy to kind of have fights in that area of the map. They can't just like click on you and push through. They're going to take so much damage.
Yeah.
It also forces very specific responses from the enemy, right? I think we saw the enemy was kind of investing in ambassadors to kind of try and snipe that bulwark from range, but then, you know, in the time that he got the ambassadors out, Autopilot just said, well, I can just push and win, so.
Yeah.
So this is going to be fun to see, because we just saw X Factor and Blodir kind of play a matchup on Crystallized, and now we're going to see Autopilot and Yanami here. Let's see if their builds look similar to what we saw in the previous game, or if they've kind of got different ideas going on. Because I feel like when the map's smaller, the early game variation in what you are doing can make the game look so much more different, right? Like the decision to have 0 constructors expanding like X Factor had is going to look totally different to someone who's, let's say, going super greedy and has 2 constructors expanding. I don't know if that's something that these players would do. Maybe it is just too risky to send 2 out, but like even what Blodir had with 1 constructor, even then we saw such a big difference in how the early game played out. And Yanami is actually going to go for 2 res bots early on. Autopilot already has the first constructor going out, so I feel like it's going to be similar to that first game that we saw. Autopilot's kind of doing the one constructor expand that Blodir had, and Yanami is going a little more T1 aggression before doing expansions. So let's see if it looks similar. So last time we saw kind of Blodir's base was surrounded on all sides for the early game, but then X Factor left a bit too many wrecks, I think, and Blodir was able to kind of res everything up and have this massive army to play with later on. And I think Yanami has doubted that initial expansion. So he knows at this point he's going to fall behind as time goes on if he's not able to punish that expansion. And immediately he queued up a constructor. I think he just wants to get that expansion going as well. But the constructor's not moving out yet. It's just gonna assist the lab for now.
Yeah, this build isn't looking too great for Yanami.
Yeah, he's expanding in the opposite direction, and maybe a little APM stalled. He only got the 1 max queued up for now on that constructor, but he is trying to raid all across the map. So
they might kill that max. Let's see.
Ooh, and just 1 tick behind the base. I feel like if that 5 max dies, it slows you down so much, and it does die here. And that commander laser is going to destroy that wreck, so he can't res it. But in this case, it would have been faster to rebuild it anyway. But he does lose a little bit of metal from kind of lasering that wreck down, which is unfortunate. You kind of get a pawn's worth of metal if you reclaim that wreck.
Yeah, there's another.
And there's 1 tick that's on this constructor here, but
it's gonna get reclaimed.
Yanami is gonna see that, and he goes and reclaims that tick, so he gets a little bit of a metal refund, if you can call it that. So
there's another raid on the side though. It might finish off that constructor.
Yeah, that's a very big pawn army. Let's see what direction he goes. If he gets that resbot and the constructor, I think that's already a very high value play. If he also gets the expansions, then that's probably a really big deal. But it will cost him a lot more to get those expansions. He's gonna be leaving wrecks on the field. But Yanami's gonna lose his expanding constructor to Autopilot, kind of running in with pawns here, and this other pawn from Autopilot's also running in at the other constructor, but not quite enough to kill that. So yeah, I feel like Autopilot, one of his big strengths from what I've seen in this tournament so far is kind of having the minimal investment to find these enemy constructors and clean them up. We saw the games against Wraxell. You know, Wraxell's got this amazing T1 aggression, and every time he looks away, there's like there's just some one pawn killing his constructor. And even now, Autopilot's kind of raiding these red spots around the map. Pawns just killed one there. Is very powerful. In that previous raid that we saw from Yanami that we were kind of hoping would turn into raiding that expanding constructor, autopilot defends that perfectly well, gets all the wrecks there. It's gonna start rezzing that. And now Yanami's kind of lost that early game pressure here.
He loses a few units on Yanami's side, but nothing too bad. He has like 3 constructors expanding now. Yeah, it's looking pretty good for autopilot.
Oh, and the 2 pawns coming in,
yeah.
and they get the constructor anyway, even with the LOT there. That's what I was talking about. Autopilot seems to kind of, I don't know if it's like a timing thing or he just has really, really good game sense. He's managing to, with such a minimal investment, kind of get rid of these expanding constructors, and it's setting Yanami back. But at least I like that Yanami is focusing on rezzing these constructors first. That's what I would do, because we saw Blodir kind of rezzing some army before the constructors, which ended up working out for him anyway. But I feel like in Yanami's case here, he really does want to keep up on expansions and get that going. It's going to be really, really important. And Yanami is gonna attempt another raid, kind of walking along the side of the map, but autopilot sees it, so it's not gonna get too far.
It seems like
Curious
Yanami's
to see if either of these players go for the geos again. Because Blodir went for it, and it seemed like it just really, really instantly paid off when it did come up. But nothing's been queued yet. Yeah, in this position, it just feels. I feel worried for Yanami here. Autopilot's got really, really big army kind of coming across the map. Feels like compared to the last game we saw, Yanami hasn't really fed as many wrecks on the other side of the map as X Factor did. But X Factor, it feels like he got a lot more damage off, right? So all of Autopilot's expansions, constructors, they've been intact. They haven't died. And Autopilot's doing another big raid on the side of the map. Gonna kill this already rezzed constructor is gonna go down once again. And I think this raid's big enough to then clean up the second expansion right away again, right? So basically, Yanami's kind of been locked down to his base. He's trying to get these expansions out, but it's not quite working out for him. And there's only one LT. Will that self-D go off? No, it doesn't. Just barely off. Could have maybe killed most of that army if the timing was just a hair different there.
Yeah.
The self-D timings can be very, very difficult to do, and it's not even always a skill issue. It's there's up to I believe a 1 second variance on what the self-D can be.
Yeah, it can be really.
And that one constructor Yanami had in the middle of the map also going down. He tried to save it with the lab blueprints blocking, but not quite enough. Now Autopilot threatening with this really, really massive army in the middle, kind of drawing this entire red army from Yanami away while he executes this one flanking damage or one flanking push on the side. And I think that's gonna kill this other Rezzer and maybe the constructor as well. It feels like Autopilot's really applying perfect kind of aggression.
Yeah.
Which is quite impressive given that he had what is supposedly the greedier build early on, right? So. And when X Factor did something similar to Yanami, he had Blodir locked down in his base at least, but Autopilot, he's across the map, once again killing this constructor in the corner. Each of these constructor kills is just such a devastating blow, and we see like the metal produced difference between Autopilot and Yanami. You know, Autopilot's got almost 2,000 metal lead at this point, which is, I feel like that's kind of insurmountable at this point.
Yeah.
Autopilot's even rezzing Yanami's constructor in the middle of the map and using it to get his own LTs and expansion going on. It just feels like game is maybe coming to a close if Autopilot can figure out a fast way to resolve it here.
He might be able to just push in.
I think he can just push in with the army. Maybe he's a bit worried of necessarily pushing in because There's a bit of build power in base. It's possible
Yeah.
that, you know, there's LLTs that he doesn't know of yet. I feel like, you know, there's some players that whenever you play against, the moment you push in, like 3 seconds before you would have gone in range, they just build all the perks they need to defend, right? And maybe he's a bit worried of that happening.
Yeah.
Going behind the base, around the base, trying to see if there's more gaps he can exploit does seem to be the safer play for him, especially since he's already kind of ahead. There's another big-ish army engagement going on, but yeah, he's just going to skirmish a little, pull back. And I think Autopilot's being very, very careful to not feed too many wrecks. Because he knows at this point, he's locked down so much of the enemy expansions while all of his expansions have been alive. He knows it's just a matter of time before he has enough of a resource lead to lock the game down.
Yeah, he's very good at
it can really be a waiting game.
He's very, very good at, like, you know, doing pressure, doing damage, but not losing units. So he's just able to, like, keep his units, keep this army lead, and just prevent Yanami from actually entering the game again.
And he kind of just, like, parked that army on the corner right where he already knew he killed a constructor previously, so maybe trying to fish and see if the res bot goes and reses that. But yeah, I feel like once you get into this stage of the game where you know you've done a much better job of raiding, you haven't actually fed very much metal at all. You know, the longer the game goes on, the more army value advantage you're just gonna have. So a lot of people, they do try to end games at the earliest possible time, right? But sometimes it's not necessarily necessary for that. He's taking it a little slow here and making sure that he can kind of get the lockdown going. He's still sniping this one constructor. You see it, like the moment this one constructor walks out for, like, I don't know, even just 1 second, 2 for Autopilot's kind of running in and immediately killing it. It's just like really, really great execution here. In another raid. So Yanami is gonna expand with his commander now. So we saw Blodir expanding, I think, with his commander, maybe even in the same direction, if I remember right. So he's gonna be able to get that at least, and I think at this point of the game, he's like, yep, I need to expand with the commander in order to ensure that these expansions actually stay up, because all the constructors have been getting sniped. But it is kind of on Yanami here to make plays in order to get himself back in the game. And I think the main play for him here is he needs to try and force as many engagements as possible, either via positioning or any kind of similar stuff, and try and get wrecks on the field that he can res. And now Autopilot, he's going to swap to air. I think this is his roughly correct timing for air. He knows he's been ahead. He has resource advantage. Now that resource advantage has produced enough units that he feels comfortable, he's gonna end some of that resource advantage on getting air and trying to lock down Yanami's energy here now. We're gonna see the 3 bombers queued. More than 3 now. It's he's gonna get quite a few bombers. I think this is gonna be how he ends the game here, because basically, the only way for Yanami to come back here is he kills a lot of units and has the energy to res everything, right? If you lock down someone's energy, they basically stop functioning. So
yeah, like Yanami is like stuck on producing pawns to, like, you know, defend this pressure, but like he's not going to be able to like deal with both the pawns and the air. And we also see some Centurions in the center too, to kind of deal with the counter pawns that Yanami is making, or maybe any resurrected pawns. So yeah, some really, really nice transitions from Autopilot.
And yeah, these Centurions walking in, they kill LOT, they kill the res bots, and that's so hard to pressure. And now these bombers are coming, and I think we might just see Yanami call it at this point if he loses all his energy here. He knows it's over, or he should know it's over at this point.
Yeah.
And he has a raid that's going on, but it all runs into LOTs. Everything dies there. And so much of that energy goes down. This is like a Stone Age, and yep, there's the GG. Good luck. He's gonna call it. Really recover from that kind of a position. And I think we're gonna see Autopilot go into the losers bracket finals now. with Blodir that we also just saw.
Yeah, that was
So it looks like
that was kind of a surprise. I mean, I think most people recognize that Chisato was a little rusty after yesterday, but I think maybe a lot expected him to come back and unrust a bit. But there's something to be said for Otto's just been playing the game quite a lot, and he showed that he's pretty strong. So yeah, I guess next up is Blodir versus Autopilot for the losers bracket finals, and that one should be kind of wild, as this is a bit of a revenge game, shall we say? Chance for Otto to beat Blodir and go up and fight X Factor in the finals. But yeah, I mean, I guess we're just going to. I guess we're just going to. Just Otto, my god, man. We're gonna go get Autopilot and Blodir in here and see if we can get another good set going.
Wow, what a perfect way to, I guess, end this lower bracket with a rematch between Blodir and Autopilot, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
And like you said, I saw in chat, you wanted somebody to take down the Brazilian, and it looks like somebody has, man. He's been taken down. At this point, I mean, all three of these players seem like they could take it. I honestly have no idea, like who's favored. Like they all just seem very strong. I mean, I guess you could technically say X Factor has beaten everybody, not Otto. So he's I guess showing that he's stronger. But I think on
I think coming from the winners bracket is going to give X Factor a good advantage, right? So at least that's in his favor. But like you said, I think anyone can take games off anyone else. It's just kind of up to the execution within game, seeing who's able to make these kind of small outplays, such as that atomic bomber we saw earlier on, right? Yeah, I guess Yanami is locking in at 4th place for this tournament.
Yeah, kind of. I mean, it goes to show that if you're not playing the game, you do tend to get a little slower. I mean, the meta changed pretty substantially from the last ones as well, and I mean, I guess Chisato's gonna have to show up in the next one and reclaim his spot if he wants it. Man, imagine being Autopilot, playing almost non-stop with these insane high APM intense games. And
it's a good thing that there's 2 days for the tournament. gives them a little bit of a break in between at least. Because imagine going and doing a sprint all in one day.
And that was last year, right? Like we did all this in one day, and it was a 13-hour day, and that's how we got the 40-minute FTL game last year between Chisato and X Factor, where they're just throwing tier 1 units into each other for 40 minutes. That's how we got that game.
Yeah.
But
is that worth going back and watching? Because I actually didn't see that game. I just heard
oh
the
my
memes about it.
I mean, going back, they did the rerun a few weeks ago, right, on the official bar, and just listening to Volshank and I think Ragnar was there as well, and we're just exhausted at the end of it because we've just watched them make an army, throw it at the other guy, lose it, get it res, throw him back, lose that army, it gets res, throw him back for 40 minutes, just non-stop. It was a funny game. It was funny. So it is looking like Otto is asking for a 5-minute break, so I'm going to throw that to Barcast. I'm assuming that that's pretty chill.
Yeah. Of course.
So I guess this is probably a good time for everybody. Get up, stretch, take a breather, get some water, some popcorn. I don't know, something. This is gonna be we're gonna get a little break, and I guess we'll be back, and hopefully Otto will be ready to go. Yeah. All right, I guess we'll mute for like 1 second, boys. I'm gonna go back to the intro, and we'll be back in about 5 minutes. All right, we are back. It was a bit longer than 5 minutes, but as you know, poor autopilot, has had a bit of a rough day, very long day. We are now going into our maps, picks, and bans. And I think Blodir is very excited to get that going, as he already immediately bans Onyx. And I guess now we got to figure out what autopilot banning Archsimkats after that set earlier, I guess, versus Blodir. You know, maybe not feeling as comfortable on that map versus him.
Yeah. It seems like Archsimkats is really good for Blodir. He likes those macro maps, so... He's the
prediction.
pick.
It's a rematch, though. What do you guys predicting here? Did autopilot turn it around, or...?
That's a hard choice. I don't know.
Did Blodir use all his mana up? I don't know. He seems like a gamer, so I don't really think that's going to come into play too hard, but...
I'm kind of feeling a 2-1 auto, you know? I feel like he's a little more ready, and he just looked clean killing Chisato, alright? I don't know. What do you think, Theric? So you got a prediction for these two?
Yeah, I don't know. Like I could totally see it going both ways. I'm thinking autopilot might bring it back. Yeah, I don't know.
Seemed to have a little momentum on his side, especially like after that last series, but I'm sure that was very taxing, like playing two series back to back, right? It was he went to Wraxell like right into the Chisato series.
Desolation pick. Oh, it's really interesting.
Wait, he picked Desolation? I literally looked at it and my brain was like, okay, he's banning Desolation. It has just been on autopilot. Well, okay, no pun intended, but people have been banning Desolation every game.
Yeah, I guess he might want to... I see autopilot seems to be really, really good tactically. And I guess Desolation is like a really good map to kind of take advantage of that. So that'll be a really interesting game 3.
Yeah, I don't know if I've seen Blodir on it. I mean, he's obviously played it in like the warm-up for the tournament, but I imagine it's not a map he's a big fan of.
Yeah. I saw one game previously where it went like to T3. And he ended up losing in the end just due to like Rex getting kind of piled up and resurrected by... It was against Ubivator. Ubivator would keep just winning fights, and he would just resurrect them. And
I think I saw that game. Was that the game?
It was
Did Ubi make a dragon in that game? Am I losing my mind? I swear.
I don't think he made a dragon. I think Ubivator was core. Or
Yeah.
he was arm.
I swear to you, I saw a game that sounds just like that between Ubivator and Blodir, and like he made a dragon and wasps, and like, okay, I don't... Maybe I hallucinated it. I don't know.
Wait, I'm not sure. Actually, I don't know. I can't remember now.
Wait, so okay, now autopilot has banned... Okay, first Blodir's very unhappy that he picked Desolation, and then auto banned Eye of Horus. Which, you know, as those are the two maps he did lose to Blodir on. I'm not all that surprised he decided he's not so comfortable with them.
And then a ban on Crystallized, which makes sense. He probably saw that game against Yanami. You know, does not want that to happen to him. Yeah.
So what does that leave us? Heartbreak, Cirolata, and Tundra. Honestly,
these are all maps I could see like both players being really good on.
Yeah, really, for real, I actually don't think... Like, Blodir looked really strong on Tundra. I imagine he's played a lot of Cirolata, as that map seems very popular.
A ban on Heartbreak by autopilot. Interesting. Like, I would assume autopilot would be really, really good on Heartbreak, because it's a lot of raiding. And autopilot is really, really good at that kind of raiding style. So, yeah, he likes Cirolata. That makes sense. Like, rating is really, really good on Cirolata as well. Yeah.
And there it is. Blodir banned Tundra. We are going to have a Cirolata for Game 3 if we get there. And Feast of Hades, Desolation. I can't believe Desolation. Man, that's crazy.
Yeah. It's going to be a really interesting game.
All right. I after Blodir's earlier build against X Factor on this map, I mean, he said, I think he pinged it or he typed it in the lobby that he accidentally forgot a radar. Oh, autopilot, don't do this to us. Okay, what is this is the US server? Oh my god.
Oh yeah, I guess they're both EU.
What about my ping? What about the ping of the spectator? Clearly, mine is what
exactly.
matters. Oh, yours too, right? Yeah. What about the spectators? Wait, why are
Too
they
inconsiderate.
rehosting? Oh my god.
Right, that was actually a really bad open for Blodir on Feast of Hades. Like 4 solars,
Yeah.
4. That's just not a build, honestly. So,
Especially with no units, like he had nothing to actually like defend that naked expansion. It was just wide open. Just a few ticks came over and lost all the mexes.
I'm surprised to see players not like making more early ticks because it's like like you have to be able to defend yourself from ticks, right? And pawns just aren't going to cut it, right? So I think that's like been the weakness I've seen in a lot of these games where like mexes are kind of dying here and there, radars getting sniped, is like just the lack of ticks to kind of protect yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alright, looks like we're back in the lobby. We're getting going. We're just going to take a moment. Get these two to pick the map ready up. They have an EU server now, so Therixy and I, of course, and Barcast. Got a terrible ping, which is very rough as a spectator.
Less spectator APM.
Yeah, I know, man. It's just terrible. Alright. Looks like we're getting into game. I'm curious what his build's gonna be. Blodir's, that is. I'm curious what his build's gonna be. If it's gonna be like some variation of it, because he seemed like he said he had cooked it or he had planned it.
I saw it before. Like when he played Feast of Hades, like before the tournament, I saw him do it before, or at least do the same trick where he used the nano to reclaim the crystals. Yeah. So I don't know if he's gonna do the same thing. Maybe he probably will make more units. I hope. Maybe open with some fleas to like kind of scout for any aggression or something. We'll have to see how he does it. We can see he's starting in the same location, so
I think we're gonna see it again. Yeah. I definitely hope he doesn't go the same way of all those wonderful mexes he got, just instantly dying to just a few ticks. But I suppose we're gonna see once we see exactly what he's queued up.
we see Autopilot going core. He's also started on the hill. We might see core vehicles. So it's gonna be really, really interesting. I'm predicting, I guess, core vehicles versus armed bots if Blodir does the same build. So that's gonna be a really cool matchup.
I am gonna be adventurous here and just assume we're not gonna see core bots because haven't seen it a single time today. But it would be interesting to see the incisor versus pawn matchup, as I don't think there's been a lot of games today with that.
Yeah,
Blodir definitely looks like he's doing the same build. The 4 solar. Oh man, okay, this is gonna be interesting.
Yeah, very interesting this solar as well, even when wind is high. Making solars before the lab isn't actually the worst thing, but making 2 solars after the lab can be pretty devastating.
Like what if the wind's on 14, right? You just look sad there with 2 solars in your hand and like the wind is fantastic.
It seems like he opens with the constructor and he's picking the nano. Yep, same build.
Yeah. I mean, Otto saw. I don't even know if Otto was playing at the time. He actually might have been playing. Well, he might not have seen this build when Blodir died to X Factor. This could be interesting to see if he manages to do some sort of interesting like early aggression and spots what Blodir is doing.
Yeah, like maybe some vehicle scouts could be pretty strong. Vehicle scouts should beat fleas with good micro. So it could be some pretty interesting aggression. We see Autopilot opening with a vehicle constructor. So yeah, we'll have to see what he makes next.
Yeah, well, he does have 4 rovers queued in the next after the con, and
yeah,
I have seen that these I guess these rascals and rovers have been trading substantially better into ticks since they're buff, right? Like they're no longer like 1 tick can just circle it into death. They actually seem like they can trade pretty decently.
Yeah.
First little rascal's coming across, which will show Blodir that he is vehicle. Oh.
Yeah, good micro from Blodir. He actually
nice.
kills the rover.
And he did actually spawn. Yeah, he's gonna pull the other rovers back, or the other rascals back from autopilot, or forcing at least some to return. You cannot let these ticks into your mechs expansions.
Playing kind of greedy, making 3 constructors, and only has like 1 rover defending, the other 2 like across the map. There's 4 ticks moving across the map. Let's see, and there's an incisor being queued, so I could see those ticks taking some mexes. That rover wins the fight, so
yeah, Blodir definitely has far more units this time to defend his mechs expansions. Like, it's kind of a greedy build. Like, he's expanding decently quickly. He's got a con turret, and like, his comm is already walking, but he wow.
Yeah, we see a flea killing a mech in autopilot's base.
Ooh, got
Is
both
autopilot
soldiers,
doing the X Factor build?
No. He's gonna
No,
continue.
okay, no, it's just a comm walk. Yeah, never mind. It's just a comm walk.
The X Factor build is very good and very dead. Okay, we'll never
Yeah.
say it again. Yeah, no, he's just comm expanding, and I mean, the first incisors out, and this is where the vehicle's really gonna start building up that vehicle ball and trying to get the finishing blow, I guess, of incisors.
Yeah.
I mean, so far I feel like he's lost a mex or 2, maybe. Like, he's defending this pretty decently. I feel like.
Yeah, not much damage. You know, losing like only a mech is never really too bad. Way better than like losing like all your wins to like pawns or something. So yeah, vehicles kind of have both like a harder and easier time defending because they have like tankier constructors and scouts that win, but also their units are like more expensive. So yeah, but yeah, this early game looks pretty nice for autopilot.
Yeah. I mean, Blodir is starting to come across the map now with small pawn blobs, like 3 in each direction.
Yeah.
And this is going to be, I think, the first moment where we really determine like how well auto can defend here, as 3 pawns are decent DPS. I really like this tick positions on both these hills. He has his perfect vision, and the vehicles can't hit him. Ooh, kind of rubbing those.
He loses
right
all
in.
his units. Yeah, not watching.
Well, Blodir does have a tick in the backline and has managed to force 1 mech self-D.
Yeah.
And is looking like he's going to get another one, as well as tapping the solars, where, you know, losing that E production from those solars is very brutal. Oh, and the other one also turns off that solar. Auto is fully stalling.
Picking up like all these raids. On the other side, though, autopilot has some rovers raiding. Blodir has his like naked expansion, so it's kind of hard to actually defend. And yeah, there's 2 mexes dead. He might be able to get more. Let's see.
Oh, Auto's tapping all the solars to turn off Blodir's energy economy. Every single solar gets turned off.
Oh yeah, that's terrible.
Actually, just the worst thing that could happen to Blodir. He has no energy.
Yeah, you can see now he's stalling because of that little maneuver.
Oh, another raid is going to get cleaned up on autopilot's side of the map. Another pawn blob fallen, and I don't know if he's done enough damage. And these incisor numbers are actually really starting to grow, right? There's 11 incisors out now.
Yeah, the army value advantage is actually pretty high. There's not many defenses on Blodir's side of the map. Right now, Blodir has a constructor queued. He's also E-stalled, so it's going to be harder to make some more units. So
yes, it's not a good look that Blodir has less pawns than autopilot has incisors. That's not that's not where we want to be at.
Yeah, that's never a good thing.
4 nano. Oh man, it does.
Yeah,
he does have a lot of BP. I mean, he's starting to get the energy now that, you know, like he's scaled pretty aggressively. Actually, it's a pretty substantial energy lead, but
yeah,
he's kind of in a scary moment. He's starting to get the pawns built up and to counter this incisor push, but
we'll have to see how this fight goes. Yeah, like autopilot really wants to try and like kite those incisors and not let any of the incisors die. Like taking trades on like a bot player side of the map is never a good thing, because even if it's like positive, it's still leaving Rex, and you might just, you know, it might just resurrect. We can see an LLT is being made. Yeah, that's a lot of pawns. They might collapse. Oh no.
Ooh.
And Yeah, they're on top of the incisors, and that's what I mean. Like taking trades like this.
They're
is
still
pretty
trading
bad.
pretty well. I feel like it's just on the wrong side of the map. Like there's just so many wrecks here now on Blodir's side of the map.
Yeah, like at some point those are gonna get resurrected. So, yeah, like not looking good for the fight so far. And yeah, let's see.
It's looking like expansion-wise, you know, Blodir's basically neck and neck with Autopilot. He has a pretty substantial energy lead at the moment, as he's managed to scale with a lot of basic solars. But
yeah,
at the moment the metal difference is still pretty even. You know, metal produced Autopilot is slightly ahead, which I mean this early that's not a small thing. It can be a few extra units, and those can be pretty important. But yeah, like you said, these Resbots are going to work resin this army, and that's pretty dangerous for Auto.
Yeah, he needs to make sure the incisors don't die again. The pawns are on top of the incisors, but not many more will die. Autopilot currently has quite a bit of metal stored, which is not the best. So like he's not able to really take advantage of his kind of metal lead. He has another raid kind of queued, but it's going directly towards the commander.
Yeah, I mean, he did spot it. It does turn around in time.
Okay, that's good.
Ooh. Okay, Autopilot does manage to catch the expanding con. I mean, the reses are right there, so that will come back. And he did give up quite a few incisors to do that, but it does at least slow down Blodir's expansion on that side of the map for at least a little while longer.
Yeah. But now Blodir has a raid coming on the side of Autopilot. It might kill that expanding con, making those exploiters.
This is a lot of pawns.
Yeah, a lot of pawns. At the same time, there's incisors on the other side, on Blodir's side of the map. So, yeah, lots of action going on.
Yeah, and I mean, this exploiters are decently strong, but this is way too many pawns for them to fight, and they're just gonna get run over. And like you said, the incisors on the other side. I mean, they're struggling to get in. There's just so many pawns everywhere they look.
They're like fighting uphill, fighting into LT. And now the pawns are like just collapsed on them. The incisors will still win out.
Yeah, it does look like they won, and he's on top of all Blodir's solars again, which I mean, it isn't going to be as annoying as it was earlier, but it's still kind of annoying.
Blodir's making air, so he actually doesn't have much kind of build power committed to the ground army. So it looks like he's forced to use the Banshee. And, like,
revealing the Banshees are out is actually very sad for Blodir. He does not want to have to do that yet. But
they're not the best against ground units either, so it's not like it's not the best thing. And he moves them away anyways.
He pulled them back, so the incisors actually are gonna get a few more mexes.
Yeah, they're just gonna kill they could kill like every single mex, at least that 3-mex cluster.
Is he gonna go for the con instead? Does he get that? I mean, he might actually get that.
Yeah, it seems like he gets the constructor.
Oh, that's brutal. Well, I'm assuming Otto's got plenty of time. Yeah, Opsler an air lab of his own to react to these Banshees. Definitely feels like the correct play there.
And now there's a huge push of incisors coming for Blodir's base. I don't know if Blodir has the army to actually defend here.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, Banshee's not so good at fighting units in the ground, but
yeah,
that is 18 incisors driving directly at his base. Look at this expanding con once again going to be killed, and you know, I'm sure it'll be rezzed, but that still slows down the expansion pretty substantially.
Yeah.
Oh man, yeah, Otto's fighters are on the way, but not quite there yet. So like these Banshees are just kind of getting free damage on these incisors, even if it's not much.
Yeah, Autopilot seems to have a bit of hesitation, not really wanting to go commit to the base. Now Blodir's like upped his production. He stopped producing the Banshees. So yeah, he's still going to go for the back. He should be able to go.
He's getting there. Yeah, this is dangerous. It's a lot of incisors that are going to be in Blodir's like back door. Like this is. I mean, the Impawns are kind of just going in one by one as well and just dying.
That's terrible. You can see those Banshees like just struggling to kind of defend. And now there's units on the other side. But
mean, that's a lot of mexes that have now died. I mean, I guess again, this is all feed that is on Blodir's side of the map. Like there's several thousand metal on the ground, but he's getting some value for it.
A lot of res.
Oh, poor Exploiter gets built next to its dead brother, only to no, apparently you get driven right past, and it is going to stand strong.
Yeah. Autopilot has some shurikens out now to actually defend.
Yeah, Shuri's and fighters to counter the Banshees. It's oh, I like actually that we see Blodir's using aircons to expand down the left side. Very quick to move around a map this size. Let's see if he can continue to get away with that. Oh, Blodir's resing all of this. So, I mean, it looks like it's kind of stabilized a bit. Both players chilling. You know, Blodir is focusing on rezzing all the units in his base. He's got a decent amount of metal banked up.
Yeah, Autopilot seems to have a strong push kind of building with all these medium tanks. Right now, Blodir only has
23 brutes. Oh my god.
Yeah.
That is
he only
a lot.
has blitz and pawns to defend, but there's a commander there, so that can go either way. You know, the brutes just go and all in on the commander, or the commander just D-guns all the brutes. We'll have to see.
Yeah, Arnold's really gonna have to make sure he's on top of his control of this army. As one moment of looking away and just instant right into a D-gun, and he could lose all of these brutes so quickly. I get another skirmish in the south. It looks like as a bunch of blitzes and sizers and pawns. So just the weirdest necromancy zombie army I think I've seen in a while, and just probably going to get cleaned up by these reinforcing brutes. But they do look like they might get this expanding con, or not. Just
it seems like the army moves away. Maybe it's afraid of like how many shurikens there are to defend. And yeah, there's not brutes in position, so.
Another big brood army on the north. I mean, there's still so many there's stouts of Blodir's own. There's pawns. There's incisors. There's quite a lot of units to stop this, if Auto does decide to commit to a push. Ooh.
Yeah, Blodir's been doing a really good job of defending. He's gonna kill all those brutes. Those brutes. He's probably gonna res them again. Yeah, it's really good trade for Blodir.
Yeah, and I mean, Blodir's entire army is just gonna get cleaned up there for sure. That's a pretty substantial feed. 2.5k metal on the ground.
Yeah.
Blodir's getting
and you can see
away.
He takes that trade and instantly techs because he knows he can resurrect that or just reclaim that to instantly get the metal for the tech. And like that's just a lot of pressure gone. So yeah, free tech for Blodir.
Yeah, and I mean, it looks like actually Otto is about to lose another army on the west side.
Yeah, it's looking really bad for Autopilot.
Yeah, is there two bad trades in a row? With how expensive these tanks are, that can very quickly like lose you the game. All right, let's see. Is Otto thinking of tier 2 of his own? No, we're still on brute production. I mean, I'm assuming he does not have vision. He hasn't managed to get any scouts. Yes, he can maybe guess that there's not a lot of reinforcing units from Blodir, so maybe he can guess that there's a tier 2 or something happening. But
yeah, Autopilot still has the army advantage lead, 4k more army value, but it just doesn't feel like he's able to take advantage of that.
He's not getting a lot of damage done with it, right? Like he's kind of fighting and feeding, but he's not really doing damage with it. Like there's not economic damage happening.
Yeah, and now we see those Jaguars coming out. Yeah, our armed TT vehicles is very good for the transitions. I feel, where like you have less army value, but like this tech advantage can be really powerful.
Yeah.
It's gonna be hard to push into these Jaguars.
Yeah, Jags are pretty strong early into like medium tank. If you're playing them well, if you're keeping them at not just running into the medium tanks, Jags are pretty good against most tier 1 units. And yeah, Blodir's just reclaiming all of this behind it and turning it directly into tier 2 units.
Yeah, now we see Bulls in production. Bulls are really good against tier 1 units as well. You know, they have like a lot of AoE. And yeah, it seems like Autopilot is gonna try and do T2 on his own.
Yeah, he spawned he did get the notification when the Jag popped up, and is like
Yeah.
as you said, he's going core tier 2 vehicle, opting for no units, but a whole hell of a lot of cons very early, very quickly.
Yeah.
And he's just gonna I'm assuming he's just gonna end up playing a little more defensive with these armies, try not to overcommit, and you know, like just give him time to macro a little bit while he stalls for time. Although I imagine once he sees this brute, this bull, he'll know he probably needs to be a little more, maybe unit focused.
Yeah.
I guess, as brutes are not gonna fight this bull, not well. Oh, Banshees killing exploiters is definitely not one of the. That's a little brutal, not very quick, unfortunately. Well, I mean, yeah, Otto decides not to commit his limited fighters to try and defend that, as he, you know, did end up, I think, reclaiming his air lab. Oh no, he's actually still making fighters. He just doesn't want to overcommit to defend a couple exploiters.
Yeah, Blodir now has that air control, so he can just use his Banshees whenever he wants.
Yeah, it's two separate lanes now with Bulls and Jags, and Otto's, he's playing it slow, he's just trying to play defensive, but I'm assuming he's feeling the pressure a little bit. And Blodir's gotten quite a lot of reclaim from these armies as well.
He's chosen to skip making units at all and going straight into the fusion. Pretty interesting choice.
I could kind of get behind it. Like a lot of the outside of Tigers, like a lot of the fun stuff in this lab is pretty Zar. There we go.
Yeah, there we go.
A lot of these units are pretty expensive, right? So if he can greed and get that fusion, like he can then reclaim all of his solars and immediately start pumping, you know, any sort of units like Zars, like Banishers, like, you know, I guess the Tigers are. You don't really need that much E, but
yeah, it's gonna be really interesting to see the T2 core and T2 arm fight, because I feel like T2 arm is going to be really advantage in like kind of single areas with like starlights. It's going to be hard to push with tigers and Zars into starlights, but the tiger banisher kind of army is like pretty fast, so Autopilot will like be able to kind of outmaneuver those starlights and actually
like the late game between the labs is you kind of have like a bit of more of a doom push, right, with the starlights and the bulls and the Jags I guess are more leaky, but whereas core definitely seems like Tigers, like you said, are pretty fast. They're very tanky. They're good at just balling them up and running them into like anything really, and they kind of just shrug it off. And you know, Banishers are, as many team players probably know at the moment, very good skirmish units. And unlike Starlights, they can actually turn around and drive away while still shooting. And I guess it's going to be up to the players, right, to play to both their factions' individual differences. Of course, you know, Autopilot opting for 2 Zars right away. Going to be very strong into big clumped up units of Bulls and basically anything that gets in front of them.
Yeah, the Zar Gaming is mega OP. We see a push from Blodir coming onto the side.
Not a whole lot to stop this at the moment. Like he has 11 brutes versus 2 bulls, stouts, jags, and sizers, pawns. Just got one of every unit in this little army composition, and it's a little scary to fight that. He does have a banisher. Okay, one of the Zars was turned to come deal with this. A banisher tiger. Should be able to clean this up pretty easily if Blodir overcommits.
Yeah, he's gonna meet that Banisher, that Zar nearby as well, and he's gonna turn around. But he can turn around and like kill the expansion up top too.
Yeah, exploiters, while they might slow down like a few isolated units, they're not going to slow down stouts and bulls.
Yeah.
Blodir Autopilot is trying to commit with these brutes in the north of Blodir's base. He's gonna kill this bull, but
yeah, he might kill all those mechs in the back line. Now that it's at the T2 stage, it's not like as important, and that commander's gonna come in to probably try and degun those tanks. But yeah, still nice damage.
Yeah, gonna kill a lot of mexes, maybe even a few wins, but
yeah.
It is decent, you know, amount of metal tied up in these brutes, but I mean, it's at this point, yeah, like you said, it's a tier 2 phase. As long as he's getting economic damage done with them, it's.
That was a really sick
He
snipe.
got the tier 2 con with that brute. That's
Yeah,
crazy.
that was really good.
Yeah, and then he does lose all of his back mexes to that that little brute runway. And now the Banisher Tiger Brute Ball is actually starting to build up a little bit in the north. He's looking like he wants to get some economic damage of his own, and you know, Blodir's going to be very careful with this Czar backing up the Banisher.
Yeah.
Wouldn't be surprised if he might need to invest in Starlights of his own or some sort of airplay, as Bulls and Czars is a little brutal if you don't get like heavily outnumber them. It's gonna be a little rough.
Yeah, we'll definitely have to see how Blodir deals with this army approaching on his doorstep.
Yeah, that's another
Right
one as
now?
well in the south, right? Like there's even
Yeah.
more Tigers and Czars down there. Everywhere we look, there's just more Tigers and Czars.
Right now, it seems like he's just opting to kind of spam the bulls. This army might get caught out of position if he can kind of send the bulls kind of downward to try and like surround it. We'll have to see.
I do like Blodir's inclusion of all of these tank armies. He leaves a radar tank just following behind the
Yeah.
army, and it really makes sure he always has good vision of what he's driving into, and I think it's a nice little thing we're not seeing a lot of people doing here, but
Yeah, I actually like that play. Yeah, making sure that you kind of don't drive into, you know, a ton of pork or anything that might just like instantly kill those tanks.
wow, Autopilot has managed to squeak out a second fusion in this time, and has actually taken pretty substantial like economic lead, it looks like, over Blodir.
Yeah.
Oof. Yeah, these poor bulls trying to push into Czar Banisher. There's enough here they might be able to just power through it, but it's gonna be not a fun thing to drive into.
Yeah, like now we're at the stage of the game where like core vehicles kind of has a bit of an advantage with like the map control. You know, the Czars and the Tigers. It seems like, yeah, he's gonna try and push into those Czars, but he's gonna lose every single unit.
Yeah, I don't know if he had enough bulls
Terrible.
or jags or anything to fight the two kings standing in there. I don't know.
Despite that though, he's gonna try and resurrect all the units.
He's resurrecting it as Otto is reclaiming it, as
Yeah.
one does, of course. You know, sucking metal directly out of Blodir's banks, which is very funny to see.
Yeah, and then it's gonna kill the thing instantly.
Rez immediately died and shot the aircon, which is very funny.
Yeah.
Like everywhere I look, there are Czars. There's so many Czars. Which
Yeah,
I
it's
mean,
making it really hard to push with the bulls.
yeah, they're really good into this bull-focused army that Blodir seems to want to do. Although he's opted for tier 2 airlight behind this, making Roughnecks on repeat. Maybe feeling like he could go for an airplay and punish Otto. You know, maybe not having the fighters that to counter it. Though it does look like Otto has a pretty healthy, you know, fighter wall of his own. Opting for tier 2 air as well. Yeah, I imagine Blodir is definitely going to have to make a response to these Czars and Banishers sometime soon, as bulls are not going to cut it.
Yeah, like Autopilot definitely has the air lead, like 30 fighters for Blodir to 80 fighters of Autopilot, and now he's starting to make some T2 fighters. So, but Autopilot doesn't have any kind of ground AA though. Blodir has a few flags, you know, kind of placed around the map. So maybe Blodir can try and like use the Roughnecks to try and defend, and then bait the air into fighting into flags. So we'll have to see how this airplay happens. But also Autopilot can just go for an airplay of his own.
True. If Otto manages to scout, he could see that he does have a pretty substantial air lead at the moment.
Yeah.
And it is looking like this is actually a pretty decent sized force from Blodir, pushing down the east side. Good chance it could kill quite a few tier 2 mexes here. And if there's one thing
Yeah.
Czars are not good at, it is redirecting to catch anything not them, anything
Yeah.
remotely fast. While that's happening, he did just commit the Roughnecks to kill one of these Czars and actually starting to kill the others.
Yeah, we can see the kind of fighters fighting over the flax. He kills almost all of Blodir's fighters.
And there's like one roughneck. Yeah, even with the flak beneath, like Otto's still heavily outtraded that.
Yeah.
Oh man, Zars. And Blodir he killed one Zar, and there's just 3 more Zars behind it. It's just everywhere you look, there's just more and more Zars.
Yeah, Blodir is really struggling to get any damage done with all those Zars around, kind of defending.
Yeah, I'm surprised he's actually continuing to just do bull on repeat, considering how heavy his opponent has gone into like what amounts to just mass Zar.
Yeah.
It's just not a comp that fights into this. It just doesn't fight into Banisher Zar quite like at all. Like you lose half the units before you even get close, and I'm assuming we're going to see him swap off of this soon. Even though I do look at the minimap and I just see more bulls coming.
Yeah, and behind this we just see Autopilot kind of ecoing. He has like way more fusions than Blodir does now, because he's been taking like a lot of good trades. He hasn't really needed to make any units. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's another army of Blodirs that has died, and like you said, Otto's up to 5 fusions. That is not an insubstantial lead. He's eating BP. Is this for a gantry? Why else would he be opening the space here? He has to be. Yes. Okay. All right. Is he gonna go for the tier 3 Zar? He is. He's making Shivas. Which, another unit that is just very good and definitely destroys any amount of bulls. Okay, not any amount, but like it definitely trades very well into bulls.
Yeah, like he can, especially on this map where the center is kind of amphibious, he can kind of, there's a lot of kind of maneuverability for the Shivas. You can like push down the center, or push on the sides, or retreat down the center. Yeah, so a lot of use for those Shivas. And yeah, they're really gonna deal with those bulls pretty well.
Yeah, I would not be surprised if we do see Otto go right through the water with them, and like once you're there, it's just you're directly pressuring the enemy's base, and it is much more dangerous to defend that. Like Blodir does have Starlights to back up to if he needs to, but like that's only if the Shivas push into them, and Starlights are also not very good at maneuvering around the map.
Yeah.
I mean, everywhere we look, Blodir just cannot seem to get any damage done. Like, he's just driving into Tigers, he's driving into Zars, he's driving into Banishers. He does manage to get a tier 2 scout in. I don't think he saw any of the tier 3, as Otto was keeping them like bunched up around the front of his base.
Yeah, we finally do see a change of units. Blodir making some Starlights now to try and defend against those Zars and that Banisher army.
He does have a pretty large number of bulls, which I guess will give him a pretty big front line for the any sort of Starlight push.
Yeah.
And if he starts getting momentum, he could at least then he's forcing the Shivas to fight him instead of like having to worry about Shivas just going around the map, and that might actually really favor his unit comp. But it's going to depend, I guess, when Otto decides to hit the go button on these Shivas, as he's currently just building them up.
Yeah, it seems like he's opting to try and like pull them up and then push, rather than have them push like one by one.
Now, Otto, I'm assuming he's going to have to show his hand here, as this is a substantial amount of bulls driving directly in his front door. It does look like Otto's going for some aggression on the west side.
Yeah.
And a big Tiger run by going right into Blodir's base. Well, tier 3 is spotted, and these bulls are going to quickly have to retreat. Well, let's see.
Yeah, it's not like it's going to wait here. Meanwhile, yeah, Autobot has like a sort of counter push. There's like some Starlights trying to kind of defend, but it seems like Autopilot will get some damage.
I mean, this is where Tigers excel. They're very tanky, they've got a decent speed, and they're just kind of driving past the unit that could kill them and targeting economy.
He might be able to sort of just drive into the Ephes and actually kill that base.
Oh, no, he stalled. I mean, he's going to see it, I think, for sure, but... Yeah, Blodir has a decent amount of BP. Wait, this actually could be brutal. He could... I mean, one pop-up is not enough to stop Tigers. They have infinite HP. The Starlight's behind.
Be close.
Oh, and getting stuck on the Rex, but the Starlight's behind, plus the Roughnecks should be enough.
Yeah.
He might be able to get the BP at least. Oh, no, he's opting to just keep pushing, but... He does see now that, you know, while Blodir does have an Aphis, that does mean a substantial amount of Blodir's economy went into not units, and I think it looks like he wants to hit the go button. As we have a big Banisher Czar push in the north, and this big Shiva push directly through the water.
Like, while Blodir was kind of occupied with defending that push, Autopilot pushes on two sides. There's Banishers and Czars on one side, and then he has to deal with the Shivas on the other side. Autopilot has air control, so those gunships aren't going to really do much. The Starlights are now tied up to try and like cover the sea. Yeah, it's looking pretty bad.
Yeah, Blodir is even having to move his commander to go deal with this, as he's not really confident that what units he has reinforcing will be able to deal with it.
Having your commander near those Banishers is really, really scary, though.
Very dangerous.
Really, really good. Yeah.
If
really
you miss micros here, these Banishers could pop him very quickly.
Yeah.
Oh man, even just the Bulls trying to catch these Banishers are getting slaughtered. And the Czars have finally caught up to the Vanishers.
Yeah.
And yeah, Blodir's actually in some substantial trouble. All he has is his commander here. I mean, there's a huge fight happening down here, but this is literally one man's commander versus basically an absolutely terrifying army.
Yeah.
I don't know where to look. There's too much going on. Like, we have Otto bringing with his air control a substantial Wasp army.
Yeah, there's like a lot of army. There's, you know, land, there's sea, or there's air.
Blodir opted to D-gun.
Ship. Oh man.
Oh, he's dead.
Yeah, it's GG.
Wow. Good call from Otto. I mean, he was very aggressive with those Tigers, and the moment he saw that Aphis, he kind of just hit the go button. There was no hesitation.
Yeah.
He knew he had a substantial army advantage, and well, he used it.
Yeah, very, very good play from Autopilot. Kind of just taking map control, you know, taking good trades, teching up, you know, making an economy, not really feeding units, just kind of defending until he has enough army in air, in tech, and just pushing, and until Blodir can't really deal with it.
Felt like Blodir was up ahead until he went for the airlap switch and made those Banshees. And that really put him so far behind because they got 0 value and they just slowed him down from making tier 1 units.
Yeah, definitely. Those Banshees weren't really very good. He had to like show those Banshees and like fight incisors with them. Like those incisors came at kind of a critical time where he had no willpower on the units.
There were actually enough incisors to start shoot down the Banshees.
Yeah.
Unfortunate. Blodir, I believe in you. Go.
Yeah, but we'll have to see how he plays on Desolation now.
Yeah, I don't know about you, but I have not been able to see this map a single time this tournament, and I've seen a few off stream, and I'm kind of interested to see how these plays. As you know, this has not been a very popular map so far, and the tournament, I think, but well, it's been popular to ban, but I'm imagining both these players, like Blodir, I think, said in the lobby that this, like, you know, he called out Otto for picking a map that he knew Blodir did not like, and
yeah,
I guess we're gonna see how Blodir can perform on it.
I think both players will go decently eco-heavy again, and try expand with multiple cons and play it out slow again once more.
Yeah, Otto opting for ARM, not going any fun core vehicle. Blodir, on the other hand, did go core, which is I'm excited to see it again. I don't know. I love watching core vehicles. It's got so many fun units. I'm assuming we're not seeing bots. Maybe I'll be pleasantly surprised, but oh, he's opting to walk for the 4max. They're going for a 4max open. Okay. I'm curious. Yeah, okay, so we are going to see core vehicle. Not once again, we're not going to see any core bots, I don't think, for these finals.
Seems not. We will have some good old reliable pawn spam coming up from autopilot though, so don't you worry.
It's kind of funny that both players have just Una reversed the lab that they were using, and now we have, you know, Otto being the pawn spammer and Blodir being, I'm assuming, the incisor spammer, as he just queues up 1400 incisors. Yep, I think that's the case.
I love those queues. They're so silly.
It is funny because you know you were never reaching that, but just in case the game goes long enough, we'll have the queue.
I want to see how far low we get. We're gonna get like 200 incisors at least, probably.
Yeah. Okay. I have not been looking at that. I'm actually curious how far down his like, you know, when he's doing pawns and he's doing 1200 pawn queues. I'm curious how far down the queue he's gotten.
Yeah, like what happens if you just reach 0?
Yeah. Can you imagine the game state that would reach 0? Like 1400. Oh my god. All right, well, the first ticks and rovers or rascals are going across the map, and we saw some good trades from Blodir with his ticks into the rascals. Like he was actually like outmaneuvering them pretty decently.
Yeah, he's pretty good tick micro against the rovers, and we see again, another rover dead. Blodir's gonna. Oh, actually, that was autopilot who killed the rover. Yeah. And yeah, another rover's gonna die, it seems. So not much scouting information.
Yeah, Otto is managing to get a tick in, but he likely will be killed by this rascal unless we see some crazy micro.
Yeah.
Otto's going for the radar. Oh, does manage to get it. That was a very clean little squeaky play there. It's sneaking between those rascals to snipe that radar.
Yeah, very sick micro.
Alright, we got, what, 3 cons expanding for autopilot behind this, as Blodir opting for no cons expanding. No BP currently on his lab as his cons are making con turrets, and his commander is commander expanding.
Yeah. Yeah, the com expansion seems pretty good on this map because you can kind of close off those chokes and then go down further and then maybe take the center or take the hill. So yeah, it seems pretty solid strat from Blodir.
Ooh, Otto not sure if he wants to fully commit on those rovers there, or rascals. Especially now that the incisor's out, of course, he won't be able to commit at all, and yeah, he's opting to take it. He's running away. He's not gonna mess with that.
Yeah.
Just have some pawns following it up, and they will contribute pretty substantially into fighting the rascals.
They might kill that constructor. Yeah, it seems like the constructor is gonna die.
Yeah, the incisor was in the wrong spot. Yeah. Ooh, maybe.
Oh,
not getting flanking damage.
Okay, yeah, actually. Oh, it's gonna be close.
Oh, the repair? Oh man, no.
Oh, he's gonna kill the nano too?
No.
Oh
my god. I wasn't close. Wasn't worried.
Yeah. Calculated. Easy.
I'm sure Blodir's heart rate wasn't in the hundreds right there. He was definitely fine. Yeah. That was very close to him losing the game. We saw that versus X Factor. Losing that BP that early is just not something you can recover from.
Yeah, it's super critical you keep that BP.
Yeah, this is... I'm assuming these incisors will very easily be able to deal... Yeah, Otto, paying attention to his raids, not going to let that those pawns die for nothing.
Yeah, on this map it seems like a little bit harder to kind of do that raiding style. There's not really much to raid, and all the expansions are pretty close to your base. So, yeah, we'll have to see how Autopilot plays this. He's actually playing quite greedy. You know, has 3 constructors expanding 3 different locations. So yeah, he has quite a bit of map control.
Yeah, he's not quite keeping Blodir contained, because Blodir's not really like contained, but he's definitely all the aggression is on Blodir's side of the map.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Like once Blodir has like enough incisor, he can kind of just push, and we're gonna have to see how Autopilot deals with that.
Yeah. He's not really managing to shave off any of the incisor like numbers either. Like it is he seems very hesitant to commit any of his pawns, which I mean I guess makes sense. You wanna make sure you keep your unit count pretty high.
Yeah.
Unless you can guarantee economic damage as well. I mean that you need something to fight the inevitable incisor ball that is going to be coming for you.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's looking like Blodir's managing to get a good, to shoot these pawns away. You know, he's got a con expanding to the north. He's got some incisors looking to shut down any sort of aggression on this hill. Although it is actually looking like Autopilot's going to wait for the incisors to commit down the hill and then jump on them when they can't actually turn away anymore.
Yeah. Oh, let's see.
Nah, he didn't want to do it.
Yeah. Seems like Blodir wants to kind of split the map in half, like horizontally, so we can actually kind of secure, you know, all the mexes on that hill, and maybe probably play a more chill, maybe T2 game. We'll have to see.
Yeah. Neither player really has done any sort of damage to the other yet. It's been very back and forth, just kind of poking and prodding at each other. Somewhat similar, I think, to the last game. Oh, Blodir has not. If those pawns are paying attention, yeah, there we go. Okay, once again, just he's not going to commit to any trade that he's not 100% certain he can actually win.
Yeah, and so these are really nice when you can kind of keep on having these trades where you're like kiting, but they can't really commit into you, so you just get damage for free, and then you like make more incisor. It can really spiral out of control. With those LOTs though, it's going to be hard for any more incisors to like kind of push. There's actually a lot of pawns kind of being stacked here, so.
Yeah, Otto's little southern expansion actually is totally open. There's no units. There's no LLTs. This con is very likely going to die, as Blodir scouting it with a Wraxell is going to immediately drive at it. And Otto even seeing, okay, this is way too much for what pawns I have here to deal with this. Looks like he's not going to try and commit to defending that con.
Yeah, good play from Autopilot, not losing any units. He doesn't need to. Just giving that constructor. He's making some Centurions.
Interesting.
Pretty interesting, yeah. I'm not sure how Centurions are.
I don't know how they trade into incisors. Yeah. I would assume it's not terrible, but also like probably terrible, you know? Like what if they just drive around the Centurion? I mean, I guess this is a pretty choke pony map, I guess, right? So it's like they are kind of just mobile LLTs.
Yeah, I guess he can kind of abuse the range advantage and kind of zone with the Centurions and kind of force the incisors to choose to commit to killing the Centurion or run away, or so he might be using it for sort of that purpose. Yeah, we'll have to see.
Well, looking at how this early game has started, it definitely is looking like Blodir has managed to expand to the north a little quicker, but
are those pawns gonna kill that commander?
Yeah, that is. I mean, Otto has no idea it's there, but we see it, and this is this is easily enough pawns. If he sees this commander, he could outright kill him.
Yeah, the game might end right now.
Like Blodir
actually, he's stalling a little bit. He's actually storing his.
Oh, Otto knows he's going. He wants it.
Yeah, I think it's. I don't know.
Pretty good D-guns actually. Not great spreads from Otto. The really good spread there. Oh no!
Yeah, he's dead.
He does manage to kill it. Wow. Blodir unhappy, I think, with how his last two sets have ended. That's one thing we've noticed very frequently. I feel like this tournament this commander expand is very good, but because pawns are also very good, you need to be very careful on exactly how you're pushing out. As you kind of
slightly out of position and he just dies.
Wow.
What a game.
I mean, it was looking like it was definitely evening out. Like it could be anybody's game, and then all of a sudden, there's just 30 pawns surrounding Blodir's commander, and even with frankly pretty good D-guns, not a lot he could do.
Yeah, really insane way to kind of end the series. Yeah.
So with that, Autopilot does advance to fight X Factor, which For those of you that you know are maybe not quite you know up on the bar tournament history, the last BPL was actually a finals between Autopilot and X Factor, and X Factor did manage to come away with the crown in that game, and it'll be kind of interesting to see if maybe this will be a little bit of revenge. Maybe Auto will find a way to crawl this back.
Yeah, it'll definitely be really cool to see. Like, I think between then and now, like Autopilot was really good then, but like now I think he's much better. So
oh yeah,
yeah, that rematch is gonna be really interesting to see.
I don't think X Factor's gotten any weaker either, right? Like both of these players have just been getting better, and I definitely think they both seem to do pretty well in this this arm bot, you know, pawn focused matchup.
Yeah, definitely.
So I guess, I mean, Barcast, if you're here, do we need a break between the finals, or are we going right into the grand finals?
I think it would be okay for Autopilot. I'm assuming he would appreciate having a nice little break between. I know we took one earlier, but I mean, just for the player's sake, I think give him like a few minutes, right?
Yeah. If we do look at the brackets, we can kind of see that Auto has kind of been playing this very high intensity games non-stop for several hours.
Yeah.
And all right, yeah. I mean, we could see if he needs a break. I'm assuming we have to also find X Factor. You know, maybe X Factor put his feet up, and we'll see if we can find some people. But on that, people, we will be back. What do you think? 5 minutes, Barcast?
Yeah,
Let's organize some players.
Yeah. I'll ping them to make sure they're ready to kind of come into the booth as well, so we can.
All right.
Do some interviews, right?
So we will be back in about 5 minutes. So enjoy, you know, your break. And once again, get up, get some food, get a snack, because we have a grand finals after this. Well, first a finalist interview, and then the grand finals. So we will be back in about 5 minutes. we are back. We are currently missing one of our finalists who should be joining any moment now, but we do have X Factor in here, and I'm assuming he's ready to go. He's ready to oh, never mind. We do have Otto in here. Awesome. So we have Otto and X Factor in here now for our grand finalists of Alpha Cup Season 5. How you guys feeling? X Factor, Otto?
Well, like I said already before while we were muted, I'm a bit tired even though I was watching a lot. And Autopilot must be tired too, though I don't expect him to play much worse, because last year Chisato was also in the loser bracket playing a lot of rounds and he was still good enough to take the grand finals, so I'll give my best and good luck, have fun.
Yeah.
You too.
You feeling
I've been
pretty confident?
playing non-stop.
Are you feeling pretty good, Otto? Because I imagine you've been, like you said, you've been playing non-stop. I imagine you're pretty tired.
I mean, I can play. I've been playing bar for 10 hours straight before, so I can manage.
Yeah. Look, we've all been there, and I can kind of get that. I mean, this is definitely, I don't know. Like, this has been pretty exciting to see some pretty good 1v1s. Like, I've been pretty happy to see, like, more core versus ARM. Like, we're actually seeing like faction diversity and different unit comps, and like how I know this has been a pretty recent change, but I know I yesterday got Chisato's opinion on the meta, and I'm kind of curious, Otto, X Factor, like how you guys feeling with this new little more high APM focused meta? Like, are the games more fun to play? Are they interesting? What do you think? Either one of you, X Factor?
I think that pawn is very strong, and since the BP of it was not scaled with its HP increase and the other stats, it's now a quite fast unit that you can spam out, and it has a very fast time to kill, which makes overall the gameplay quite volatile. Some people like it. I personally kinda do not like it, because it just makes every other unit a bit weak. Like, LRTs feel bad, the blitz transitions don't feel alright, so it's mostly just pawns.
All right, well, Otto, how you feeling with this meta?
I mean, I like it more than the previous meta. You can actually play ARM and it feels good. Like, I can actually play against Incisor with ARM bots.
Wait, even
so
with
I like it.
Like the little heavier like APM tanks, you're still feeling it's still pretty fun.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely more APM taxing for sure. Like, those games against the Wraxell, it was super intense, his micro. So yeah, but I mean, I like the more unit diversity. You actually can make scouts in your lab, and you can make centurions as well. So I think it's pretty nice.
Yeah, I was saying earlier, it's gonna be kind of interesting to see like the next few months how this meta in 1v1 might develop a bit more, and see if, like, if pawns still do remain the dominant unit of choice, or like, you just showed us that core vehicle clearly is competitive. It is able to trade into the pawns, and yeah, I guess I gotta say personally, I'm really looking forward to this finals. I'm very looking forward to see what sort of builds we're gonna get from you guys. But Barkas, you got any questions for these two? You got anything to say?
Yeah, let me hear your predictions for your map score. What you guys think the outcome of the finals is gonna be. So you want to start us off, Autopilot?
I'm of course gonna win, but we'll see how I'm gonna do it.
Well said, yeah. X Factor, you have any thoughts on the score?
Well, since we didn't ban or pick anything yet, it's quite hard to predict anything, but I'll of course also play to win.
Naturally. Well said, gentlemen. I don't have any other questions, to be honest.
Yeah, I just want to get in the games. I want to see these games. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm excited.
Gonna be fun.
Yeah. Well, all right then. I guess we can call it there. You know, unless anybody else has any questions for these two, I don't know.
How about we do the map picks here on voice?
Oh, okay. Oh, that sounds fun. I'm assuming you two are, of course, ready to pick your wonderful maps in this upcoming best of 5. Although,
well, I'm up for it.
It's not not a good sign when I swap to the map pick screen and it's just a black screen. That's never a good sign. As well, we might have to look at that talk. I'm not sure unless the link maybe got changed, but
It should be the same one.
yeah, it's just not working at the moment, which is a little worrying. Huh. Well, that's.
Can someone post the best of 5 ban order?
Yeah, I can tell that to you. 1 second. It's.
Oh man, love that we were just talking about, you know, no tech issues today.
It's gonna be, yeah, it's gonna be ban, pick, ban, ban. No, sorry, ban, pick, ban, and then 2 picks, and the final map is the final map.
Yeah.
Well, is there some reversals, like someone picks and bans 2 times in a row?
No, but you should have the last ban and the last pick, right? X Factor, that would be the advantage to you, no?
This is so typical. All right, we're gonna try and figure this out as it does appear that this is a little iffy.
Yeah, it's just different because like he starts up with a game win, right, or game win, right? So it's like not a typical best of 5 with the 9 maps in the pool.
So yeah, then Autopilot is starting to ban.
Let's ban Feast of Hades.
I think I actually fixed it. All right, maybe. I think. Yes, maybe. Yes. Okay. Oh man, we fixed it. We got there. I don't know what just happened. We're not gonna question it. We're just gonna accept that it's fixed.
I ban Archsimkats.
Wait. Again.
So... okay, we kind of fixed it. No, they're too excited to get into it.
Autopilot goes first, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So again, it's gonna be what?
I ban Feast of Hades.
Yeah, and I banned Archsimkats.
Oh man. I was hoping to see either one of those maps. I was hoping.
I pick Onyx.
Okay. That is not what I expected to hear, but okay. I want to know what the next one is so bad.
Suspense is killing
It
me.
is. It is actually very stressful how silent it is. Well, you can hear, you can feel the stress.
Silence. Let him cook.
Yeah, for sure.
I'll pick Eye of Horus.
Ooh, okay.
Crystallized.
Banning Crystallized. All right.
I banned Desolation.
Okay. 2 more picks.
I pick Heartbreak Hill.
All right, Heartbreak. I've not seen that, I don't think. I'm ready.
I pick Cirolata.
Which that leaves us with...
Tundra.
Tundra, yeah.
That's the final map.
I don't think it leaves us with anything.
Wait, should... Yeah, it does, right? Tundra is the final map, yeah?
I think he was throwing shade.
Wait,
right? That was...
is that...
No. I start the game 1-0, so there can only be 4
true,
games.
true.
That's true.
Dang it, we got excited. There's no Tundra, yeah. So if you didn't know, because X Factor has gone through the winner's bracket without having to fall down to the loser's bracket, he does start a game up on auto, basically, as a sort of reward for, well, not losing. So instead of getting the game 5, we are in fact, well, going to get a game 4, and maybe. Depends on these two, I guess. So, you guys, anything left to say? Anything at all? Are you guys ready to get in there and show who's the best 1v1er at the moment?
Well, good luck, everyone.
Yeah, you too.
All right. Well, with that, I think we are good to go into it. I believe we have Barcast and Zhao as our two casters for our grand final.
Yeah, that's right.
Nice. That should be fun. All right. Oh, I cannot believe Onyx Cauldron, man.
Yeah, that was a spicy pick. Yeah.
All right. Well, they're getting into it, so I'm gonna mute and hand it off to you guys. Enjoy the games.
Zhao, how you feeling, man? You excited?
I'm so hyped for this. These are definitely going to be the best games we're gonna see in this tournament. But and we've already seen so many really interesting games. We've had Commander Snipes. We've had games that just go really long. I'm very excited.
Are you surprised by any of the picks from the players? I mean, I know we're Onyx Cauldron is like the first one up, but does anything stand out to you as surprising?
I don't think so. I think I'm surprised that the first 2 maps to get banned were Feast and Archsimkats, because those are some of the bigger maps that I feel like usually the game doesn't end too early. You can kind of stabilize and get into T2 and kind of show all aspects of the game. So those 2 going out first was interesting. I guess they're 2 of the larger maps in the pool. I like Onyx a lot, so I'm very happy that Onyx got picked here first, especially. I played a few practice games on this map as well, and I like the size. I feel like it's a perfect size for 1v1, and also kind of the border around the map also makes it so that you don't quite have that thing where every game you kind of see this one big conga line of raiders going along the very edge of map trying to dodge radar. I feel like this map you kind of see more activity kind of in the center of the map, which is really cool. So
yeah, absolutely. And just to get chat involved a little bit, let us know what you guys think, what you think the outcome is going to be. Just put a 1 in chat if you think Autopilot's going to win. Put a 2 in chat if you think it's our man X Factor. Spawning on the bottom right side, playing as the blue Armada commander.
something interesting here is X Factor is doing a 2-max start, and Autopilot is going for all 3. We're already seeing kind of a variation in the starting place here. X Factor's getting a very early res bot, so I think there is some metal in these crystals right around the base, and I guess some on the edges of the map as well. Maybe he is going to try and be aggressive again as he has been in other games.
Yeah, at the start, it's really not metal that's your limiting resource. It's energy. So getting the res bot out just that little bit faster, it also can kind of make up for the metal difference. Like having that in the crystals, as you mentioned, really makes it, I think, for a more tempo start, which kind of plays to his strengths that we saw earlier in the tournament, right? X Factor playing against, was it Chisato on this map? I think I might have that wrong. It's low, excuse me. Autopilot's doing something very similar though, right? Has the con expanding, the resbot's already out. He's got more ticks heading across the map just now, starting that pawn production.
I like that a lot. I think by the time X Factor does get the pawns over to Autopilot side of the map, he's going to have enough pawns to defend. And there kind of is this map design where initially your base isn't all that exposed on all the angles. You do have this kind of terrain on the side. It does prevent too many things from coming in on that side of the map. Makes your first expansion a little more safer. But X Factor's getting this one pawn in. There's this little sneaky route here, and I don't think Autopilot has noticed it yet. He doesn't have radar. And I think this one pawn actually might get this first initial expansion here.
Yeah, I think you're right.
It might be really devastating.
Not a good way to start this series here. This constructor is going to go down immediately. Is he going to get the mexes as well?
I think he gets them, yeah. Both mexes down as well.
Wow, that's huge. The Resbot's here to pick that up, though, but of course you want those to be like reclaiming energy for you, grabbing the metal from those crystals, perhaps even denying the metal from your opponent. So just what a great catch at the start of the game here to kind of, give yourself a nice early lead. I'm sure he's feeling really comfortable after that.
Yeah, for sure. That's simply one of the best things you can do early on is kind of getting these early expanding constructors. It limits your enemies so much here, and I think X Factor at this point he could even go a little more greedy, get another constructor out if he wanted, but I think it looks like he's going for just continuing that aggression, making sure that he totally locks Autopilot down here.
Yeah, we see a little run by here on the north side of the map, threatening this expanding con over by the lake. I think this one might end up going down, but X Factor kind of pulls back. Autopilot is just in time with the defense, and really nice cleanup there. Didn't lose 3 pawns for 3 pawns, so that's a great trade by him.
And kind of like you said, Autopilot's now really stalling on energy here because he's trying to get the resurrections going. He hasn't been able to use that reservoir energy well. X Factor is just continuing to reclaim crystals, get some all those resources that he needs. X Factor's got a big push now coming in with these pawns. I think he's trying to see if he can snipe that constructor once again, but there's a good defense from Autopilot here.
Yeah, absolutely. A little bit of indirect damage, though. Even though he wasn't able to take out this constructor, he was also able to kind of push it back, deny that radar from going up, which he desperately needs to protect himself. And these pawns are going to sneak right past him.
Yep. And they're right back. They're going to get the mexes once again. I think they can path up this cliff into the base, right? So
yeah.
That'll be really scary for Autopilot right here. X Factor's trying to snipe that one constructor with 1 pawn. It gets down to 15%. Doesn't quite get there, but he's going to get that reser. That's going to be a huge blow, and then let's see if he's able to do any damage to the base here. At the same time, he's still raiding that Autopilot had. That one's going to go down shortly as well as that radar. So it
Both
looks like
the
game might not be looking too good for Autopilot here, but he is getting one sneaky raid in. It looks like X Factor hasn't yet noticed. He's zoomed in too much on the fights happening near Autopilot's base, and Autopilot has a small group of pawns coming in. And X Factor sees it now, so he's gonna try and position himself better here. Autopilot will get those expansions, but probably not any damage done to the base, I would think.
Yeah, definitely punching back here. That's not as good of a pickup as grabbing a con, but 2 mexes isn't nothing, right?
Oh yeah, for sure. That's a great picking, especially since X Factor's expanding con has already moved to the other side, and it won't be able to instantly reclaim some of these extractors and rebuild them as fast. But one of them can be rezzed. I'm not sure if he's gonna go for it. Looks like he's busy rezzing pawns first.
Yeah, one thing to note, though, there are quite a few pawn wrecks building up on Autopilot's side of the map, so, time and time again, we've seen this in these series before. It's like, a player might appear to be on the back foot, but really they're just kind of playing into the strength of the Resbot, of course. Like, taking trades on your opponent's side of the map as a bot player can feel pretty bad, but
X Factor's shooting the wrecks, actually, to deny some of them, so he went over there, shot, I think it was 3 pawn wrecks, destroyed them, so that's at least 3 less pawns that Autopilot can res later on. That's very. It's always really, really nice to see people spending the extra APM they have to deny what they can from the enemies.
Yeah, usually you see players target the con wrecks with that, but it's the first time I've actually seen a player, kind of use their EPM to even deny the pawn wrecks to their opponent, which is Also, of course, great value, right? When you're playing against the Resbot, right? Never feels good to be on the receiving end of those zombie armies.
Right.
But
I feel like just
autopilots,
one constructor that X Factor has just going around getting these maxes, that's going to be so huge. Over time, autopilot's just going to fall more and more behind. There is this one pawn though. I think the LLT will be up in time. So.
And of course, autopilot has this like forward radar on top of that high ground, so he should be able to defend himself against these raids. But it seems like he's going to lose another expanding con here, which is definitely not what he needs to get back in this game. Oh,
And he's already saying GG in chat. Yeah. It's a really aggressive start. I think it's just that first pawn that goes through that really sneaky terrain there, the small hill next to the initial expansion. You get that first constructor that early on, and it's just so hard to get back in the game.
Right. It's really unfortunate too, because I don't really even think there's a great radar spot in the main base even to kind of defend yourself against that pawn slipping through right over the hill, and then it's just a short little walk to the two mexes underneath of it. So pretty fast game. I mean, we've seen that a few times on Onyx Cauldron, the games that we have observed. So it's really no surprise, like the game being that volatile in this pawn versus pawn meta. And here we go, loading into the next game. Oh, Autopilot's already down 2 games in this best of 5 series. X Factor just has to win one more game to win this series and lock up that $500 prize for first place. So
let's hope that Autopilot pulls win on this one so that we can get more games out of this set. But you will have to try really hard to make sure that he doesn't drop this one. I feel like this is another map that kind of plays to X Factor's strengths. We've seen him pull off these really great aggressive starts. And Eye of Horus, you know, the bases, they're very close together. Anything can really happen. You get that one pawn in, this expanding constructor, or even if you like somehow get something in, start killing their wins. This is another map that could be really volatile and potentially end within the initial moments of the game.
yeah, this X Factor seems to have adapted to the new meta very well. You know, one thing to note though is they've chosen these different spawning locations at the start. Can you tell us why, like, or the advantages or disadvantages of these?
So I feel like I've seen most people just start in the middle, right, with where Autopilot is. It seems to be the standard. I'll start, you know, in the middle of all the expansions. I can expand 2 directions pretty easily. I feel like the side spawn with where X Factor is, that's a lot more safer though. It should be easier to defend. You can also still kind of be expanding in 2 directions, right? You can expand forwards, you can expand westwards. So initially you might not feel very much behind, if at all. Well, having an expansion path that seems easier to defend. That's just my thoughts though. I'm not sure if you've seen people start in the corner very often, Barcast.
Yeah, really, it's just our man X Factor here. I've seen Andy spawn on the left side, even on this bottom side of the map. But yeah, like you said, most players choose to spawn in the middle. Of course, it has its drawbacks, right? You're just, you know, you can be attacked from pretty much every angle, and those hills are very unforgiving because on top of there being hills and the fog of war, there's really not a lot of great options to put a radar. So we'll have to see how these players, you know, choose to expand. X Factor doing a very interesting open here, actually opening fairly greedy with these 2 cons. It's a little bit different than starts we've seen him had on other maps.
I think he's hoping to kind of catch Autopilot off guard. I think a lot of people might be playing this map to kind of surround that enemy middle position, and then, you know, if they're not there, then suddenly you've spent extra time traveling to somewhere that maybe you shouldn't be. But Autopilot will scout pretty much immediately where X Factor has started here. He had the Vortex going along every single lane of the map. So let's see how he adapts here. Let's see if he, I don't know, maybe changes up his expansion path. Kind of expanding away from X Factor might end up being a little safer initially. Autopilot does get one mex in the corner, forces a self-D there.
Yeah, that which also denies the reclaim on that, so you can't res a self-deed mex, of course, and I don't believe there's even any reclaim to pick up, and denying another mex at that. So a really nice start here from Autopilot. See some raids on the other side of the map coming in from X Factor. He's kind of threatening this Mex. I think that tick is gonna stop.
Yeah, Autopilot's doing a great job defending against these ticks from X Factor. I think his own raids may have caused X Factor to kind of look away, kind of queue up a new build order for that expanding constructor, and in the meantime his ticks weren't running away from Autopilot as well as they could.
A little bit of an interesting deviation from these raids. You see Autopilot just kind of heading straight across the map, beelining, whereas X Factor's got these like, you know, pawns kind of flanking on the left and right side. Looks like Autopilot's gonna catch the ones on the right, but see that single pawn on the left side that could sneak through and do a lot of damage.
Yeah, that it's similar to last game. I think that one single pawn, it could be if it catches that one constructor there, that's really devastating, right? This pawn coming just in time, right before the LOT gets built. He should be able to get at least that one extractor. Oh, it dies right before he kills either the extractor or the constructor, though.
Autopilot's playing really well right now. I'm a bit worried about that, you know, kind of con on the left side of the map, but you know, still finding damage with these ticks even in the bottom right. This is great damage.
Yeah, the pawn's not yet engaging, but maybe it's for the better since X Factor has more reinforcements coming, so Autopilot doesn't yet know about any of the units there, and it'll be much more devastating if these backups come before X Factor does push. But now X Factor's ticks are going in, he's used that constructor, and it's too good to wait to kill. He's just going to go for it. But Autopilot does also get X Factor's expanding constructor in the meantime.
Yeah, bottom mid, see those fight. So much to keep track of right now, but that expanding con goes down. I don't know about this radar or not, but just you know about those 3 pawns that snuck. There's just so much going on right now. It's so hard to catch. There's like ratings going on everywhere. Is he gonna get this on turret? No, the LOT is there, so really well
No,
placed.
yeah, there's a really good LOT there. I feel like sometimes LOTs feel like they're like, I can skip it, I can be greedier, I can use that metal and my own pawns or something, right? And then every so often you see one of these where it's like it's right in the middle of your base, but it makes good value there.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, for that little split moment there, I'd say a lot of pawns went down on Autopilot's side of the map, so I'd expect him to make a res bot here pretty shortly and start, you know, resing those pawns around the main base, and even picking up that con we saw go down right underneath that red pawns right there.
Exactly that. He's got one res bot going over to that small pool of units, and then he's got another one doing the ones right next to his base. And X Factor actually has very minimal expansions going on at the moment. He's got the 2 in his base, and he's trying to rebuild his 3rd max. So Autopilot's done a great job of using just, you know, single ticks, holding that down.
Yeah.
And I think with this res, it's not looking that amazing for X Factor right now. He needs to find some more value with his raids, or else he's going to fall behind with these expansions.
Yeah, I see more pawn wrecks going down on Autopilot's side of the map. That radar was paying dividends there, giving him enough information to react to that raid on the left side. See Autopilot even punching back. There's big raid on the right mid side of the map that's kind of going unanswered right now. If it goes any farther forward, it might get between the army and the main bases, which are where you'd never really want an army to be, right?
Yeah, that's a very scary position because X Factor's kind of pulling back a bunch of pawns to cover this 3-pawn raid that's going in the back. And at the same time, there's 9 pawns walking towards his main base right now, and there's only 3 or so there to defend.
Yeah. Fighting is pretty good though with the plasma. We see Autopilot rotates the pawns to get more of like a line there, and he's gonna march right forward. Is he gonna get on top of these wins?
Ooh, this will be potentially game-changing. Yeah, a lot of these wins, they're all going down. That is a massive raid. X Factor has already been behind on expansions, and that takes out, that must have been what, half of his energy economy. That's yeah, he already calls it here.
Okay, X Factor going down a game. Autopilot punching back, nearly tying up
There we
the
go.
series.
So we're gonna see more games. It's not gonna end that quickly. Autopilot's shown that, you know, he's not a trivial opponent to beat. It's gonna take much more than just one game to get rid of him for good.
Pushing back, maybe giving himself a little bit of momentum there. Perhaps tilting X Factor. Wow, what a way to kind of steal a win there. That was a really great showing. Autopilot got the better end of so many little trades there, and I think it was really just the ticks. Like, there was multiple times in that game where a single tick just snuck behind the line, sniped the 2 mexes behind the main base of X Factor, and that just denies him from expanding to along bottom mid, right, where he wants to be. So really, really nice showing there. Just using those super cheap, fast units to deal a lot of economic damage.
Yeah, for sure. And it's really surprising because I would have felt that the corner position would have been, if anything, much easier to defend. But Autopilot was, those 2 mexes that are right next to the base, even the one that's all the way in the corner. It's like, the X Factor is consistently losing these to just random ticks that walk up. That's not quite what I would have expected from a corner spawn like that. It really shows, each spawn can be whatever you want it to be. So like Autopilot was having a great job. Seems like he was defending quite easily. While X Factor kind of felt like he may have been surrounded there, even in the corner.
I'm gonna call X Factor's build here. He's gonna go 2 cons, bot lab. Sorry, 2 mexes, bot lab, 2 cons. He'll go 10 ticks, 10 pawns. Calling it. Which is kind of going to play to his strengths, right? Because he's going to, get across the map, get the vision with those initial ticks, and then he'll know where to send those pawns to follow up damage, right? Because just like Eye of Horus, this map has a lot of little cliffs and hills everywhere that can be really hard to defend. It's hard to get good radars at certain times. And we'll see if Autopilot's going to be able to weather the storm.
Yeah, I think something that is interesting with this map is I think in the past people have made like salamanders, maybe even seaplanes from that pond next to the initial base. But now with the pond meta, at least salamanders are no longer an option, and I'm not sure people would think that turtles are worth investing in.
Yeah, can turtles like traverse those hills or they're not they're on
Yeah,
tracks,
I believe
right?
they should be able to. It's like basically the amphibious, because a lot of beaches, kind of coastal terrain, you basically need to be able to traverse a little bit steeper cliffs in order to actually get in and out of the water. So a lot of units, like a lot of the amphibious units, they have generally good tolerance for slopes. They might still get slowed down as they're going up, like any other vehicle, but at least they might be able to actually traverse it in the first place.
So a bit of a deviation in open from both players. We see X Factor doing this 2 mex open, a la the Onyx Cauldron he did, and whereas Autopilot's choosing to prioritize early metal income over the lab timing and going with this 3 mex open. So he's going to be a little bit behind, still going for this greedy 2 con open, and we'll have to see. I mean, this will give him an advantage if he's able to kind of not take damage and stabilize against the ticks and pawns of X Factor. But it's just going to be very tense for the next few moments, as far as if not, he can take damage.
Right. I guess I'm curious what you think about 2 versus 3 mech starts on maps like these. Which one do you kind of prefer, if any, or do you also just kind of change it up as you wish? It seems like at least these players, Autopilot seems to have consistently preferred the 3 mechs, like on here in Onyx Cauldron, while X Factor has been doing the 2 mechs into lab in the same maps.
I think it's a little more of a stylistic thing. As far as personally, I prefer doing the 3 mechs open. Of course, if I was playing against someone that I know tends to be more aggressive, I would choose to just do something like a 2 mechs open, say like Alt F4 or maybe even X Factor, as we've seen him be very aggressive in a lot of these recent games. So just kind of depends.
Yeah, definitely makes sense. And the first tick from X Factor is coming in, and I think he gets this max here, so
yeah,
that's some good early game momentum that he's going to get from that.
I see Autopilot went for this really nice 2 radar open, so he's got one on both of these hills that should give him enough information to stop these raids that are coming in. See a couple
but
more
he loses a constructor to 3 ticks only. Is he gonna lose the other one? If he loses this other one, it might be a game already. Oh, and that goes down as well. So both of Autopilot's expanding constructors have been sniped by just ticks.
Yeah, but Autopilot grabbed a con on the other side of the map as well, and 2 mexes here, so definitely punching back, right? Evening up the score. I mean, it's 7-9 as far as medal income. We should see, yeah, a resbot come out here from 2 resbots from Autopilot even. Maybe 1 for each of these cons that went down. Is this radar within? Okay, doesn't go down. That would have been a nice pickoff right there, but a single tick in the back line of Autopilot. Really needs to defend this. Not sure where this game is at.
Is so annoying.
Yeah. Whoa.
Does he get the resbot? No, he doesn't. That's good for Autopilot at least. He really needs that resbot to kind of stage a comeback here. He is still 1 expanding constructor behind X Factor here, but he's got this 1 tick coming in. At least he can pressure these mexes. First is a self-D, which takes it to tick, but it does slow down X Factor a bit. So that's a good pick.
See raids on both sides of X Factor's base here. See a pawn getting dealt with, kind of shooed away on the bottom side, but there's another pawn kind of rotating around that little piece of terrain. May be able to do some damage, and of course, on the mini-map, we see red dots streaming across, so I think despite the early initial damage, Autopilot seems to have a bit of tempo here.
Yeah, definitely agree. X Factor has many more units that are currently closer to his base. I think he's looking to push with these 5 pawns. He's going to divert them to try and defend. The Autopilot's also moving his units back. If these 3 pawns get to that constructor before the LOT goes up, I think that could be really devastating. But we're going to have to see if the time is close. The
LOT finishes just in time. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map.
Yeah. And there goes the constructor. So Autopilot's gonna end up that constructor, and the radar you're talking about finally goes down on Autopilot's side with that 1 pawn kind of sneaking through. So that's gonna be annoying for Autopilot. He's not gonna have that as much clear vision as he had before, but he does have a radar on the other side of the hill now, which could at least cover his main front.
This single pawn might get so much damage. Oh, there's no response to this right now. It has like 10 HP too. Is it gonna die to the splash damage? Oh.
Yep, it will die to the wind, but that's still a 2-win pickup for something that was essentially already dead. That's good value.
See more raids on the other side of the map. This single pawn grabs through. I don't think it's gonna get this con reclaim going off, and yeah, pawn goes down.
Yeah. Mex is always good, I feel, in this kind of scenario.
Keeping that radar alive is really strong there. It can be so hard to defend these raids without that.
Yeah. So it's kind of similar to other games we've seen again. More pawn wrecks kind of piling up on Autopilot's side now. So I'm curious to know if this means that we'll kind of see Autopilot pull ahead on Army maybe due to that. But I think he is enough metal behind at this point that even if he does res the wrecks that are on his side, maybe it might not yet be enough to have an advantage, but he can at least kind of match the same tempo that X Factor has still.
Yeah, X Factor has a comfortable lead right now, I'd say. This LOT is going to finish, but actually, now that I say this, I'm a little worried about this expanding con and the 2 mexes. So this could go down and really help tie up the score here. Slowing down this expansion is exactly what Autopilot needs. Self-D goes off, then gets canceled. Is this timed well?
It's gonna be close. He doesn't quite get it though. Yeah, that's a really high value raid there. X Factor only has the 1 reser. It's kind of on the other side, so it's gonna take a while to get over to the area that just got raided.
He's not done finding damage here. Another con goes down, another max. We see on the other side of the map, there's a raid that's kind of running into some pawns, so nice kiting here. Great defense. Is there a con right there? I think 1 might have gone down, actually. I don't see 1 in this area. Surely 1 went down because there's a radar there I see and no con, so, you know.
I think Autopilot just walked it back.
It
looks like he might have actually just defended that constructor. It's doing a little vacation back home, and then it'll be on its merry way. But autopilot now, yep, he's gotten another radar back up on north. So even though the 2 other radars got raided, he's gonna ensure that he has that information to continue to defend from these raids.
Yeah, we see both players now kind of doing what they can to res these raids that have happened on their side of the map. I see like a big red raid heading across top mid right now, and there's just a single LLT there and a couple of pawns that are out of position. So I think this might at least get the LLT, but you know, with the proper self-D timing, it might end up taking out all these pawns. We'll see. Surely he can't.
It looks like autopilot's just going straight for the constructor here. I think he can get it.
Yeah, this would be a big
that's a good pick if he does.
Yeah. Wow.
Right, yep. That looked like it was going to be really, really close at the end, but he does manage to get it. That is the damage that he's looking for there, so...
Yeah, and we know with that, I'd say the game is pretty much even. If not, I'd even just give Autopilot a slight advantage. We see he's got that con expanding to the top plateau, kind of remaking that mex below his radar and bottom mid, and has got his con turrets up. So fairly even game in terms of metal income and economy.
Yeah, I'm really liking where the game is. Maybe this will eventually turn into one of those longer games. Do you think we're gonna see a T3 on this map, or will we get past the pawn stage?
It's really hard to call because you know the game can be so volatile at this stage. Does that LLT finish on the plateau there? I know there's one going up right now. It does. Okay, so great timing.
It is. It is finished. That's really good.
Gonna catch these pawns. I see a little bit of a raid on top right heading towards the con that went down. I mean, there's a couple res bots here that could end up getting picked off, and once again, that would just be a nice pick for Autopilot here to get pulled back.
Yeah, something I've noticed Autopilot does like a super good job of is he does a raid, kind of gets the values looking for like a constructor or something. It kind of like distracts his enemies. And you know, a short while later, he just goes right back to where he knows the wrecks were and tries and picks up the reser and constructor that just got rezzed. It's really, really good timing and execution.
Yeah, absolutely. He's got that intuition about, you know, what his opponent's going to be doing to kind of get back into the game. And it's like, if you know your opponent's move, then of course you can counter it. I see a cheeky little pawn in bottom left right now that's not really on Autopilot's radar, so that could sneak in and get a lot of damage. Meanwhile, in bottom mid plateau, we see a big contingent of pawn running right across the map, and I think it might actually pick off these. This is putting X Factor in a really hard place. He has to go down to protect these expanding cons, but there's just more pawns moving right through mid, so he's gonna have to make a tough choice here.
Right. I think Autopilot has the better positioning here for sure, because most of X Factor's army is kind of on the north side of the map, and now. Basically, Autopilot's going to get these 2 expanding cons on the plateau there. That's going to be a massive economy loss for X Factor.
Yeah, even splitting off his
pawns for the next 5 minutes or so even. I guess kind of sending that one initial group to bait out the main army and allow this raid to get through, that might pay off. But it does look like X Factor's now starting to get like a pretty threatening army here, so...
Yeah, he does have a big army value, just a 10% army value advantage. But like you said, these cons going down in bottom right. I see another raid in top right. There's these pawns spilling over the hill, picking up another con. Great damage.
Yep, he gets it, and a max. So that's definitely just continuously slowing down X Factor's expansions at this point. Well, I guess at this, like, you know, Autopilot's getting his own expansions up pretty comfortably now. He's even got that top mid-plateau area is starting to get LLTs up. I think if he does successfully get that without it getting raided, that's just a really powerful position because it blocks off raids from that side of the map, but it's also just 4 mexes on a map like this is substantial on its own.
That was great little great decision making there, choosing not to take the fight, just backing up. I mean, you're looking right down at those Lazarus there, sitting there getting their value. So choosing to back up was the safe play, kind of like dancing, posturing in front of the army. But really what this is doing is, you know, keeping X Factor on his side of the map, and that's been happening this whole game. Autopilot's had initiative since like the first few moments. Oh, a little idle con there. Definitely not what you want here in the finals.
Yeah, it looks like both sides kind of have an issue with these constructors. Well, for X Factor, his is just seems to have gone stuck on the terrain and pathing. Well, Autopilot has one that's stuck on a mech queue that it can't build, so hopefully they both notice that sooner or later, but they're both so focused on these pawn fights because, you know, you need a lot of APM to correctly have these pawns going. And Autopilot does pick up that his constructor wasn't doing anything, or maybe he just used it to build an LLT, so it might go back to being idle.
See this big raid in bottom left. We're coming down the hill. There's a fourth LLT that's coming up, but there's 3 already here, so I think this is enough to kind of make X Factor think twice. We'll see if he wants to run down the hill or not. Single pawn here is
X Factor's committing. I'm not sure if that's the right decision. That's a lot of army here.
Yeah, loses all of his pawns. I mean, takes out 2 of the LLTs, but the pawns are still here.
Damn. That's the entire army. Doesn't even get the constructors, and I guess Autopilot's just going to be able to res those LLTs and all those pawns later on when he gets to it.
Can we get a shot of the main bases here, see if there's any transitions coming out? I know they've been on pawn tech for a while, so X Factor is still sitting on the lab. He's got the con turrets up, energy storage. Autopilot is ahead 23% on energy. We see how many extra wind farms he actually has in his main base. It's up to 3 energy storage as well. So, I mean, if the game goes on much longer, I'd have to give it to Autopilot. I mean, he's got a comfortable metal lead, comfortable E lead, but how is he going to stop this big group of pawns here? See LLTs getting put up in the main base even, actually. 4 LLTs there are going to really make X Factor think twice about running down that hill.
Looks like X Factor's kind of juked around the main army though, so that's a little scary for Autopilot.
Yeah.
It's going to be some substantial damage here. It'll just kind of be up to we're just gonna have to see where X Factor kind of decides to prioritize his damage.
I'm a little worried about this army getting sandwiched, man. Like, it's between these 2 pawn armies.
That is scary because there's LLTs on the side he's retreating towards, as well as a smaller army, and it's again just more pawn wrecks to feed Autopilot here.
See a big fight in top mid going on, but there's already resbots there for Autopilot, so he might be able to start reclaiming this. Still more raiding going on everywhere on the map. It's so hard to keep track of.
Yeah, res is great, but you can only res so much. We're seeing X Factor's just res like 20 or so pawns at the bottom right, but
right.
Doesn't matter all that much because Autopilot is still raiding. We see raids at the top right. There's this 1 pawn coming down this hill. Let's see if X Factor, he does catch it. He's not going to lose those factors there, but
these Lazarus could end up
there's so much going on across the map.
Yeah. I mean, it's hard to cast. I can't imagine what this is like to play as, really. Just action going on everywhere. You see a big fight here. So this was the follow-up, actually. I don't think 3 LLTs stops this, but the 2 cons in the corner will be able to save themselves. I don't think the follow-up can, kind of puncture through bottom left. Maybe they do.
The X Factor's making his transition to air now, so he's just starting to get a lab up. I think he's satisfied with the state of the game. It's kind of a lot more pawns on pawns fighting, so these 2 cons in the corner, bottom left, X Factor should be able to take these out. He does find them.
Yeah, but I mean, there's resbots already here, so I mean, I see 2 more coming from the main base. Another big push from X Factor here in top mid, but I don't think he can press through this position. It's kind of locked down with LLTs, and Autopilot's close to splitting what I consider his half of the map. I mean, he just has to secure this bottom left, and then he'd be in a really comfortable position still, despite taking these losses in the past few moments. Still has a metal income advantage. But for how long?
Right, and I think with the X Factor transitioning into Banshees, he might need to make a swap to air himself. But there's this big pawn raid coming towards X Factor, and now that he has swapped to Banshees, I don't think he's going to be able to stop this kind of on the south side of the map. I mean, he's going to pull all his army back, and no, he's decided that he can't catch something he can't chase, so he's going to go for the main base now and see if that diverts anything.
Yeah, I mean, there's so
but
many
I think these
in
pawns
mid
will
right now.
scout the air lab, so once those pawns reach the main base, Autopilot should know that something's up, and the Banshees have been revealed now. kind of as a desperation move, but
I think
now
Autopilot's done
Autopilot
it.
knows he needs something.
I mean, there's raiding going on everywhere. He's gonna retake out bottom right. X Factor tried punching back in mid, but he's just left, so much metal on his opponent's side of the map, right? Autopilot's getting up this air lab. These pawns are a little scary. Oh, a little
I think
hesitation
this big
there.
pawn raid, yeah, that it can just walk in, kill the rest of the wins, and I think that might be more or less most of the game now. X Factor is gonna get a bit of pawns here, but I'm not sure if this LOT can cover before too many wins go down. It's definitely not gonna do as much damage as the Autopilot's kind of getting done here.
There's raids going on everywhere. Bottom right got cleaned out again.
There's raids next to his base here, there's everything. But I think what really kind of got this game in Autopilot's favor is kind of this top plateau area that he's just been able to keep such a solid hold on. I think that is just super powerful for him.
Autopilot just needs to make resbots on repeat right now and just pick up all these pawns. Maybe make a transition with that metal. I mean, he could quickly move into vehicles here now that he's seen X Factor transition himself to air, but he's just doing a little bit of house cleaning here, cleaning up these raids on his side of the map. And if we zoom out and look at the mini map, and there's just so much here for Autopilot. He's got 40-12 metal income lead. He's got a comfortable energy lead as well. And there's there's Rex everywhere. I mean, what am I? Both players could just print res bots and profit.
Rex everywhere and mostly in Autopilot space, so that's not too great for X Factor. I feel like for X Factor, the air transition might have been a bit too soon. I feel like kind of when you're forced to use those Banshees on defense instead of making the offensive plays you want with them, that's when you kind of get the feeling that the air swap might have been a bit too soon. Autopilot's not gonna give up the pressure here. I think he knows that he's ahead at this point, or at least he's playing as if he were ahead, and he's now getting a bombing run up. So if he's able to get even like a good portion of these wins, I think it might be a game for X Factor. We're gonna have to see how these bombing runs do. I think Autopilot knows that he's been killing these Banshees with his own fighters, and X Factor hasn't had any fighters of his own to kind of stop that. So imagine that X Factor must have swapped off air, or at least doesn't have the economy to keep pumping fighters. Let's take a look at this bombing run.
Not the best bombing run,
I think these are
but
double-spaced wins.
Yeah,
the double-spaced wins are pretty resilient, but it's still some substantial damage going on here, I think.
taking out some X's, taking out some wins. A big swell of pawns running right through mid, but Autopilot's there to greet him. He's gonna fight backwards.
I like these Centurions on defense from Autopilot. Cleans up that big main push from X Factor, and yeah, you see pawns coming at you, big blobs of pawns from both sides. It's time to call it. So it's really strong game from Autopilot. So is the record 2-2 now with the since X Factor started with 1?
Yeah, that is absolutely correct. We are tied up going to match point right now. So both players are just a single game away from winning the tournament, right? So locking up that trophy, the prestige, the honor of that first place Alpha Cup. It just happens once a year, and I can't believe we made it here. Autopilot just absolutely clawing his way back into this tournament, going through the lower bracket, making it all the way to the finals, and here he is on match point versus perhaps the favorite to win the tournament, right? X Factor.
Yeah, and I think at this point X Factor has basically already fought off against everyone else, right? So the only person he has to kind of prove that he can beat is Autopilot. It's kind of the last challenger here. So hopefully we get a nice long game. I'd like to see some more units that aren't pawns, but it will really depend on how volatile the early game is. In this case, the non-stop raiding on both sides. I feel there just ends up being so many pawn wrecks, so many constructors that you can get if you just go and raid them, right? So kind of have to stay on these faster units, and it's tougher to progress.
But this is also a rematch from last season's BPL, where both of these players made it to the finals. Of course, X Factor ended up winning that, but this would be some nice revenge from Autopilot if he's able to take down the series. But here we are, loading into the final match. Let us know who you guys are gonna win. Put a 1 in the chat for Autopilot, 2 for X Factor. Here we are, match point on Cirolata. Can't believe it's come this far. This is crazy.
I mean, we were worried that the grand finals were going to be short after X Factor won the first match, but in fact, we're going to get a full set. As many games as we can out of these two players. So
see, vertical
we are
spawns
doing a
coming
bit
out.
different spawns. Yeah.
Yeah. What do you think about this spawn? I think X Factor, I believe, is in the more like standard position, but
Right. I think from what I've seen, X Factor's in the spot that that's classic. You have 2 great expansion paths left, right. It's also very defensible. You're kind of on this hill here. I don't think I've seen Autopilot spot played as much unless it's some kind of I think in the past people have tried like Thug or Mace pushes along one narrow lane.
Right.
I'm not too sure if that's what he's going to go for here, because I feel like the meta kind of has shifted away from these kind of Thug all-ins, especially with pawns being as powerful as they are. You kind of really need support for your Thugs, and that might not be possible even at this point. I don't know, what do you think about Autopilot spawn here? Because it's less traditional, but you do have 2 expansion paths, right? You do have makes the game so that you're closer to the enemy base, but it also means that his, I guess, other side of the half of the map is a little farther from his base than, for example, X Factor's is.
I think this favors Autopilot's open, because if you look at X Factor protecting himself from raids from the north, there's 3 entrances to his side of the map, where really if X Factor wants to go north, there's really just that one choke point to go through, and then he's heading into mid, which surely as the game goes on, you're going to see commanders there, LLTs, so I think maybe slightly favors Autopilot.
Yeah, definitely. And kind of one of these 5 to 25 win map, but everyone stalling as Wind has decided to be more on the 5 side here. It's stuck at 6 right now.
Oh, there is a 100% chance.
Surely it will go back up. It's exactly a 5. It's at the very minimum it can be. But it's gonna shoot up really fast here. Now getting more into the acceptable wind range. Some early ticks here, but X Factor kind of just cleans it up with his own. There's a lot of ticks near Autopilot's base now. Let's see how he defends from these. They're coming on 2 sides here.
Yeah, he had to pull back his expanding con. He's gonna lose that first radar. So bit of damage here. I mean, that's not cheap structure. It's 70 metal, a substantial amount of energy. Not that that's really a problem on Cirolata with 25 wind speed, but that's gonna put X Factor ahead in terms of expansion. I can see his expanding con is already capped a max, picking up another one, so it's gonna give him a nice little metal lead here.
And it's kind of just early game, it's the small things, it all adds up, and then eventually, these small, I don't know, like 60 metal advantages that you pull here and there, suddenly it looks like you're 1,000 metal behind and the game's kind of won, so...
Right.
Autopilot's gonna have to work to keep himself in the game here. Let's see kind of what plays he makes in order to achieve that.
Yeah, and just one thing to note is X Factor chose to do a 2 mech start and has already equalized that metal produced score by just getting this little bit of indirect damage, just even slowing down these expanding cons. But Autopilot now has 2 expanding cons heading off of that main plateau. I don't see the same for X Factor, so it looks like he's just committing to more of this pawn pressure as we've seen in so many games of this series. It's going to be Autopilot's game to defend for the next few moments.
Yeah, for sure. I think that X Factor needs to try and avoid leaving too many pawn wrecks on Autopilot's side, because I feel like the last couple games we've seen, that's basically what ends up happening, right? Like, I feel like Autopilot got control of more Rex on Heartbreak.
Yeah.
And it's just been one of his strengths to kind of take these favorable, even non-favorable engagements, but on his side of the map, where he knows he gets the Rex, he knows he can get army value, just out of the fact that he can res it later.
Some nice little trades going Autopilot's way, picking off 2 pawns there immediately on his side of the map, even deflecting this raid, trying to head up onto the top left. And yeah, getting the better end of this. So I'd say these early raids are, going Autopilot's way yet again. And of course, like you mentioned, just leaving those Rex on his side of the map.
And at the same time, with just 1 tick, I think Autopilot took out a Mex and a Radar next to X Factor's expansion there. So it's not like X Factor's getting these expansions for free. They somewhat being punished. With all these Rex coming up near Autopilot, I'd be a little worried if I was X Factor. He kind of really needs to, I don't know, pick off this expanding con that's behind Autopilot's base, but that's just so much harder since he has to kind of reach around across the whole map. So I think maybe you were right. This spawn does seem very defensible for Autopilot, and that might play to his favor the early game here.
Yeah, and I see he's Autopilot just microing all over the place right now. He's kind of shooing away raids. He's going to spot this run by here from X Factor, so committing 6 pawns, he's going to be able to reinforce his top right side and be able to shoot this away. And a little bit of a raid in bottom mid, and yeah, paying attention just everywhere. So really sharp micro here on all fronts, keeping those pawns alive, not taking disadvantageous trades, and not like we've been mentioning, just not leaving Rex on your opponent's side of the map when they have access to that S tier unit, the Laz. See a raid in top mid, still kind of getting shooed away. Looks like Autopilot was able to reinforce this with 6 versus 6 pawns. I'd like to see him add a few more just in case things go south, but even adding on an additional expanding con, so he's up to 4 now. Autopilot is just everywhere right now. We see he's got this big raid on X Factor's side of the map.
Oh, this is huge. This is game ending, I feel, right?
Yeah, this is. There's no way to stop this. He's got no LTs.
All those wins are gonna die. He can't possibly defend from this, and that's not looking very good for X Factor here. I'm trying to go for D guns, but you just can't. I don't think he gets that construction turret, but all those wins just died, and at the same time, Autopilot was able to kill expanding constructor, a resbot here. And X Factor hasn't really matched the same damage with his own raid here. He does get a constructor up here in the middle of the map, but there's just more Rex piling up on Autopilot's side where he can comfortably res them, and the Rex that do show up on X Factor's side are kind of doing this devastating damage. Autopilot's following up once again with these 2 pawns here, gonna instantly kill the extractors that X Factor just rebuilt. At the same time, he did split 1 off. He's gonna get that 1 sneaky safe mech in the back corner. Autopilot's been playing this really, really well.
That was perfect timing, really. He was just everywhere at once, just defending raids, making raids, and just found that huge play there. Grabbing that many wins this point in the game, like you said, is just kind of game-winning damage. It's X Factor's game to win now. He's like way behind on energy, almost at 200% energy income.
Yeah, and
advantage.
it ended up being exactly what you said with the kind of the 3 entrances to the base, because Autopilot kind of checked the first entrance. There's a defending army there, and he just went to the second one, and that's how he got through.
Right. Wow, we see this big group of pawns coming on the right side of the map. It's going to be looking for damage. X Factor is in position with pawns for himself, but that single pawn, or just hero pawn in the back, kills another mech, drawing his attention back. And it's just made it out with a half an HP bar, so.
I like that Autopilot already has 2 energy storages. I feel like that's just so powerful. He's stockpiling energy.
Yeah.
Wind's high right now. His energy bar is going up, and he's going to have all that energy to make plays with whenever he knows he needs it. Meanwhile, X Factor is still recovering from the massive raid earlier, so
he's doing
can't really store any energy when he doesn't have the production in the first place.
he's trying to catch up in terms of energy income, which he is recovering in that way. But I see this big group of pawns heading right through mid, and there's just not enough to stop this right now.
Yeah.
One thing to note, Autopilot is playing it really smart. He's keeping that commander in main base. I think if it was any other game, you'd see him heading to mid by now, but he's just using cons to expand there. So really playing it safe here, just leveraging that commander's build power in the main base and keeping up this pressure.
X-Factor swapped to Centurions because he feels like he needs that for defense, but the Centurions cost a bit more energy. I saw his mechs kind of stalling and they were all turning off for a second there. Will these Centurions be enough to kind of help him maybe push out? It could be nice if he can expand with some constructors with the Centurion escort, but it's just so expensive and he's kind of so behind at this point.
Yeah, kind of a bit of a desperation play. He's splitting them up between these two lanes, but you just have these big threatening pawn armies. You see X-Factor being pulled to the right, and that means Autopilot jukes to the left here. He's just running right into the main base again. There's 2 Centurions to stop this, so he's going to pull back for now. There's just a conga line of red heading across the map right now.
Yeah. And we were kind of talking about how like the other side of the map might be more difficult for Autopilot to expand to, but you know, with this kind of early game success, he's getting there now, and he even has the big mechs in middle. But kind of like you said, he doesn't need to send a commander. He's kind of won the game to the point where he's comfortably grabbing it with just normal constructors, and he can play it safe, keep his commander somewhere that he knows is safest, and in theory, he should be winning the game as time goes on, and his advantage only multiplies.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see some kind of air transition coming out of Autopilot. He's pretty much locked his opponent into that bottom left quadrant here. He's checked for expansions.
Yep. And just as you said that, Air Lab blueprint goes up. So I think that's what we're going to see here. Kind of with the Centurions defending, it's going to be a little more difficult to make conclusive plays with the pawns that he has, but he knows, you know, the pawns are there so that he secures the whole map. He knows X-Factor's literally kind of blockaded into his own quadrant here. Well, he has all of mid, he's getting expansions to the other side of the map. And yeah, bomber production starting now. We might see the game ending after the bombing run, kind of similar to last game.
A little bit of a...
X-Factor is getting his own air lab. I think he knows that the timing is about right for Autopilot to be going air. I don't think he has the resourcing, like either metal or energy, to pull off this air lab.
Yeah, he's making a counter now. Wind was just, you know, kind of dropped for a moment there and depleted Autopilot's energy bar, but seems to have recovered now. But what you don't want is to have to reclaim your bot lab to produce this. Oh, he's going for commander transport.
He's going for the heavy transport. I think he knows the game is lost and he really needs. I don't know what he can get out of this, but he's about to get bombed, which is not good.
Yeah.
I think he was hoping to go for a commander, medium transport plus Centurion, maybe try and 1v1 the enemy commanders. He almost loses that transport to the bombers, which would have been incredibly crazy. But you know, there's already fighters. I think he's going to be able to pull off this desperation play here, and there's finding that transport, and yeah, that's it. That's game. And I think that's does that conclude the grand finals here?
Autopilot just secured his Alpha Cup win. What an incredible series! What an incredible run through the lower bracket to clutch the finals. I just can't believe that was crazy.
I don't even like. That was kind of crazy. Yeah, I don't know. Auto was. I was scared after that first game. You know, that was looking a little rough for Auto. Like that game ended in like what, 4 or 5 minutes. And yeah, I'm a little disappointed. Like Zhao said, we didn't get to see any bigger macro games. It was kind of just pawn on pawn action. But yeah, Auto played that very well. He crawled back, and from the losers bracket all the way, like you know, losing early on, and he got back to the grand finals, even a game down, and still managed to bring it back. that was very fun to watch. It was an exciting game.
Now,
So-
what a series! I mean, just kind of like at a loss for words.
Yeah.
Almost. Just
No, yeah, for sure. I mean, like, oh, what do you even say? I mean, he got his revenge for BPL, I guess, right? The last BPL, he got his crown. I'm assuming he's gonna get his tourney winner badge, as you know, he's now a tourney winner. But very well played. But
yeah, we're just wow.
yeah, I don't know. Like, really, what do you even say? You know, like, that was frankly just a very good set. Do you want to get Otto in here and get your finalist interview, or are we gonna
Yeah.
see if we can find that man?
Yeah, I can grab him real fast.
Oh man, I don't know. Like, that is it's actually stressful watching that, right? The
An incredible last series.
yeah. I mean, seeing X Factor's calm almost die in the transport to the bombers was a kind of fun. I mean, the game was already over at that point, but still, we were very close to a very funny moment happening.
Hey there, champion. How you doing?
Hey, Otto.
Hello.
Feeling pretty good, I imagine, after that one, huh?
Yeah, I was so sad when I lost the first game. I was like, there's no way I'm gonna have a chance. But the chances were never zero, so.
Yeah. I mean, we were a little worried too. I think, like, how quick that Onyx Cauldron game was. Like, one mistake and it just never recovered. But
Yeah.
like, you definitely pulled it back in every other game, and that was a pretty intense set to watch.
Yeah, it was really intense games. It was just the small stuff that changed it.
So I know this is your first 1v1 tournament win, right? Like, your first, like, finalist win. I mean, that's got to feel pretty good, especially after last year, right? Where it looked like that one might have been your first win, or like it was a very competitive set between you and X Factor last year, or in the BPL, right? The last tournament.
Those were good games as well.
Yeah. I mean, it's always been good games between you two, and it's kind of, you know, it's interesting to see that this time you came out ahead, whereas the last time it was X Factor, and it's honestly made me very excited for the upcoming 1v1 tournaments. I'm pretty ready to see how this meta develops, how you know, everybody keeps getting better. But wait.
Yeah.
I don't know how you. I don't even know what to say. Like, that was well played. That was well played.
Yeah, I'm kind of speechless as well.
Is there a series or a game that you think you might have had the most, like, difficulty with, or was it just the finals, you'd say, or what was your toughest match of the tournament, would you say?
It might sound weird, but I found the series against Wraxell was really tough. Like, his aggro builds that he had was super hard to play against. So yeah, that would probably be the hardest games, I would say.
That was on the edge of my seat, that game 3 on Tundra,
Yeah.
man. I was just like, no, stay in it. Like, really great showing, man.
It was definitely a fun set to watch with Wraxell, right? Like, with how often he would, like, snipe wins, but he just had no expansion behind it, because he kept having, like, what, 2 or 3 pawns just sneak back and snipe his expanding con every single time. He'd either res it or send a new one out, and, like, it was just actually on the edge of your seat the whole game. So yeah, I mean, I think that concludes our Alpha Cup Season 5. I mean, that, unless, Marcus, you got any more questions for Otto or anybody else, I guess?
Maybe one. I mean, of course, you won, like, I think the prize pool, which is really nice. We actually had, $1,000 prize pool, so 50% is heading your way. But I'm sure it's more about the prestige, right? And that sick icon you get, right, winning a tournament.
Yeah. That's the one I'm most excited about.
Yeah. Oh, really
Money's
cool.
like, what? It's just a cherry on the top.
Yeah. Well, I know we're all really happy for you, man. So really well played. Just incredible
thanks.
series coming through the lower bracket. Just really good showing.
Yeah, it was really fun. nice organization, felt smooth.
Yeah. So.
Hey, Autopilot, I have a question.
Nice.
Yeah.
A real personal one. Like, who's your favorite player in bar? Like, who got you into a 1v1 and all that?
I mean, it must be you, right?
That's a good answer. All right, he does own the servers. That's a good answer. You don't want to say the wrong thing here.
Oh, trap over there. I'm sorry.
He's got that win button, man. He was gonna use it again.
Yeah, for sure.
I was always tweaking it in your favor. Mysterious though. Congrats, man. Epic win, man.
All right. Well, if that is all we got, anybody else? Any final questions for Otto? All right. Well, that is gonna be it for us then. We're gonna swap over to another scene. We're probably gonna raid somebody and we'll call it a day. That's gonna be it for Alpha Cup Season 5.